opening round of the Memorial Tournament and PGATour.com live coverage. We pick it up here at the par 3 12th. Tee shot of Josh Teeter on the way here at Muirfield Village. 179 yards to this par 3 today. There's the whole location that Teeter and the rest of this talented field will be taking aim at today. Playing with Greg Chalmers and Brant Jobe here. I'm John Swantek. Welcome to our opening round coverage. Bill Kratzert, Craig Perks alongside. Beautiful calm day out there. Good conditions in the early morning here.
It is very calm, and this whole location on 12, it's kind of a Sunday hole location, Craig.
Sunday afternoon there, Billy.
Yes, it is. And Brant Jobe played well here a couple of years ago. It's just a whole location. You're probably looking 10, 15 feet left of the hole. Club selection so important here.
I think on this hole, Billy, anywhere on the green. It doesn't matter where the flagstick is. You know, obviously if it's back right, you want to be front left. But anywhere on the green is, and certainly in the middle of the green on this shot.
Ooh, a little bit of a lean left means it's a little bit to the right. Just not quite enough.
Jobe, the runner-up to Steve Stricker here at Muirfield Village in 2011, began his day with pars on the first 2 holes. These guys went off the 10th tee, 7:20 a.m. local time this morning. There's Chalmers, the left-hander from Australia.
I would think this is a really good hole location for him, Craig. Likes to work the ball left to right.
Yeah, just turn it in there and kind of again start it in the center of the green and just kind of. I mean, for me on this hole, working it left to right to that whole location was very difficult for a lefty. Just turning it in, just a gentle draw, seemed like that would be a little more comfortable.
Yeah, just the front left corner of the green.
And our day 1 coverage from Dublin, Ohio is underway. From the Muirfield Village Golf Club, it's the Memorial Tournament presented by Nationwide Insurance. Live at coverage is delivered by FedEx and presented by Southwest Airlines. That's a good look from behind here as Jobe plays his second from the greenside bunker at 12.
Sand game not too good this year for Brant, averaging just about 40% out of the bunkers, and that was a difficult one. And he's left it above the hole, Billy. That's not too good.
Oh, that bunker sits so far beneath the level of the green, the putting surface, that it's hard for the players to actually get a sense of where they need to land the ball, and you just want to kind of drip it just over the fringe. And you always want to err on the cautious side here at 12, because as long as you make no more than 4, you're just not going to get beat up on the 12th.
Yeah, a lot of slope right here, Billy. Down, straight downhill. This, to me, this one's, if you can keep this on the green, it's a good shot. Did he do it? Oh,
just barely.
That was
pretty good.
Not too bad. Putting straight back up the hill.
Good season so far for the former Morehead State University star Josh Teeter from Kentucky. He was second out at Torrey Pines at the Farmers and tied for 6th at the Northern Trust at Riviera. So a good West Coast swing to begin his 2013 campaign. Pristine conditions greeting this field each and every year here in the house that Jack built.
It's kind of like maybe I shouldn't say this, but I'm going. It's Augusta National of the North. It's conditioned that way. You know, this to me, this hole is a little bit of a replica of the 12th, and down an Amen corner, maybe, you know, 20 yards longer, but certainly Jack had a love affair with Augusta National and also Muirfield over in Scotland, where they're going to play the Open Championship this year.
Chalmers 60 feet here. Excellent putter, one of the best on tour.
Yeah, pretty good from this distance, being able to lag it, 3-putt avoidance. And further proof as to why he is so good on the greens. Just lags it up there just inside 3 feet.
All right, Billy, 3-putt avoidance. He would be second on tour. Nice call there, sir. He has had, let me see, 3 putts. He's only had 10 all year.
And that is a stat that these players look closely at.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 3-putt avoidance, strokes gained putting.
Strokes gained, he's third. So he's always been a great putter. And I think when you putting, you can tell good putters, they always have good speed. The ball may not go in the hole, but there's always ends up very close to the hole.
The 2 guys I like to watch operate around the greens, Jacobsen, Chalmers.
Job 10-footer for his par here.
Oh, that'll help the sand save percentage. It's great up and down.
Nice work from Brant Job, a veteran, been out here a long time. 47 years of age, former UCLA star. 3 straight pars to begin his opening round here. A guy who has overcome a lot of injuries in his PGA Tour career. Now Teeter sizing this one up.
These are the kind of conditions that the guys need to take advantage of. I mean, right now, there's virtually no wind. The green's receptive. You're the first one out. You get this fresh green, no spikes. You ought to make everything.
Oh, nice call, Billy. That's a heck of a 3 from over the green here at the 12th.
So Teeter at 1 under, birdie back at the par 5 11th.
It's almost like if you have a 10-footer on these greens and you miss it, it's operator error.
Yeah. Bent grass greens up here in the north and certainly firm and fast.
And Chalmers in for his par as well. 2 putts from 60 feet.
Snake will slither off to the 13th tee. Snake Chalmers.
And look how calm the lake is here in the early morning at the 12th as we await the arrival of Brian Davis, Eric Compton, and David Hearn here at the par 3.
Just a touch of left to right for the players from the elevated tee. But the way the green sits, if you don't actually maneuver the shot that way or let the shot work up the full expanse of the green, you have to be pretty precise with your club selection. We saw Teeter long, Brant Job come up short. And I would think trying to hit it right in between the 2 bunkers, that would be a pretty good shot today.
This is the 38th playing of one of the PGA Tour's premier events, 1976. The inaugural year when Roger Maltby defeated Hale Irwin in a playoff.
Yeah, that was the year where he hit the gallery stake on the 17th hole. Tried to play a nice little hook in there, hit the gallery stake, kick back on the green.
I'm going to tell the world, Billy Kratzer has had a 2nd and a 3rd here at Memorial. It's this place likes you, maybe not. What was that, 1978? He lost to Jim Simons by 1 shot.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure this place out. This place was so difficult to me. You know, the fairways were generous. The green complex is very severe. And as we just saw with Josh Teeter there, you miss the green in the wrong spot. It's sometimes difficult to even keep it on the green.
I think the fairways are generous, but when the golf course is firm, Craig, they become very tight. And because of the reverse dog legs, like number 2. You have that reverse dog leg where the fairway slopes left to right, but yet it moves a little right to left.
I read a stat here, Billy, that 4 players that have won this championship have hit 100% of the fairways for the week. That generally does not happen. You know, it's very difficult. 100% did not miss a fairway for the week. 4 champions. Now,
14 every day.
14 every day.
Pardon me.
Was one of them Tiger Woods by chance?
Maybe. I think KJ Choi was one of them when he won.
There's Brian Davis. He's alongside Eric Compton and David Hearn today.
I know you would think that this golf course is kind of a big hitters golf course, but you look at the winners the last, I would say, 8 to 10 years, and every single one of them, with the exception of Tiger last year, was in the top 10 in accuracy for the week. You got to put it in the fairway in order to operate into these hole locations.
Pars at 10 and 11 for the Englishman to begin his week.
168 and 2 in greens and regulation this year, and this one needs to get up. Oh, just barely got in that front edge of that front bunker.
Looks like David Hearn will be next, the Canadian with pars at 10 and 11 as well. (103rd) in the FedEx Cup points race. One top 10 on the season came in Puerto Rico back in early March.
That was abbreviated.
If you have the confidence to hit a nice high cut in here, you can go after this flagstick, but water lurking to the right, bunker left, and utilize the slope there nicely. That's a good shot from David.
Yeah, it's going to get better. You can kind of see the firmness of the greens. And that's the way Jack intended for Muirfield Village to play, was that firm, fast, hard, to where you really had to shape the ball around the golf course. You just couldn't go out there and hit these long tee shots and then attack it with wedges.
Eric Compton will be next. His career best finish on the PGA Tour coming earlier this season, a tie for 4th at the Honda Classic. That was a tough week there. Windy conditions at PGA National down there in South Florida.
People know him for the 2-time heart transplant, or the recipient of it, but he wants to be known as a great player, and you know, he's certainly trending that way now.
Well, he wants to. His goal is to get into the top 50 in the world golf rankings. Should be just a nice, comfortable 7-iron for Eric down the hill. That looks to be left. Ooh, that's going to be hard, because now you have to come across that fringe, drop it, and then let it release down the hill.
We'll see how Compton handles that one when we come back to Muirfield Village. It's opening round coverage of the Memorial on PGATour.com. Opening round of the Memorial Tournament and live coverage here on PGATour.com. This is the group of Eric Compton, Brian Davis, and David Hearn here at the 12th.
This is a hard shot right here. You look at the angle, you can see where the green is separated. You can see the two levels, but this has to hit it well left of the hole here, Craig.
Yeah, he's got to hit it up in this area and then work it down that way. But he just, you had to have the confidence there to fly it all the way over the edge of that bunker and then trying to kind of spin it down to the right. And if you get a little frisky with that one, you can, there's water beyond that flag, you know.
Right. You could be asking for another ball. This ball just kind of barely squeezed in to the bunker, and if it got down to the flat portion, he ought to be able to get it within 5 or 6 feet of the hole. If it stayed on a little bit of a downslope, 15 feet would be good.
Well, his proximity to the hole out of the bunker is reasonably good, about 8.5 feet. It's in the top 40.
Look how wide open that face was. And a little bit unlucky there.
Well, the tough thing is there, Billy, that the fringe to the green to the flag is at a downslope, and it pitched right on that downslope. And Jack Nicklaus did that on purpose. There's the penalty you pay for missing the screen from you talked about a bunker well below the level of the green, and it just happens to be you're landing that shot on a downslope, which makes it even tougher.
5 career runner-up finishes for that man, Brian Davis, on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, I remember playing here, and one year we came here, and the bunkers were absolutely smooth. They were like a sheet of paper in there.
Didn't he one year?
And then they had the big furrows. Yeah, and then they narrowed them down. Now it's kind of back to what the players see week in and week out on the PGA Tour.
25 feet, maybe just outside of it here for Compton. Little movement, his peripheral vision beyond the green.
A little bit of a slope here, and then you've got the slope coming off that. So this putt certainly has to move from right to left, but then maybe right at the end.
Yeah, I think it does straighten out at the end. And right there, just kind of stays straight.
Look at the speed of those greens. Wow. 8:20 in the morning, and wow.
They might be a little crispy this afternoon.
Yeah.
It's supposed to get up to near 90 degrees.
Compton, former winner on the Web.com Tour in Mexico 2011, had to go back to the qualifying school to reclaim his card, which he did. Finished tied for 7th at PGA West last fall.
Yeah, they just played in Mexico last week. Michael Putnam won that there and jumped to #1 on the money list. Jumped by Edward Law.
Edward Law.
Yes. 24 years on the Web.com, Billy. I'm the lead analyst out there for the Golf Channel. First time ever a left-hander had been #1 on the money list, if you can imagine that.
Really?
Useless stats you'll probably never use again.
David Hearn just a touch inside 20 feet here. Very nice tee shot. This one for birdie.
There you can see another player with the anchored method. Look at that. Look at that just hug the ground.
You know, they had a meeting this week, the PAC meeting, Player Advisory Council, and I'm sure that was discussed. It's still very hush-hush about the what went on in that meeting.
Actually, mixed reviews. Kind of split.
Yeah. Well, Joe Ogilvie was he was rather vocal on Twitter, getting out there and saying some stuff, but
59% PGA Tour membership in favor of the ban. Those are the latest numbers.
And I just saw that Adam Scott will not join the team that is prospectively going to, or projected to maybe sue the tour if they do. He's not involved in that group of players.
Well, he said that he could easily move it an inch away from where it's anchored and be fine. And I think that's what most of the guys are going to do. And they'll be able to do it.
Just about 11 feet here. Brian Davis for par.
Just a little turn to the left.
Just wiggled outside the cup, so it'll be a drop shot here for the Englishman at 12.
Kind of an indifferent year for Brian. You know, I kind of think of him as being one of those guys that are just that consistent money winner and always in that top 25.
Well, he started the year off so poorly.
Yeah.
Missed 3 straight cuts on the West Coast, and best finish was a 27th out in Riviera. And then he always gets geared up for that run through, you know, Houston and so on and so forth, and then to Hilton Head, and then Hilton Head he didn't play very well this year. He only finished just outside the top 30.
6th in Houston, the lone top 10 for Brian Davis. There's our next group on the tee. They're ready to go. Roberto Castro, Justin Hicks, Ryo Ishikawa.
It's amazing what they've done to this teeing ground. There used to be some huge trees to the left of the teeing ground, and it seems like Jack is always making that one little tweak.
You see the
to
clubhouse?
improve things.
Made a huge tweak to the clubhouse this year. My goodness.
Bogey at 10, birdie at 11 for Justin Hicks. Former University of Michigan standout is in Ohio State country here this week. Better watch your step.
Like he was swinging left, holding the face over, trying to cut it back to the right.
There it is, just off the back edge.
Quick, quick, quick. But dry, dry, dry. I would not think, if conditions stay like this right now, virtually no wind, I bet you won't see 3 balls in the water.
Roberto Castro will be next. Remember, he was the opening round leader Players Championship this year. Matched the course record at TPC Sawgrass with a 63. Nikon Callaway rangefinder tells us that the yardage to the pin 179 today.
I would say down the hill, probably the effective yardage here, somewhere 170 yards.
Yeah, I got to believe it's a 7-iron for most of these guys with very little wind. He's first on tour though, from 175 to a, oh, sorry for the week. Well, yeah, whatever. Sorry. Getting all my stats mixed up here. First on tour anyway today.
That,
averaging about 5 feet. 170, 200 yards.
Castro well off the mark with that one. Here's Ishikawa. Pars at 10 and 11.
You can see that little rehearsal right there. You can see trying to make sure that the handle of the club comes down to where the toe does not actually cross over too quickly, trying to be a little more stable at impact. That's got to get out.
th event of the year in the U.S. for Ishikawa. He's played a little bit of a heavier schedule on the PGA Tour this year. 8 made cuts, 6 missed cuts, and that's about his number through the years in his appearances here in the States. About 50-50 in terms of making cuts. Back with more opening round coverage from the Memorial after this. Live look at the par 3 12th as we take a peek at the groups we're watching. Rory McIlroy, Bubba Watson, Justin Rose off the 10th tee at 8:26 a.m. So we'll see those boys relatively early in our coverage here today. Rory missing the cut here last year, but did finish 5th in 2011. Roberto Castro has his hands full with this one.
Well, from a downhill lie and deep rough here, really just trying to get it inside 10 feet, not get too careless.
I'd say just put it on.
Yeah.
From there.
A little unfortunate, kind of landed in the rough, took a lot of the speed off that ball, and really from that missing it that far left, he's just trying to take 5 out of the equation.
Yeah, give me a 4 and let me move on.
Yep.
Mentioned that opening round 63 for Castro at the Players this year. It resulted in a tie for 19th. Now Ishikawa from behind the green.
Well, he's 182nd and scrambling for the year. He was faced with a very difficult one and did a very good job to keep it on the green. It's just such a small margin of error here at the 12th. Short, very difficult bunk shot, long, pitching from a downhill lie out of the rough.
Justin Hicks, look from the other side of the green here.
Oh, how about it? Why wouldn't you?
Pretty special right there. Yeah, I'd shake my head too.
Back-to-back birdies. Birdie the 11th, the par 5. So yeah. Nice little start to the week for Justin. You think he'll wear the Michigan colors at all?
That would be pretty gutsy.
Yeah, why not? I see they're not playing. They've taken Notre Dame off the schedule starting 2000. Isn't that a heck of a rivalry in college football, Notre Dame, Michigan?
I think it's the reverse. I think Notre Dame took Michigan off their schedule.
Let's have another look here at the touch of Hicks from behind the green.
Very nice. In fact, the coach for Michigan, Brady Hoke, he made a statement about that. But that nice little shot from behind the green. That's not a easy up and down, let alone making it. We saw Chalmers kind of in this same range. This is a little bit different angle that Castro has.
It still has to deal with this slope here.
Yeah, a little bit of a double breaker, but this is all about pace.
From 46 feet away, and the pace was very good. So Castro in damage control after a poor tee shot. Looks like he's going to get out of here with a 4. Former Georgia Tech standout, 118th on last year's money list to keep his card. And one of many Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets out here on the PGA Tour. Battled back nicely on the weekend at the Players. Shot that 63 on day 1 and buckled a bit on Friday to shoot 77, but held it together in tough conditions over the final 36 holes there.
So tough to follow up a course record tying 63, yeah, especially at the player, an event of the magnitude of the Players Championship. And you know, there was just, I think he handled himself well in the scrutiny.
Ishikawa 9 feet.
Well, we know what to do. Josh Teeter, Ishikawa hit it over the green, pitch it through past the hole, and just make that 8-footer for ho-hum 3.
Good showing in Dallas for the young phenom from Japan, tied for 10th at the Nelson a couple of weeks ago. His best finish of the season. Next group coming through, J.J. Henry, Justin Leonard, and Mark Wilson. Looks like Wilson will be first to play here. Mark at -1, coming off birdie back at the par 5 11th.
Good golf swing here. Pretty simple. Keeps the club on plane. Well balanced.
Top 40 on tour in greens and regulation, averaging just under 68%.
Get out, get out, get out, get out.
He was calling it down. That one looks like it may have hopped off the back edge of the green.
Well, at least it's laying in the flat part of the bunker. That make it still nearly impossible to keep that on the green.
That's a scary shot.
If you can get that within 10 feet, you're going to be happy.
Well, 10 feet's on the fringe, Billy, so it's still good.
Yeah.
There's Justin Leonard, bogeyed the 10th, birdied 11. 12 times PGA Tour champion. His first coming back in '96 at the Buick Open.
Should be a nice, comfortable 7-iron for Justin. That 2 heading left.
Catches that bunker over the green.
Been a while since Leonard has lifted a trophy out here. Memphis in 2008. That's next week's stop, in fact, a week before the U.S. Open at Marion. That's a 5-year drought. Same length of time that Boo Weekley had gone between victories before donning the tartan jacket at the Colonial last week.
Very impressive last round, final round by Weekley. Well, he could have, I mean, he could have absolutely put it away early on the back 9. Missed a few putts, but now J.J. Henry.
Another good ball striker inside the top 20 in greens and regulation.
Now, he likes to work the ball predominantly right to left. I would think this would be a hard hole location for him. Yeah.
Well, to me, in this situation, Billy, you just play your normal shot shape. You take it at the flag, maybe a little left, and if you hit it straight, it's fine. If you turn it over, which you did, go a little further, he's faced with a very difficult bunker shot.
Now, if you like bunker shots, this is your group. We'll have 3 of them when we come back after this break. Matt Jones has the early lead here at the Memorial Tournament, 3 under through 5 holes. Josh Teeter, who we saw come through here at the 12th earlier, is at -2 along with Brant Jobe and Scott Brown. Just 9 players in red numbers here in the early going.
What J.J. Henry's looking is at where do I have to land this, kind of feeling out the green with his feet, seeing where the slope is. It's just pitched the whole thing from where his ball lays to the. This is just, I'm a little late there, but this is just all straight downhill, and you've just got to find a spot where you can land it that you can hit some semblance of a good shot.
Combine the difficulty of this shot with the fact that Henry's 174th on tour in sand save percentage at 38%, and an up and down does not look likely here.
And he'll probably make it. Lie is good. Firmly packed sand.
Easy. Hangs up on the bank.
Very fortunate that Mr. Nicklaus let that rough grow a little longer. Keep that ball.
Yeah, I would
on
think.
the bank.
I would think you have a better chance of seeing someone hit it in the water out of a bunker,
Yeah,
than you will off the tee today.
see, I think that you nearly have to get creative here and kind of go up in this spot here, and then just hopefully it kind of pitches to the right instead of taking dead aim at the flag. Old chunk and run there from that won't stay on the green either. Justin Lin, decent bunker plays, getting it up and down a little over 50% of the time, as is Mark Wilson. It just shows the difficulty of this hole. You have to be so precise off the tee to avoid the front bunker, the back bunker, and the rough. Otherwise, you're looking. You got to make a 10-footer to avoid making a bogey.
And I think the difficulty factor increases with the elevated tee. You know, that green sits down below you. Even though there's no wind, there's always that vague 5, 6, 7 yards that you can't factor in because you cannot come up short.
Wilson does look to be looking a little left here, Craig.
Little different angle though from where the other two were. Oh, I love the abbreviated follow-through. A lot of speed, put a lot of spin on it.
Pretty fancy. Best of the 3.
Still wanders by 8 or 9 feet.
It's about the only way you're going to be able to impart any kind of spin on it at all is with some speed, and it just goes barely about 2 inches outside the left edge. Really good bunker shot.
So all 3 players found the bunker with their tee shots, and only one able to find the green after his bunker shot. And this, of course, the signature design of Jack Nicklaus's worldwide golf course design business. There's the numbers. This, of course, is a preview of the President's Cup. We'll be back here in early October as Muirfield Village hosts the Cup.
And the only course to host a Ryder Cup, Solheim Cup, and when they have the President's Cup here in late September. Pretty nice honor for Muirfield Village.
J.J. Henry nearly flipped that one in for 3.
I think they've had a couple of U.S. amateurs here as well back maybe in the 80s.
So a drop shot here for J.J. Henry, 2-time winner on the tour. He took the title in Reno last year. Breakthrough came in '06 in Hartford, the year he made the U.S. Ryder Cup team. Leonard now.
Surprised, looks like the ball's sitting up. Surprised he's not taking the flag out.
Yeah, see, I like the flag. I like the flag in.
You do?
Yeah.
Well, I think if you, personally, if you feel like you can make that, I don't want that flag stick to be a hindrance. Just too many times if the ball has a little too much speed, it catches that flag and it's going to cream off. If it's not in there, it's going to catch the back of the hole and go in.
Sounds like somebody that threw it in the hole on 16 and 18 at one particular golf course I remember.
You know, I had to chip well, though. I had to get up and down par.
That's not true.
You only hit about 4 greens that day for crying
4
out loud.
fairways.
That's not true.
4 fairways, 4 pars.
All right, so
Well done.
Wilson, you look at his numbers on the season.
Yeah, very, very poor performance up to this point for Mark Wilson with what he's done in previous years. Usually gets off to a really quick start on the West Coast. Very, very sluggish and slow this year.
Third at Arnold Palmer, the Arnold Palmer Invitational, Bay Hill. That's a difficult golf course, so maybe that translates into playing well here at Jack Nicklaus's venue here at Muirfield Village.
Yeah, I don't think you would pull up Mark Wilson's name as one to contend at the Arnold Palmer
No, not at all. Not at all.
This is this putt for bogey. You start out with a bogey on 10, then you come back birdie at 11. Now you're working hard for a bogey here at 12.
Just inside 5 feet. Just move slightly left. Snuck it in that right edge.
So Leonard, it's a +1. Winner of the Players' Championship back in 1998, the year after he won the Open Championship at Troon.
And has had a second here in 2000.
He's had a chance to win 2 or 3 majors. He was in that playoff at Carnoustie with Laurie and Van de Velde. You look at Wingfoot, Davis Love winning the PGA Championship there. Leonard was right on his heels. He's had some opportunities to put 3 or 4 majors on his resume, but just the one, the Open Championship.
Whistling Straits PGA with Vijay Singh and DeMarco as well.
So
here's Mike Weir battling back from a number of injuries over the last few years.
really good to see him playing well. He seems like he's having a lot more fun out there, and he's making some cuts now. As you said, Swanee, moving in the right direction finally.
He was working with Grant Waite, and I'm not sure if he still is, but I talked to Grant at the a little while ago, and he said it was amazing to see the improvement on the range. But once he got to the course, he was really, really struggling. So hit some shots well offline, and so that's the confidence. Once you've really struggled and lost all of the confidence, to try and find it. You can do it on the range, but to try and find it again on the course is something completely different.
Good golf course for KJ Choi, the 2007 champion here at Muirfield Village.
You know, it's a big golf course, but as I said earlier, I think the mistake is that people just assume that it's a big hitter's get course. This guy,
Steve Stricker's won this event.
Yeah, is a very accurate player, and ooh, that's not going to be good.
Carl Pedersen won here. Bart Bryant. You know, you've got your bombers. You've got Tiger Woods has won it 5 times. Kenny Perry 3 times. Justin Rose hits it a long way. He won in 2010.
But I think it's a golf course that offers a lot of players a chance to win, especially if you're a really good iron player.
Michael Thompson will be next to play. Honda Classic champion this year.
Speaking of winning, good to see. Real strong left-hand grip. Fights the hook. This will be an awkward hole location to get in touch with.
Didn't make it all the way into the bunker.
I don't know if that's a good break or bad. It looks like the ball's sitting up okay, but we haven't seen. It's pretty difficult getting the ball to stay on the green from that back bunker.
Mike Weir, the only player in this group to find the green here at 12. Tee shot of KJ Choi hopped into the back bunker here.
If there's a man that can do it, KJ can. Second on tour in sand state percentage, 67+%. Got to create a lot of speed, launch it way up in there, and try and put some spin on it.
Usually doesn't spin a bunker shot.
He's trying. Really got that came out with a lot of elevation. And as we've seen so far this morning, it will wander on by.
It's about the best you can do.
Yep, absolutely it is.
Well, get ready for every event with PGA Tour.com's in-depth preview coverage, from expert picks and power rankings to help with your fantasy team. PGA Tour.com will prepare you for every event. Visit PGA Tour.com each week for more. All right, that is the lie that Michael Thompson's dealing with here.
Proximity of the rough is about 7.5 feet for Michael. This might have been one of the toughest he's faced all year. Again, pitching on a down slope, and very difficult to put any sort of control the spin on the ball. And the smart thing is these guys are doing, these guys are the best players in the world. They're leaving it in the right spot to give them the best opportunity to make that 6, 7, 8 footer for their par, putting straight back up the hill.
Mentioned the Honda win. It got him into the Cadillac Championship at Doral the very next week. Played well, kept it going, had a top 10 finish there at TPC Blue Monster.
Can't wait to go back there next year and see the changes. Gil Hant's team and Mr. Trump are going to make it. It's a great venue, has been for a long time, but I think it's become a little outdated. A lot of changes to certainly the first hole. They're going to change the par 5. They're going to move the green up and to the left, and it'll be fun to get back there and check it out.
Now 35 feet here for Mike Weir. He had to burn a top 25 career money list exemption this year. He's been working off a major medical the last couple of years. He went a long time, nearly 2 years, without making a cut, and as you see, he's made 5 in 13 events this season.
Made the last 2 cuts that he's made at Wells Fargo and Byron Nelson.
That's just about spot on. That's just about perfect speed right there. $13 on the step meter. By the way, that's quick.
Yes.
Mike's going to go ahead and finish up here.
That is really quick. That's like getting a new pair of PF Flyers, just putting them on.
In for a par for the 8-time PGA Tour winner, Masters champion, of course, in 2003. That was a 3-win season for the Canadian. Breakthrough coming in his native Canada, winning in Vancouver back in 1999.
The par 4 where he holed the second shot for eagle.
14.
The applause, the yells, I mean, they were so loud.
You could hear it through most of British Columbia, I think. KJ about 10 feet here for his par.
He's kind of gone back and forth, Perksy, with you know, the putter grips. He's now back to just kind of the standard size grip.
I just didn't quite get it started high enough.
He was actually the first player that I saw that would use the oversized grip and used it pretty effectively. As we take another look, you can see that ball just kind of skid right off the putter face quickly.
So bogey for the Korean here at 12, drops to 1 over.
But he'll try a few different things. Yeah, I remember at the Open Championship when he went side saddle.
Had Andy Prodger on the bag for a little while.
That lasted a day, that side saddle.
In competition, he used
In competition.
He's worked extremely hard on his golf swing with Steve Band. He and Dale Lynch, the two Australians that have come over here and set up shop, and a lot of talented players in their stable.
There's Michael Thompson, normally a very reliable putter.
As is the case here at the 12th. Nice up and down out of that intermediate rough between the green and the bunker.
Southeastern Conference Player of the Year at Alabama 2008. Former U.S. Amateur runner-up. Adam Scott, Ernie Els, Charles Schwartzel. Pretty glitzy international grouping coming to the tee next year.
May see these guys in October. Back here.
Yeah, they'll all be high on the list. The President's Cup international team standings.
Here's Schwartzel, the South African, in his 6th appearance here. Just one top 20 to show for it last year.
Well, I think he's had a really good ball striking year. Finished the year 2012, played well. Came out again on fire at the beginning of this year. Just such a solid golf swing.
Yeah, 30th on tour in the ball striking category. That basically includes everything, all the 8 different categories, and a good shot there, hole high, left of the flag.
Real
smart.
Hard to find any flaws in that swing at all, isn't it?
No. There's a handful. He and Louis Oosthuizen, I think Jason Day, Adam Scott, I think probably you could throw some personal preference in there in the top 5 swingers on tour.
Well, 3 in this group here, Scott, along with Els.
I could throw Tiger and Justin and Mahan.
Looked like he was holding that off, trying to cut that, get to that right hole location.
Best of the day that we've seen.
That might be the best all day.
Dazzling shot there from the Masters champion. And a real good look at birdie.
Really hasn't had all that sparkling a performance here at Muirfield. You would think that he would play well here. But I think a lot of it has to do with the putting. The being able to get the ball up and down, because when you look at Adam Scott, he's like 38th on tour and getting the ball up and down out of bunkers, and 13th in proximity.
Yeah, 2 top 5s for Adam and 7 starts here at Memorial.
Here's Ernie, bogey the 10th, par 11.
Ooh, that's headed towards the bunker. Get down, get down, get out. Okay. So all 3 players find the green here at the 12th. Ernie's going with the comfort look, going with the shoes.
Comfortable looking shot there. 3 of them, in fact. 3 birdie opportunities at 12 when we come back. Back live on the 12th green here. John Swantek, Bill Kratzer. Craig Perks will rejoin us a little bit later on. We'll be with you all day covering the action here at 12 and some coverage of 16. The last of the par threes on the golf course a little bit later in the day. And a grouping of major champions here. Two of them, the owners of green jackets, Charles Schwartzel, and of course this year's winner, Adam Scott, playing with Ernie Els, who'll be first to attempt birdie here.
He'll defend the Open Championship at Muirfield, where he won his first Open Championship.
And a past champion here as well, just inside 40 feet here for Ernie.
Well, again, this is all about pace. Far enough up into the green that the beginning of this putt is going to move from his left to right. Just slide it down there, and then once it reaches near the hole, it's just going to move just ever so slightly. And right there, just a little gentle movement to the right. Good pace. Really good pace.
First appearance for Els since the Players Championship. Missed the cut there. Didn't play either of the events in Texas the last couple of weeks. And in for a par.
Played over at the BMW last week at Wentworth.
Teo Manacero, the champion there.
Very impressive.
As we mentioned, this will be the venue for the President's Cup in early October, and all three players in this group will most likely be represented by the international team. 1, 3, and 4 in the standings.
Yeah, I think I heard where the top 6 are pretty much locked in right now.
Top 10 will qualify in points, so then the international team captain Nick Price will round out his roster with a couple of captain's picks. Okay, Schwartzel from just about 28 feet.
Yeah, pretty much the same line as Ernie, maybe just a little bit more up the hill. Also pretty good speed there. Had a nice chance at the Byron Nelson to win. Actually struck the ball quite nicely. Just did not convert a lot of putts. Missed a lot of putts from the 8 to 10 foot range.
How about the start to Schwartzel's season? Winning by 11 in Thailand. That was actually last December. And then by 12 in South Africa. Back-to-back starts.
Yeah, he really played well. Closing out 2012. Hasn't won this year as of yet, but certainly has had the opportunities.
Third at the Nelson in Dallas a couple of weeks ago, where Schwartzel missed the cut at Colonial. All right, Scott now trying to capitalize on easily the best tee shot of the day we've seen thus far.
Hadn't played a lot of golf on the PGA Tour this year, just 6 starts. Of course, the win that you mentioned, the most important of his career, the Masters.
32 years of age, just over 200 starts on the PGA Tour. Scott, of course, you know the story now, was in control of the Open Championship last year that went to Ernie Els as Els won his second claret jug. Yeah, good stroke. Walked it in there, didn't he?
That he did. Easily the best shot of the day up to this point. You kind of wonder how he would ever play bad or play poorly with the golf swing that he has.
So one star-studded group exits, and another one waits on the tee. Rory McIlroy, Bubba Watson, and Justin Rose coming through next.
Oh.
And here's Bubba.
Yeah, this 179. This could be anywhere from an 8-iron to a wedge. He took a little bit off of that.
He was calling it down. That will be a very awkward shot from the bunker for the left-hander. There's the lie. Watson coming off birdie back at 11.
Yeah, that's although because he is left-handed, he may be able to toss it up to the left of the hole and just let it drift down. But now McIlroy also with 8-iron. That's left of the hole. Safe.
Birdie at 10 for Rory, a par at 11. His first appearance in the States since the tie for 8th at the Players Championship. Here's Justin Rose, one of the past champions in the field. Winner back in 2010, defeated Ricky Fowler by 3 shots that year.
Yeah, worked pretty hard on the range the last couple of days with his swing coach, Sean Foley. They're trying to get a little more connected with the arms and the turn, the circle of the golf swing. Trying to keep the toe of the club from closing down too quickly. Justin going with just 1 club more, going with 7-iron. But always just perfect posture. That's left also. But almost the perfect weight. And it's going to ease its way back down.
11th best on tour and hitting greens this year. Justin Rose at 70%. Right on the button. And finds the green here. He'll have a birdie chance when we come back. Live coverage from Muirfield Village all day long on PGATour.com. This happened just a moment ago at the 12th. Bubba Watson.
Just no way to stop the ball.
And now back live, and birdie putts upcoming for McIlroy and Rose. Rory close to 60 feet here, clear across the green.
Yeah, there's enough tilt coming off the back bunker that he's going to have to throw this about 3 or 4 feet left of the hole and then let it just kind of slide down. And then you saw how quick it is from the bunker shot of Bubba. So green's running at 13 on the step meter. That is not even close. Not even close to high enough. It's almost like he was playing that putt to go straight, and there may be some influence coming off that bunker.
Rory coming off a missed cut at the BMW PGA Championship in Wentworth last week, the European Tour's flagship event. Still waiting for the explosive McIlroy that we've come to appreciate from the last couple of years. Very inconsistent performance all around the globe this year for the world number 2.
Yeah, I think the adjustment period with the equipment is pretty much run its course. Now it's all about producing on the golf course, get your swing organized, and move on from there.
Rose from 33 feet.
This will drift a little bit to his right as it starts losing speed. Pretty good line there.
Thought about diving in. Very comfortable on this layout, Justin Rose. Looks forward to coming back here every year. This was the first win on the PGA Tour for the Englishman back in 2010. And as you see, experience has been a key factor in winning here through the years. There's only been 3 players who won the event while in their 20s. Now that's Bubba's 3rd. So a short one left for bogey.
Take a look at it right here, and this one looked like we had some action right there, and you can see it just kind of peel off towards the front of the green right at the very end.
Quiet season for that man thus far. Tied for 50th at Augusta in his title defense. Just a couple of top 20 finishes. McIlroy for his par.
He's going to try to move a little bit to the right, but not a whole lot.
Nearly traveled right over the ball mark of Watson there, so it's going to be a drop shot for Rory here.
As big as that ball mark is, if it had hit it, it has stopped it. Ooh, he's not done yet.
Well, this is sloppy right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a spectacular blonde behind me. I'm sure it's
Now this is for a 4-putt. I don't think I've ever witnessed Rory 4-putting.
Yeah, thought that one might be headed for the water. Well off the mark with the first putt from 60 feet. Tried to jam the second one in. Was quick and careless with the third. And it's a 5 for McIlroy, who drops to 1 over. Now Rose, a short one for his par. Missed cut at the Players Championship for Justin.
And I thought that was surprising with the way that he had kind of been playing and working into the week. I did not foresee him missing the cut there. I thought he would be a contender at week's end. But he and Sean, they've worked pretty hard, as I said, the last couple of days, trying to get the feel back, trying to get to where the compressing of the golf ball is a little more to what his standard is. Just a little off right now. No. Bubba for bogey. So a 3, a 4, and a 5.
Off they go to the par 4 13th here at Muirfield Village. And our next group has already hit the tee. Derek Ernst, Scott Stallings, and Kyle Stanley. Stallings played well at the Colonial last week.
Yes, he did.
Good start today at 2 under.
Wind's really picking up.
And he has the tee here. Birdie's at 10 and 11 to begin his week.
Pretty powerful player. See, just about 2 yards, 2 steps too long. And that is going to be a very difficult little pitch shot to get close.
4 rounds in the 60s for Stallings at Colonial, and it was a tie for 4th finish. 179. That's the number here at 12 from the Nikon Callaway rangefinder.
Players are kind of jockeying back and forth between 7-iron, 8-iron. Just all depends what they want to do with the shot.
Derek Ernst will be next. You know the story. He was the 4th alternate going into the week at the Wells Fargo Championship in Charlotte, and then was the man lifting the trophy at Quail Hollow on Sunday evening, defeating David Lynn in the playoff.
Yeah, very impressive in the playoff. Iron shot he hit on the 18th hole.
He had only made 2 cuts on the season coming into that week. It was a magical performance for Ernst, who earned his card at the qualifying tournament last fall.
Yeah, it looked like he'd been in the situation several times before, the way that he handled the pressure. I look like a little 6-iron trying to tone it down, and that is way, way, way too much club. The mark in the bunker, all the way in the back lip.
There was a quick glance back at the caddy as that ball was in flight. There was a lot of indecision on the club pole prior to the shot. Now here's Stanley.
It wouldn't surprise me to see Kyle Stanley hit 8-iron. Now the wind's starting to swirl a little bit. That's when the 12th hole, and not that it hasn't been interesting up to this point, but this is when this hole becomes very interesting for the players. That's a lot of loft on that club. That is an 8-iron. Yeah, perfect club.
So Stanley aboard here at 12. Chance for a birdie. When we come back, Matt Jones and Josh Teeter share the early lead here at 3 under par. Welcome back to our live coverage here from Muirfield Village. You can take the PGA Tour with you. Visit PGATour.com from your mobile browser. Download the PGA Tour iPhone app from the App Store. Or get the new PGA Tour Android app from the Android market today. Don't miss another shot. Get it now. 3 under par, the early pace here. Matt Jones making the turn. Josh Teeter playing his 9th hole of the day. They're at -3. Derek Ernst has found the bunker here behind the green at 12.
And he's on just a little bit of a downward pitch in the bunker. Just really no chance of getting this ball close to the hole. Yeah, about the only way you're going to get it close is if you happen to hit the flagstick.
35% conversion rate from the bunker this year for Ernst. That's 181st on tour, near the bottom.
You have a 64-degree sand wedge. This is almost an impossible shot. Well done. Very well done. It's going to be about 12 feet.
A reasonable chance for par. Former UNLV star.
And just kind of carrying his own bag. I'll get that out of your way.
Stallings now.
This is a hard shot. Look how much weight is on that front leg. I mean, 95% on that front leg. It's hard to do because of the slope. You're never going to be able to actually slide the club up underneath to get the ball high in the air. to where you can land it softly. But boy, look at that flex of the left knee. You could see how low the ball came out off the club face. With that much slope, you're just never able to get the club underneath it, to elevate it, to hit it softly.
Stallings a winner in each of his first 2 seasons on the PGA Tour. The Greenbrier Classic 2011, then won in Mississippi last year.
Yeah, I think the win in Mississippi kind of came right out of the blue. But he had been injured early in the year. Had to take some time off, and in fact he was injured before going to Augusta, and then played Augusta, and just didn't start hitting on all cylinders until Mississippi.
Stanley will be next, 41 feet. He had a long spell after his victory in Scottsdale last year without a top 10 finish. And he had a little spark in late April. Was 3rd in New Orleans, 6th in Charlotte. Back-to-back starts. Talented young player out of Clemson University.
Yeah, nice little rally by Stanley. One of the players that really uses the line on the golf ball almost exclusively. And you could see that he'd put the line down, and then he'd kind of plumb bob it with the putter to make sure that the line was on the intended line that he wanted to start the ball. Very precise in what he's trying to do with the putter. And that is a lot of poor pace there. Saw McIlroy. I don't know what happened to Rory with his putt.
Resulted in a 4 putt for McIlroy. Stanley looked like he was a little fooled on that one as well.
Well, once you come over that little bit of a rise, and there's that slope coming off that back bunker, once you come over that little rise, you get the feeling that everything is just down towards the water, down towards that front bunker, and everything, the pace of the green is going to quicken considerably, and it's actually pretty level over there.
Just about 11 feet for Derek Ernst here.
Obviously players wear wristbands, but he's got a pair of them.
Nice work.
That's a 10 out of 10 on the up and down. You get it up and down out of the bunker in the back from where Ernst had it. That's a job well done.
He actually shared the opening round lead in Charlotte. Went wire to wire. Only Ernst and Jim Furyk have been able to do that at the Wells Fargo through the years. 10 feet for Stallings par to remain 2 under.
Not a lot of movement in this putt, Swanee.
Also very nice up and down. So Stallings stays at -2.
Saw Josh Teeter make it earlier from there. Ishikawa make it earlier from there. Now Scott Stallings. It's a nice save. That's a nice start. Opening up on the back 9.
What do you think of Muirfield Village as a match play venue for the President's Cup in October?
I think it's going to be very interesting, just from the standpoint that in October, the fall of the year, this golf course has a chance to play hard, fast, and quick. I think there's a really good chance that the players are going to see a completely different golf course than what they see late May, early June. Late May, early June, they see a softer golf course. Fall of the year, nice 3 by Kyle Stanley, nice 2-putt. They're going to see a firm, hard golf course, and their sight lines off the tee are going to be totally different.
Some terrific finishing holes here on the golf course as well. Down the stretch of some tight battles that we anticipate at the President's Cup this year. Yeah, a lot of big events here through the years, beginning with the U.S. Junior Am back in '86. The Ryder Cup matches, of course, in 1987.
They couldn't fill that creek up on the left quick enough, the U.S. team. I think every match, the 18th hole that came to the 18th, every match that came to the 18th hole, the 18th hole was lost by the U.S. team.
We saw the next group on the tee. There they are, James Driscoll playing with Luke Guthrie and Brian Harmon today.
It's good to see that Driscoll's still working out.
Probably doesn't miss too many sessions in the gym.
No.
This guy here. Even par start to his day.
Very diligent.
And he's a Boston-based guy. Donated a lot of money to the Boston Strong relief efforts. And the few weeks after the bombings up there in Massachusetts.
That's moving towards the center of the green left, and that's, is that going to be hard? That's going to be standing in the bunker, trying to flip it over the corner of the bunker. That's just nasty. That's got nasty all over it.
Guthrie will be next. He's one over. Rookie out here on the PGA Tour. Winner last year on the Web.com Tour. Number 2 on the money list, in fact. All-American from the University of Illinois. First appearance here this week.
Yeah, you can see Guthrie just taking a peek up at the tops of the trees. Just trying to get an idea as to what this wind is doing.
Been a good season for Luke.
Yeah, he's played well, but it's been quiet. You know, there's never been that flash where all of a sudden you're saying his name all the time.
Third at the Honda, highest finish of the year.
That's got to be left. You're hoping that one gets back in the bunker. The difficulty of club selection here at the 12th, unbelievably hard.
Yeah, it's left Guthrie scratching his head here. So the green is open from Brian Harmon. Certainly more favorable looking shot to the left-hander here. And this will be in the air quickly.
See him just kind of gripping down on it just a little bit. Going with a 7-iron. Just trying to tone it down just a little bit.
Ooh, took an aggressive line, went right at it. And looks to have found the front bunker. So some scrambling to do here for this grouping. Just 2 birdies so far today. The 12th has been a handful, and it will be for Driscoll, Guthrie, and Harmon when we come back. Luke Guthrie operating from the bunker here at 12, just about 50% on the season.
Well, and getting the ball up and down from this particular situation is less than 50%. You can see the feet well above the ball, you know, just trying to slide the club face underneath this. It's just so hard. There's just, you can't afford to go long into the water. Now you're faced with a pretty difficult little bunker shot here, but I would think if you can put enough height on it from here, you're close enough up to the green that you might be able to get it within 5 feet. Now, hit that fat. Hit it heavy, no spin.
Guthrie really grinding here. 3 shots to there. It still hasn't found the green.
Well, the problem was the tee shot. He can say that I had no chance no matter what, but it was poor club selection. And here's the nasty one.
53 feet 11 inches according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder. James Driscoll. This is going to take some creativity and touch.
A lot of times in this situation, when the ball is probably a little over 2 feet, maybe 2.5 feet above, a lot of times a player will catch it high on the club and it'll come out dead and you'll leave it way short.
You saw Driscoll choke all the way down to the metal as he plays this one.
And he's going to try to crowd the ball. See, he's trying to get in as close as he can. Just try to crowd it. And there's that dead shot. I mean, it's amazing how many times that happens. I would say it happens a good 85% of the time. Take another look. And you hit it about 2 lines high. You hit it high on the club face, comes out dead. Therefore, it doesn't carry the rough, and it kicks down 20 feet short of the hole.
Brian Harmon in the background there down in that front bunker.
You certainly have a chance out of this bunker to where you can get it within 5 feet, 6 feet.
Disgusted with himself. Barely got it out of there. Tried to be a little too fine with it, perhaps.
It's hard to do. It's hard to do, but watch, see the quick, abrupt swing from a short bunker shot. Players have more success out of that with that shot if it's a longer, slower swing. Then the ball is elevated quicker, comes out softer. The guys that try to spin it from there, like Brian just did, little success rate.
Guthrie took the flagstick out. So we saw McIlroy make 5 earlier after a 4-putt, and it's a double bogey here for Guthrie as well. Left his second in the bunker. That drops Luke back to 3 over.
Yeah, and again, it's all club selection. And 3 over through 3. You're in for a long day unless you can turn it around really quick. All these players started on the 10th hole.
.21 feet here for Driscoll. 2-time runner-up on the PGA Tour. Both in playoffs, in fact. New Orleans back in 2005. He lost to Tim Petrovic. Zach Johnson beat him at the Valero in San Antonio in '09.
Actually, the guys, they've been able to read this putt from here. They've taken enough of the slope out that it's a pretty easy read from here.
Driscoll pours one in for his third straight par of the day. And he donated money for every birdie and eagle he made for a few weeks there in the aftermath of the bombings in his hometown of Boston. Generated a lot of money for the relief efforts up there in the Northeast. And Brian Harmon's came to rest just up against the collar there. Putter's out though.
Yeah, it's gonna, you can see that he's gonna have to just keep it right on top of that step cut. You can see him kind of lean it forward, come in a little bit steeper with the putter, just kind of pop it a little bit.
Three, a 4, and a 5 from this group again. It's back-to-back bogeys for the former University of Georgia standout Brian Harmon.
Seen 3 Bulldogs: Bubba Watson, Eric Compton, Brian Harmon.
There'll be more to come, I'm sure.
I think you're right.
Charlie Wee, Nicholas Thompson, Graham Dillette. That's who's coming next to the tee here. This is the last group from that morning split that began at the 10th. We will be first to play. Pars at 10 and 11.
You know, not a significant amount of wind. I'm looking at the trees in the background, just trying to pick up a little bit, but what wind there is should be a little left, right, maybe in. That could be good. If that gets racing down this slope, that could be pretty good. Okay. Still good. I thought it was going to be a little bit better than that. Good shot by the Charlie. Continually works hard on his game. Works hard on the positions in the golf swing. You always see him on the range. Good putter. Had a couple opportunities to win, just hadn't closed the deal.
Nick Thompson, pars at 10 and 11.
This might be the most violent golf swing on tour.
Violent is a very apt description.
That is a home run right there. Touch them all.
Oh boy, that's not going to be fun. He knew it the moment it came off the club face.
Oh.
There it is.
That's double nasty there.
Graham Dillette next to play.
You knew he'd have a colorful outfit on.
A nice little run here the last few weeks. 26th at the Players, tied for 10th at the Nelson, and then 22nd at the Colonial last week. Shot 74 on Sunday to fall out of the top 10.
That's the same outfit Perks had on earlier today.
Oh, looking skyward. And the Canadian launching that one straight up into the air. How about that one?
That is the best of the day. Not only is it the closest, it's underneath the hole, straight in. That's going to be our third birdie, Swanee.
Yeah, just 2 so far in the day, but Graham Dillette taking the most aggressive line at the flag we have seen all morning long here. So good it was worth another look.
Look at this. Look how close. Ooh, just right over that little step cut, right onto the fringe. Just a gentle fall from there. 5.5 feet.
A sensational shot for Graham Dillette. We'll see if he can convert the back end for a birdie when we come back. Interesting collection of shots here from Nicholas Thompson, Charlie Wee, and Graham Dillette. A little variety, a little bit of everything. And here's what Thompson's dealing with for his second.
This is such a hard shot. Actually, be very happy to keep this one on the green. Has to play it well left. Let it just kind of ooze down the hill. Ooh.
Not what he had in mind.
That's back-to-back home runs.
Well, where's the drop?
I'd go with the drop zone.
He's looking that way, isn't he?
Well, you don't want that one again. The smart move would be to go to the drop zone.
Yeah, well, they're calling for a rules official here. He wants to be certain of what his options are.
You certainly you don't want to go across the water, as you can see where the spectators are.
No, but I made him feel better.
But you can see the yellow line there, so a water hazard, not a lateral. So now your option is where it last entered the hazard, you keep that point between you and the hole, so that means he'd have to go across the water over where the spectators were, or you can redrop it into the bunker where you just played your shot, or you can go to the drop zone, which is on the lower tee across the water back towards where they teed off from. It's just like 2 tiers down.
Well, this is no bargain over here in the direction that he's headed. Looks like he's drop zone bound.
And I think he's using the only one that makes sense to me, going to the drop zone.
That's the walk of shame for Nicholas Thompson right now. About to play his 4th shot.
That's a tough walk for the caddy. I mean, that's on the side of the hill. That's a big lean to the left.
Toting the luggage.
But Charlie Wee's going to go ahead and putt. And you can see the drop zone. That's on that forward tee.
All right, Charlie Wee. Good look right down the line here for birdie.
Looking for this ball to move a little bit to his left.
You got it.
7 cut.
Charlie Wee to 1 under. One of the best putters out here, usually inside the top 20 strokes gained putting the last couple of years. Poured that one in. Dillette is in there close, remember. We'll see if Thompson will be next to play. He will.
And you're kind of looking in that 95-yard range from this drop zone. And just to go back to a statement earlier, the first ball we saw in the water from a bunker. You're just not going to see it off the tee today. I just don't think there's enough wind to confuse the player. Now 2 in, 3 out, hitting 4. So now you have to get it up and down for a double bogey. We've already had 2 double bogeys.
Well, they're not holding anybody up. This was the last group off the 10th tee from that morning split.
That is a very steep slope in that bunker.
Oh no.
Got Jason Day, Matt Jones, Nicholas Colsarts over at the 11th green.
You're down here on this front tee, the forward tee. Watch the piece of turf that he's going to take out of this tee. This is going to be massive. Come on. Get on back there.
All right, not bad at all. So that for a 5. Nick Thompson off the web.com tour, 22nd on the money list last year of the 25 who earned their tour cards. So Dillette's going to go ahead here after that terrific shot. 4 feet 7 inches. Adam Scott's had been the closest of the day. So Dillette looking for the 4th birdie of the day on top of Charlie Wees a moment ago.
Yeah, this is, if you've ever seen the 4 foot 7 inch gimme, that is it on these greens. Uphill, just a slight bit of turn from right to left, just off center right. 4th birdie of the day.
Dillette to 1 under. '95th on the money list last year. Good showing at the Barclays to open the FedEx Cup playoffs at Bethpage. Here comes Nick Thompson back across the bridge. It's a lousy feeling as a player because you feel like you're holding your fellow competitors up, group behind.
And there's not too many players that are going to walk across that bridge twice.
No, I wouldn't think so.
For the week. But if you can get out of here with a double bogey, that's some pretty good work after a couple of poor shots. Tee shot.
Big brother of Lexi Thompson, of course, one of the young stars of the LPGA Tour.
Wow, do you see that? Just kind of, he's measuring that. He walked it off. Got it right to left. Saw this putt from Charlie Wee. Actually, this is the second half of the putt we just saw from Charlie Wee.
So that will be the highest score of the day here at 12. We've seen a couple of 5s already. And that one left for triple. One top 10 on the season for Nick Thompson. Came at the Humana Challenge. Shot 64 in the final round that day in the California desert. But he has been pummeled by the par 3 12th hole today. And it's left him muttering to himself as he scuffs off to the tee at 13. So that's the 10th and final group off the 10th tee from this morning. Jason Day, Matt Jones, Nicholas Colsaerts making their way over here momentarily. And with the first group off the first tee this morning at 7:20. And Colsaerts has got to get it turned around here. Some big numbers on the scorecard for the man from Belgium. Bogeys at 1, 2, and 3. Double the par 3/8. Day's at even par. Matt Jones is at -3. There's Colsaerts, a Ryder Cupper last year. What a performance on day 1 at Medina.
Whew.
Made everything.
I don't know if I'm seeing anybody putt quite that good.
Was it 8 birdies and an eagle? Something like that?
Home game. Jason Day.
Jason's wife Ellie from the Columbus area. They live here now. His countryman from Australia, Matt Jones, will be first to play. Clean scorecard through 11. And one off the lead, which now belongs to Scott Piercy, who's 4 under in his opening 7 holes.
Once they come up with a yardage, I like this routine. This routine's pretty quick.
Fast player, isn't he?
Very fast. Just touch a wind into the player's face, maybe just a little bit from the left. You can't really see it there with the flag stick, but the trees up at the tee, that's what the players are feeling.
You saw the leaderboard. Piercy at the top. Jones 1 back. He's only missed 2 greens today.
Yeah, that's, I mean, it's a look and a half a look, and the ball is gone.
Another one finds the bunker. So Jones, a quick player. Jason Day, a deliberate player. A couple of Aussies, opposite ends of the speed scale, you would say. Fifth appearance here. Best finish coming 4 years ago.
Really good golf swing. You see the abbreviated follow through, just trying to tone it down just a little bit. Just trying to keep that toe from closing over. Excellent golf shot. That's where the players are looking. 15, 18, 20 feet left of the hole. If it falls right, great. If it doesn't, accept the putt, move on.
Day had birdies at 6 and 7, but gave them both back with a double at 9 to shoot 36 on his front 9. Colsaert's coming off triple over at 11. Well, we've seen 11 groups come through now, 33 players. 13 balls have found the bunker here at 12 as our live coverage continues.
I'm here. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 Wanda.
Second for Nicholas Colsaerts from the back bunker.
Swanee talked about 13 players in the bunker. Only 2 have got it up and down. And we've seen that all morning. Very difficult shot, straight downhill. Nearly impossible to keep it on the green. Nicholas Colsaerts having a brutal day. Started the tournament Thursday morning, bogey, 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 and has consequently had a double and a triple as well.
Boys have had their hands full here at the 12th today. Here's Matt Jones.
He went a little bit more left of the flagstick. It's a little flatter over there. But now he's left with a little bit more difficult of a putt. Have some movement to it. Way back in the day, in 2000, I believe it was 2007, I played on the web.com tour in Lafayette with Matt Jones. And he'd been on the tour for 4 consecutive years, and I played 36 holes with him. I said, Matt, you're too good to be on this tour. You need to get your rear end moving, and consequently he actually made it to the PGA Tour next year. And it's had a, you know, he's just kind of, he's played enough out there. He's just kind of getting more comfortable as the years go by.
Colsaerts playing quickly at 6 over.
Take the flag out, try and chip it in. Oh, what a 3. Now that's considered up and down. There's 3 guys from that back bunker, but 6 over par.
He's known for his prodigious power off the tee, but he's got a very soft touch around the greens. Let's have another look at this one.
Yeah, just back in the stance, just kind of pop it. You can see the club kind of stopped a little bit through impact. It's that ryegrass rough that can be a little bit sticky at time. The rough also has a little bit of Kentucky bluegrass in it and fescue as well, about 3 inches. Very consistent around the entire golf course.
So Jason Day in search of just the 5th birdie of the day here. 19 feet away.
You do have some influence from the slope right here, but there's also a little bit of slope this way as well. So it may kind of move to the right, then back to the left at the end.
He's only made 6 putts between 15 and 20 feet on the season, but one of them came earlier today.
Great angle here. Move back to the right.
Is it high enough?
Yes, indeed. Beautiful putt there from Jason Day.
The pace and the line matched perfectly there for the Aussie, who puts the 5th birdie of the day on the board, and he moves it back into red numbers.
These bent grass greens at 13 on the stimp meter are just absolutely perfect.
And so was that putt. Matt Jones for his par now, settling in over this one.
3 birdies and no bogeys on the card. Can he maintain that? And he cannot. Another casualty from that rear bunker, the 12th.
First drop shot of the day for the 33-year-old Aussie from Sydney. Live coverage continues here on PGA Tour.com. The wind is kicking up here at the 12. There's a look at one of the many ShotLink lasers positioned around the golf course here at Muirfield Village, and each and every week out here on the PGA Tour. We certainly have the advantage of having ShotLink powered by CDW at our disposal to bring you all the relevant numbers and information throughout the course of our live coverage. Let's learn a little bit more now about the brains of the operation.
The numbers that are gathered week in and week out on the PGA Tour are so important to not only the media, but the fans. For instance, everyone wants to know how many greens in regulation did Phil Mickelson hit last week, or who had the longest drive on the PGA Tour, most likely Bubba Watson. All of that comes from this truck right here. ShotLink, powered by CDW, is the only place to get all of those numbers that go internationally, and we're about to take you inside all the action. So this is where all the magic happens, and joining me now is the ShotLink coordinator, Jason Larson. And Jason, this is such a huge process. We see these numbers go all around the world, but it seems like just a few people in here are getting the work done.
Yeah, more or less. We have about 14 members, staff members on site each week. This room right here is our central nervous system of ShotLink. It's basically where we make sure everything's running correctly.
I think the collaboration between CDW and the PGA Tour and the ShotLink team has been fantastic, and there's been all sorts of unanticipated benefits. So initially, ShotLink was really designed to be a system that captured data for historical purposes, but it's now being used by players to improve their game and really figure out where to focus when they're practicing. One of the things that CDW is doing now to ensure that that kind of continues is also augmenting the PGA Tour IT staff when necessary by using CDW professional services on an as-needed basis.
What's the first thing I should know about your area?
This is really the central nervous system here. This is the server rack. Inside this rack we have some IBM servers running a variety of ShotLink applications that do everything from just keeping track of the scores to doing all the math involved in the laser system. CDW wanted to make a big impact when they came in, and they did. We did basically a complete overhaul of the server area, which was the most important part of the truck. It takes a lot of processing power and a lot of networking power to pull this thing off every week.
CDW ensures the 256,000 pieces of data collected each week gets uploaded in real time, all collected with handheld devices and laser rangefinders.
This is one of our fairway lasers that we have set up at every landing area in the fairway. And what happens is a group is displayed on the GPS unit here. Once that group, a player from that group hits on the tee, a walking score hits shot hit on their device, and in turn that sends a message to our laser operator. And at that point the laser operator will actually shoot this laser. If they get the ball in the crosshair, they'll actually shoot the rangefinder at the ball. They hit enter, and it's sent to our truck in seconds where they will validate it.
Providing fast and accurate data around the world for the over 1.3 million shots hit each year on the PGA Tour is no small task. A team of producers validate every shot, finding solutions for every hurdle along the way.
One of the examples that I would be looking at during the week is this is Sergio Garcia on 10. The walking score has said that he hit it, his drive in the fairway, but our laser operators came up with it in the bunker. So my job is to find out which piece of information is correct. I can call the walking score on the radio or the laser operator and find out a grid coordinate, which is just they're looking at a map that's printed, and we can verify it, to make sure the laser was accurate.
This amazing technology is nothing new for the PGA Tour team. They've been teamed up with CDW since 2008, finding solutions to every problem along the way and delivering a quality product incredibly fast thanks to CDW technology.
Over the course of the last several years, we've been able to improve the fan experience by delivering data more quickly to both broadcasters, the website, PGAtour.com, and the world, really.
Our thanks to Amanda Balionis for bringing us that feature. Perksy, how many strokes in a typical tournament do you think we have out here on the PGA Tour? See if you can come within 3,000.
How many strokes? 72 holes.
You want to do the math? We'll go to a break.
5,000.
Close, 32,000
Oh.
in a typical tournament.
Oh, well.
I should have given you a little more lead time on that.
Yeah.
Could have done the
No,
numbers.
I'm sorry. Yeah, 10, yes, 28. Yeah, right. I was going 288. Give that by 100+ people. Yeah, I'm all way off. 30. How many? 32,000.
32,000. Very few from Scott Piercy and Scott Stallings today. They're the co-leaders at 5 under. Flag stick at the 12th today, and the flag starting to blow in the breeze just a little bit, making this already challenging hole a little bit more difficult as we await John Senden, William McGirt, Jordan Spieth. They're over there in the par 5 11th. Little gap here. A lot of groups that we're watching here. The 1:05 Eastern Time tee time. Matt Kuchar tied for second here in 2011. Webb Simpson was tied for 7th, and you see Hunter Mahan's numbers here through the years.
Yeah, it's really always been an incredible field here at Memorial. 120 players. There's 22 of the top 30 in the world, 24 of the top 30 in the FedEx Cup standings. I think 8 players with 10+ wins. It's always a stellar field at the Memorial Tournament.
Matt Kuchar coming off a second-place finish at the Crowne Plaza Invitational last week at Colonial. He is, of course, a former Players Champion. Let's spend a little time outside the ropes with Matt Kuchar.
Next on the tee, from Atlanta, Georgia, Matt Kuchar.
Barclays was such an exciting week for me. I was a few back going into Sunday, had a great Sunday and got in contention on the back 9, was still able to run through a couple birdies and end up getting into a playoff. I drove it in the left rough, 192 yards to the pin. My goal was to put this thing on the middle of the green. It landed perfectly, it was running up. I knew it was a great shot. Went to the back edge of the green, caught a little slope and funneled right over to the pin. I could not have drawn it up better. My goal was to put it on the middle, and it's a good shot that turned out incredible. If I wasn't a golfer, I'd be some sort of sportsman. Tennis was my best game as a kid. Horseshoes, I was a pretty good horseshoe player. Ping pong, I think you could be a good ping pong player for a long time. I might be an Olympic ping pong player. Worked 4 summers up at a camp in New Hampshire. It was certainly a highlight of my time growing up, but every now and then we'd have to clean septic tanks. And that was the worst job, but I'd have to classify it probably as the best job. It was up on Newfound Lake up in central New Hampshire, and just one of the prettiest places I've been, and a great place to spend summers. I think when I was young, I had a temper. I threw a club in the water. I was made to go get it. And so having to wade out in the water and feel with my feet where that club was a pretty strong lesson that I learned. I did not like that. It was quite embarrassing, and I don't think I've thrown many more clubs since then. I'm 50-50. If you text me more than 3 times within 2 minutes, I'm going to call you and say, I've had enough texting. Let's knock this thing out in the next 30 seconds. My first concert was Sister Hazel in Atlanta. Just one meal, I'd have blueberry pancakes, maple syrup, and some bacon. I think blueberry pancakes I could eat breakfast, lunch, or dinner. They're absolutely my favorite. Best sporting event, Red Sox Yankees. My dad grew up in New England, was a big Red Sox fan, and getting to go Fenway Park, see Red Sox Yankees is hard to beat. Best golf tip I've ever got. I'd have to say trying to eliminate club face rotation. It's taken some work, but I try to play almost shut to open. It has made me a better player. I don't know what people don't know about me. Pretty much a simple guy, just never wanted to grow up, never do want to grow up.
What a year for Kuchar, Perksy. He's developed into one of the most consistent players out here, and what a performance he delivered out in Tucson this year.
In the snow, but I think the next step is to win a major championship. And he's a simple guy. He's talking about eliminating the face rotation. I think Marion may be a good spot for Matt Kuchar to finally break through and get that all-elusive first major.
Okay, here we go. William McGirt playing with John Sinden and Jordan Spieth. They've hit the tee here at 12. McGirt is at level par, coming off birdie back at 11, his third of the day.
36 guys have played this hole so far. 36% of the field has hit this green. Sound a little chunky and left, but safely aboard. Be a difficult 2-putt. Some slope in the green to deal with.
William McGirt, a dad for the first time. His young son Miles, born on the second day of the year back in January. Here's John Senden. 1 under par.
He's not had a top 10 this year, which is somewhat surprising. Missed both the cuts. Lives in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Missed both cuts at the HB Byron Nelson Colonial. Always been a very good ball striker. He's very high up in the greens and regulation ranks.
Yeah, but down a bit this year to 79th on tour.
Well, he's down in all his ball striking. He's just tied for 88th in that complete category and missed another green here.
Here's Jordan Spieth, one of the stories of the 2013 season. No exempt status out here, Craig, when he began the year. Just a year ago, he was in college at the University of Texas. Now here he is, having earned close to $1 million as a non-member.
It's incredible, and we all forget. He played 2 events at the very start of the year on the web.com tour. 4th in Colombia, 7th in Panama, but
I think that's a club. I mean, it keeps us below it, you know.
4 top 10s. You talked about close to just over 900,000. Got a good question to ask you about this man, and another man who just won the flagship event on the European Tour last week. 179 yards here for Jordan. Abbreviated follow through, holding the face, trying to get to that right hole location. That's right of the flag, and very fortunate not to go in the water.
Hangs up on the back. Yeah, 12th start of the season for Spieth, who's just 19 years of age, and he's got unlimited sponsors exemptions to burn this year. Follow the season-long race for the FedEx Cup on PGATour.com. The best FedEx Cup coverage, including live projected point standings, are only at PGATour.com/FedEx Cup. John Senden from behind the green looks to have drawn a decent lie there.
And just flop it out and let it release down the hill. And that's beautifully done for the Australian. Great touch.
That's an A+ right there.
Scrambling numbers haven't been good this year for John. He's tied for 134th on tour, just over 56%, but that's probably one of the classiest ones he's hit all year.
And that's going to keep the Aussie blemish free today. Lone birdie back at the second. William McGirt 58 feet away. Spieth will be next to play, though. Good look from behind, the other side of the water.
Yeah, pitching uphill and pitching back uphill on the green and make that shot a little bit easier, and very nicely done.
So that remaining to stay 1 over.
Not many weaknesses in this man's repertoire.
Led the Longhorns to the national championship, NCAA national championship.
Yeah, and he was the #1 ranked amateur in the world and won the US Junior twice. And the only other man to win that event multiple times is Mr. Tiger Woods.
Pretty select company.
The pedigree is there. And the question I have for you, well, get back to it with William McGirt's putt.
Let's see what the Nikon Callaway rangefinder says. There it is, just a touch outside 58 feet.
And it's one that he's just trying to maybe cozy up to a 3-foot circle. Should break right at this point, and then maybe just wander to the left at the end or straighten out. And all in all, not a bad effort. The only mistake there is he left it short, so the putt for par will be down the hill. If he just kind of wandered that one by, it would have been advantageous and twofold. He would have putted been back up the hill for his par and would have seen the break as it went by the hole.
This is the putt that Rory McIlroy badly misjudged earlier today, and it led to a 4 putt. McGirt did a little better with that one.
Well, he's faced with a very speedy putt. We talked about it already, 13 on the stimp meter, which is as fast as any greens you'll play. These players will play all year, but it's got some left to right to it. And I always thought this was a tough putt as a player. You've got to start it nearly on the left edge, and you've got to trust that line. A lot of times we try and, if we're aiming left, we try and kind of push it to the right. And if you do, you kind of mishit it. You wish it down there, and you'll miss it on the low side. You've got to be committed to the line. And he wasn't. Yeah, that wasn't a good stroke at all. Very short, very quick.
And McGirt will put some change on that one. Walk it off.
Just one top 10 on the year for William. 110th in the FedEx Cup point standings.
Spieth for his par.
Yeah, straight up the hill. Not too tough a putt at all. Good save. Poor tee shot. Good break. But forward going in the water. And he'll walk off with a 3, which is a good score here at the 12th.
And McGirt for his bogey.
Just inside 3 feet. It's a disappointing 3 putt. And he'll mutter to himself as he walks to the 13th tee.
33-year-old North Carolinian, good baseball player at Wofford in South Carolina. His college days.
Tremendous save there from Johnson, and over the back of the green. Hit the explosion shot from the rough that went probably about 6 or 7 feet in front of him and released all the way down to the hole.
Ryan Moore ready to go. Charlie Belgian, Lucas Glover along for the ride today. Moore's at level par.
Yeah, a couple of birdies, a couple of bogeys. He's had some success here at Memorial. Generally likes to shape it from left to right, so this right hole location should be comfortable.
Yeah, he was runner-up to KJ Choi back in 07, Perksy. That's a good shot from Ryan Moore there, curling a little bit closer.
Yeah, right above the hole. That'll be a quick one down the hill.
Winner in Las Vegas last year. His final start of the season. Out in his hometown there. And Charlie Belgian, also a winner late in the season. He won at Disney. And he's making his first Memorial appearance here this year.
Bogeyed the first, which is a very difficult opening hole, but has birdied the fourth and the fifth.
And what a performance in Orlando last year.
It was.
From this man who was stricken by panic attacks throughout the entire weekend.
Made some noise, maybe not the right type of noise, when he talked about not getting a chance to play at Augusta National when others were, and he'd won on the PGA Tour. That was the fall finish.
Get lucky,
losses to the right. Is it going to stay up? Yes, it was. First one we've seen on the green, right at the flagstick. Very aggressive line.
Went to a playoff at Riviera earlier this season. Nearly had that second win, losing John Merrick.
Remember when he played with Phil Mickelson and Ernie Els the third round? He dusted them both, and then he asked for their autograph in the scoring tent.
There's Lucas Glover, 14th start of the season.
Sectional qualifying on Monday for the US Open. This man is the last person to go through sectional qualifying and win at Bethpage. I believe that 2009, but he struggled since. Showed some signs, and that is a horrendous shot. It's 40 yards short of the green and 20 yards to the right. That was a half shank right there for a US Open champion. And he'll stroll up to the drop zone.
Second player of the day we'll see at the drop zone. Nicholas Thompson earlier concluded a wild adventure here at 12. Let's have another look.
He did. It was just, it was not even close. You know, he has won since. He won at the Wells Fargo a couple of years ago. 2 top 4s this year. So it's starting to kind of round into shape. Finished 4th at the Honda and 4th at New Orleans. But that could probably be, by his own estimations, the worst shot he's hit all year.
Worst shot we've seen today. Worst tee shot at the 12th for sure.
I believe that would be the worst shot we'll see all week. John?
I certainly hope so.
Yeah.
Drop zone right in the area of 95 to 100 yards today.
Yep, got it right down in the very front tee. The yardage book I have in front of me has it at 85. There's a sprinkler in there to the center. I mean, excuse me, to the front. So at that angle where the flagstick's taken, probably another 10 on. 95 would be just about right.
Champion at Bethpage in 2009. Winning the US Open during a long, soggy week on Long Island.
And that point, he was 20th in the world at the end of that season, 2009. And right now, he's just inside the top 200 at 191st. Went through some trials and tribulations off the golf course. Just got remarried.
Let's get a precise number here from the Nikon Callaway rangefinder. There it is, 95.
We got it, spot on.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Very tough, only 3 paces of green to work with on this line covering the bunker. So expect this to be long. And he's, the thought process there is carry it in the back of the green, spin it back down the slope, but he's unfortunately landed it in the rough.
The former U.S. Open champion is grinding here at the 12th. Lucas Glover playing his 4th shot here from behind the green.
Oh, we just saw John Senden from a similar position. Got to hit the major flop and basically just kind of land it just barely on the green and let it release down. And have that. Gets a good shot. Have that 2-footer for his a 5 in the second double in the last 4 holes. Doubled at the 9th, made a 6 at the 9th.
Didn't think it was possible to leave that shot as short of the hole as the Glover just did.
That was very well done.
All right, during the break, Charlie Belgian had this attempt for birdie.
And just inside 25 feet. Breaking from his right to left down the slope, looking for the 6th birdie of the day. We've seen here at the 12th, and unfortunately was not.
One of the better tee shots of the day was struck by Ryan Moore, and here's his birdie attempt.
Pretty straight putt, maybe just right edge.
And just wiggled away, dove underneath the hole. Moore, the former U.S. amateur champion.
Another one of those short lists, a very exclusive list that never went to Q School. Came out and got some sponsors invites to play and took advantage of it. Bud Corley is the last man to do that a couple of years ago.
Tiger, of course, on that list.
Yep. Justin Leonard. If my memory serves me correctly, way back in the day, Gary Halberg. I might be wrong.
Yes, I think you're right.
Yeah, I think that he was on that list.
Now Glover for double.
Well, that's basically what he deserved there after a very, very poor tee shot. It was 40 yards short of the green and in the water.
Jonathan Bird, Stuart Sink, Johnson Wagner coming to the tee next when we come back. Welcome back to Dublin, Ohio. Be sure to check out all the action live on PGATour.com with Shot Tracker. Follow every shot from all of your favorite players in real time. Log on to PGATour.com/shot tracker now. Well, the 12th has been a test today. 5 birdies made here, 3.38 scoring average, 4 doubles or worse.
Yeah, less than 40% of the field hitting the green in regulation. 2 balls in the water, 1 from the tee. We just saw Lucas Glover, and then Nick Thompson hit it over the green in the back bunker and then bladed it in the water. So one from the tee and 2 total.
There's Jonathan Bird along with Stuart Sink and Johnson Wagner. Bird had a run at the title here a couple years ago when Stricker won in 2011.
Yeah, he finished, well, he's actually finished 3rd in 2009, 7th in 2011, and 6th last year. So he's certainly played extremely well here. Good ball striker, keeps the ball in front, drives it well, good iron player, controls the distance.
The Atlantic Coast Conference fully represented here. Bird from Clemson, Stuart Sink from Georgia Tech, Johnson Wagner from Virginia Tech.
We are Virginia Tech.
Here's Stuart Sink coming off birdies at 10 and 11.
Stuart Sink has also played. He's actually 9th in career money here at Muirfield. He's had 6 top 10s. You see the best finish there, 4th in 2001. He just turned 40 this week. Just tweeting out to his million-plus followers. So 179 yards. Probably just a 7-iron, wind just left to right, if any. And they are basically looking just in this area right here. Is he going to carry that front bunker? Oh, gorgeous shot. Grandelet has hit the best of the day, 4 feet 7 inches, but that one's a good one inside 10 feet.
Yeah, only a handful of players have even gone at the flag as Stuart Sink just did.
This hole is very similar. We've talked about it, the 12th of Augusta National, but it's like 17th at TPC Sawgrass. Once you get it on the green, there's that collective exhale from yourself and your caddy, and you can then enjoy the picturesque walk to the green.
Nothing but smiles from Team Sink at the moment. Stewart's had a nice little turnaround this year with a couple of top 10 finishes. And then you see the numbers for Bird, who stands at 3 over par.
And yet to make a birdie. Today had bogeyed at 4, 8, and 10. 19 putts through 11 holes is certainly quite a lot of putts. Greens in regulation. He's been injured. Remember, he's had a lot of time off. Had a thumb injury.
Yeah, just 7 events this year.
Yeah, I talked to him at Hilton Head. He actually withdrew from the Pro-Am after 9 holes, citing soreness. Did play in the event though, and made the mistake of going long and in the rough. And that'll be a tough one coming down the hill.
Frustration has fully set in for 5-time PGA Tour winner Jonathan Bird. Wind had kicked up a bit earlier, appears to have laid down at the moment.
It's coming pretty much out of the south, which is pretty much just straight left to right on this hole, maybe slightly helping.
Johnson Wagner 2 over, just bogeyed the 11th.
He's coming off 4 straight missed cuts, so maybe lacking a little bit of confidence right now. Wants to see something good happen and Kind of repels away from the flagstick, but safely aboard.
One of the toughest holes on the golf course, the 12th. And our coverage continues after this. Good look from behind the lake here at the 12th. Johnson Wagner behind the green there. Or Jonathan Bird, beg your pardon.
Yeah, it looks like he may have a possible rolling caught over Stuart Sink. Not sure if there's a drainage cover or an old sprinkler head or whatever it may be. Just for safety's sake, he will call an official. I believe there's a walking marshal with each group here at the memorial, or a referee, or whatever the correct terminology is.
Five victories for that man right there. The most recent one coming at the Tournament of Champions to begin the 2011 season. That came after he made the hole-in-one in Las Vegas at the end of the 2010 campaign. While they wait for a ruling, Wagner's going to go ahead here from 48 feet.
And this is all about judging the speed, and he's done it beautifully. Very good putt from Johnson. Talked about it earlier this morning about three-putt avoidance. And he's three-putted 30 times this year. He's outside the top 150, so that was good touch for a man that has struggled with long putts. Here comes Slugger White, long-time PGA Tour rules official. Just maybe kind of looks Bobby to him any like an abnormal ground condition, and he just wants clarification Just dig down there and see if there's any stones or rocks or whatever it may be. And he has been given free relief. So take complete relief, drop it as near as you can within 1 club length. The difficulty with this shot, John, is, as you can see, great camera angle here, is that it's straight downhill, and you're pitching to the green that's pitched downhill, and it's very fast. So you have to be so precise with the shot. You face wide open, take this huge swing and carry it about six feet in front of you, and then just kind of let it release down. And you can see this area right here. That's where all the slope is. To get this anywhere near the hole, he's got to land this just fractionally on the green and just let it release down to the hole.
Dangerous shot if you attempt to do that, though.
Hey, you don't want to leave it in the rough, which he did. Well, that's the penalty you pay around this golf course to trying to be too precise. There's, you know, hindsight's always 20/20, but you think, okay, I'm going to let it get on the green, just let it release down to the hole, and I'm going to have that uphill putt. But you're just trying to be too perfect, and now you're staring squarely at a 5.
So this is the 3rd shot for Bird.
Really like how he's got all the weight on his left-hand side, very little lower body movement, face way open, just chop it out, and that's got a lot of speed. That will probably go off the green.
Just hugs the edge of the putting surface.
To me, that's more of a mental mistake than anything. With the second he had is the first one here. And you can see how quickly he stopped that follow through, and that's never a good sign. Ball way back in the stance. Totally different type of shot here, which is fine to abbreviate the follow through. But you're in that big flop shot, you want to, the momentum of the club needs to go all the way through.
And Stuart Sink, one of the closest tee shots of the day here. 3rd closest, in fact. 9 feet 8 inches. Scott and Dillette both made birdie. And Stuart Sink did as well.
6th birdie today here at the 12th. That's a beautiful tee shot. And rewarded with the birdie.
All right, so Bird now to avoid double bogey.
And straight up the hill, be aggressive. Give him credit. He made a couple of mistakes behind the green. Makes a good 10-footer to save the bogey.
So birdies at 10 and 11 for Jonathan Bird, but a drop shot here at 12. And Wagner for his par.
Good 2-putt from close to 50 feet.
Stays 2 over.
Tough, finish strong, right?
Scott Brown, Scott Piercy, Davis Love coming through next. Piercy, your tournament leader at 6 under. Ripped off 5 straight birdies in the middle of his front 9. And he has the tee here.
Just absolutely hates that ball going well left. And very fortunate, landed right up in the back lip of that bunker, but has come down to the flat part of it. 14th ball in that back bunker. Only 2 players have been successful in getting them up and down. Backswing here, maybe just got a little bit quick in the transition. The body kind of shuts down to wait for the arms. Face turns over quickly, and he knew it immediately that it was going left.
Haven't been many bad swings from that man today. Here's Davis Love III. Davis at 1 under par.
I was really impressed with Davis and that catch, that fat front bunker, coming off the neck surgery. Made his first start after that at the Players Championship and made the cut. And it was just announced by Freddie Couples that he will be an assistant captain at the President's Cup here at Muirfield Village later in the fall.
Davis Love and Jay Haas, the assistant captains for Freddie Couples, looking to run his record as captain to 3-0.
He said he'd be happy, Davis Love be happy to be back in the team room. Very thankful also not to have to give the speeches.
Here's Scott Brown, winner in Puerto Rico this year.
Very aggressive move through the ball. Coming out of the University of Georgia, and hits right into the slope of that bunker, and that'll be tough. Very little green to work with, pitching to a downslope.
Well, the 12th has these boys sweating today in the opening round of the Memorial Tournament.
Welcome back to live out coverage of the Memorial Tournament. Davis Love bunkered on the 12th. And we welcome back into the commentary box Bill Kratzer.
That was a pretty standard shot out of that front bunker by Davis. It's such a tight bunker shot between the fringe and where the hole is located. Now Scott Piercy, oof, this is such a tough bunker shot.
He's leading the golf tournament in just to keep this on the green would be a remarkable accomplishment. And he will not do it. There's just so little margin of error here at the 12th. Toughest hole currently on the golf course.
Take another look at it. Look at the entry into the sand, you know, splashing the sand. Almost impossible to get any spin out of that back bunker.
Scott Brown from the front bunker. Very difficult to keep it short of the flag, but that's a very difficult putt. Billy coming straight down the hill.
And as you said earlier, all the tilt coming off of that bunker works away from the player.
Scott Brown's year, well, it's highlighted by the win in Puerto Rico. Actually started the year playing on the web.com tour. Yes, 13th at Arnold Palmer. That's a tough track. Not too bad at Innisbrook at Tampa. It's always good to get that first win. Play some championships that he wouldn't ordinarily have thought of playing. Now Scott Piercy looks like he's up against the collar and maybe go with the blade here, Billy?
He can. That little step cut, it's a little bit higher than what the players normally see. There's usually kind of a step cut, then another one. But I like this play.
I do too.
It's one that players have actually gone away from on the tour. They've actually gone to that hybrid or a 3-metal.
Well, put some overspin on it, doesn't it? Gets it running through the fringe.
And bellying the sand wedge, it allows the player to kind of hover the blade up to the equator of the ball to where they're going to catch the ball in the center. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get this thing to tumble right off of the club face.
Well, he'll fall back to 4 under par if he can clean up that couple of foot putt. Davis Love now trying to save the par after hitting his tee shot in that front bunker. You got to admire him. Got the 20 victories. Still not in the Hall of Fame, but certainly has the credentials to be in there. But to continue come back from the neck injury and continue to come back and play in just 5 events so far this year.
I saw him at the Monday after the Masters, the Pro-Am. It was 9 weeks after the surgery, and I could not believe the force and the club head speed that he was swinging the driver. It was remarkable to have that surgery. Good putt, really good putt. Just a smidge, maybe a dimple to the left, and he makes it. But it was really amazing because he described everything. They went in through the front, and you know, the disc and the surgery, and to be back that quickly, it just kind of made me step back a little bit.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. He did make the cut at the Players' first week back. 3 shots, 70, 72, 70, 76. Finished tied for 48, but missed the cut last week at Colonial. Now Scott Brown trying to remain at 2 over par. And very nicely done. Good save from that front bunker for Scott. And the bogey will put Scott Piercy in a tie for lead with Josh Teeter at 5 under par. There we go. Charles Schwartzel and Cameron Tringali 1 back. Billy Horschel, who's in our next group, is currently 3 under par and on the tee.
He's worked pretty hard. I saw Billy down in Ponte Vedra at the back of the range. He had the camera out. He was working hard. He was kind of going back and forth, sending video to his swing coach.
He had that 23 cut streak, which was the longest on tour. broken when he missed the cut at the Players. It was right back at it, working at it. Love the golf swing, aggressive.
Yeah, it's a good-looking swing there too. Yes, sir.
Lands right on that down slope.
But he fought back so hard in that second round after 76 in the opening round. Fought back to get it back to even par.
He did.
And then on the 36th hole, hit it in the water, and well, at that point, he ends up making a 7. But fought back hard to try to make that 24th cut in a row. But he's done some nice work in the last couple of weeks, kind of getting his mind back to where it was.
Martin Laird, Scotsman. What about that round? 64 he shot at Valero to win. Coming out of nowhere, had been a real struggle to start the year.
Up to this point, that may be the round of the year.
Yeah. On the right-hand side of the tee, maybe looking to try and cut it to that right hole location.
Now, as high as Laird hits it, I think it becomes even more difficult to pick the right club here at the 12th. Because now you're from an elevated tee, now you're sending it in the air just a little bit more, and you just really never have a feel for where it's going to come down. You can't sense where that ball is going to land on the green.
First Memorial appearance for Lee Westwood, coming off 4 straight top 10s. It was probably a disappointing 7th place at the flagship event, the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth last week, when the youngster Matteo Manacero went on to win in that 4-hole playoff.
Yeah, it's been 10 years since Westwood has been back to Muirfield Village. A little surprising that he hit the ball so poorly in that final round at the BMW.
Well, he's hit it poorly all year. His short game has actually helped him. You know, poorly with his standards.
Right.
But safely on the green, and that'll test the putting prowess of Lee Westwood. Live coverage from the 12th at Memorial will continue after these messages. Welcome back to our live at coverage of Memorial on shop.pga.com is your one-stop shopping destination for the best selection of golf equipment and apparel at everyday great prices. Visit the all-new shop.pgatour.com today for all of your needs. I go there quite often, Bill. See what's on sale. Get me a few PGA Tour shirts.
I go look at a lot of putters. I look at a lot of putters. Absolutely, I do.
I'm looking at the player records, and we talked about this is his first start since he's only had one start. That was in 2003, and that really does shock me.
And that was kind of in a sketchy part of his career, to where he had fallen pretty severely down in the world golf rankings. So, you know, it's good to see him back, and I think Lee Westwood, the emphasis that he's put on his short game, the fact that he's moved over to Florida, all of that bodes well for him going down the line into the major championship season with the U.S. Open, the Open Championship, and the PGA coming up.
Yeah, great putt there. And he said he's playing a lot of competitive matches on the golf course down at Old Palm and places like that. When Worship back in England, he was just hitting balls. The weather was never good enough, couldn't get out there and get the competitive juices playing. They got a little on the table. You know, they're getting, it's a little more than 5-cent Nassau or something. Though, well, I think it's really helped it playing, you know, chipping in the competitive environment. But
there's a Tuesday game he can get in if he likes a little competition.
Yeah, well, I know that 10 events so far this year has not missed a cut. Talked about the 5 top 10 finishes, and look at those performances in the last 3 events. Wells Fargo 4th, the Masters 8th, and the Players Championship 8th.
Well, you can just go ahead and throw Houston in there.
Yep.
And that's 4 top 10s in a row.
Yep. Well, and then also last week at the BMW. So he's running the string. He's turned 40 years old now, and there's only one thing missing from this former #1 player in the world, and that's a major.
No question. And, you know, does he get it? Will he get it? Only time will tell. Yeah. I would certainly
I would like
to believe so. I would like to believe so.
I would look at Muirfield more so than Marion. Martin Laird for his birdie.
That looks low to me.
Low in the center.
Oh,
that
went in with some speed.
7th birdie of the day here at the 12th. The Scotsman will walk off this green extremely happy. Got the belly, although it kind of moved.
You see, that's not anchored. I mean, even though it's going against the shirt, I saw that move.
It moved back and through.
So
maybe he's preparing for January 1st, 2016.
Yeah, well, if you're going to make a rule, implement it
immediately.
Yeah. Billy Horschel for birdie. More speed. There you go. Slides in on the left-hand side. Now they kind of got the hang of 12.
Great putt from the 25-year-old University of Florida grad. Well, that was a slight dig at you. I know you're a Georgia. You're a Georgia gentleman.
So, but we're going to see a Georgia guy right here, Russell Henley.
Yes.
Winner in Hawaii this year.
Wire to wire. Birdied the last 5 holes.
Little caddy switch here. That's Jonathan Bird's caddy.
Is that Adam?
He's on the bag now for Russell Henley. There's actually been a few changes out there this week.
Love the intensity in this man's eye. I got to witness it up close last year playing the web.com tour. 2 victories, 3rd on the money list. And just precisely where you want to hit it. Like the center of the green, took all the bunkers, water out of play. First ever event as a PGA Tour player win. 3-year exemption. You get the year and then 2 after that. Life is good for the 23-year-old.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think it's going to be exciting at the end of this year with the web.com, the combination, the move, the 4 tournaments.
4 finals events. Yeah,
to see
$1 million purses, and it's a very exciting culmination to the year. Luke Donald.
Well, he has had it's good to see Luke play well. It's kind of a little bit of a panic situation that he got himself into. He missed 2 cuts on the European Tour. Actually, other than a major championship, those are the first 2 cuts he's missed on the European Tour that have been co-sanctioned.
3rd at Heritage and 4th at Tampa Bay.
But he's. I'm going to give you a stat that's unbelievable with Luke Donald.
He's the best bunker player in the world, so he's going to get that one up and down.
171st in greens and regulation this year.
Yeah, well, he's in the outside the top 150 in ball striking. That's greens and regulation and total driving. So the long game has been substandard.
And you saw the tape on his thumb. He's fighting an infection on his thumb. So.
I mean, I think it would, but it's close. Yeah.
It's on his right hand.
Oh, Brent Snedeker. Scotty Vale go through all the numbers. Just a 7-iron, 179 yards, and that sounded a little heavy.
That sounded left, too.
Just gets in that front bunker.
Better the front than the back.
Well, it's still a tough one to get it up and down. No green to work with. And Brent Snedeker had the rib injuries early in the year, but rounding in form, getting ready for not only this week, but the US Open in a couple. Leaderboard, first round of the Memorial Tournament. Josh Teeter, Scott Piercy, both at 5 under par. We just saw Billy Horschel birdie the difficult 12th. He's one back, as is Charles Schwartzel and Cameron Tringali. Brant Jobe, second here to Steve Stricker a couple of years ago. Yeah, I said the best bunker player in the world. Well, gonna need to be.
Yeah, good luck with this one.
Can he keep it on the green?
Downhill lie. Look how wide open that face is.
You know, and that's precisely where he had to land it, but that was down slope where it landed in the fringe. And
yeah, you just, I mean, you're so handcuffed there.
9th start of the Memorial for Luke Donald. Best finish tied for 6, 2008.
You can see the entry. You can see the splash of the sand. I mean, that's as close as you can clip it to the ball with any comfort. I mean, if you're trying to spin it, as we watched the shot at Snedeker, but if you're trying to spin it, you got to really catch it close to the ball. And with water, that becomes a difficult proposition, I think.
Yes, indeed. Brent Snedeker, what a brilliant start to the year. He had a third, 2 seconds, and a first when he won the AT&T, but then took about 8 weeks off for a couple of missed cuts in Arnold Palmer in Houston. 6 at the Masters. He'd be disappointed with a 6. It's hard to say. Had a great chance to win there, and then played well at the Players, where finished 8th. So all in all, great season. 2nd in the FedEx Cup point standings currently.
Yeah, he also works with Todd Anderson, who works with Billy Horschel.
Russell Henley cozying it down there close.
He's just the kind of guy that once he gets in the heat of the battle, he can go ahead and take it to the house. There's a lot of players that'll get there, but then they can't close the deal. A lot of guys want the accolades, but there are very few that want to be watched. Yeah, and he's the kind of guy, he likes to be watched. He likes to put it out there.
Technically not perfect, but the intensity and just the self-belief that he has, 2 qualities or 2 traits that are imperative to be a great champion on this tour.
Interesting, this little choice here, choosing to just take it over the fringe to keep it from bobbling. Yeah, maybe coming in just a little bit steeper, but one of the best in the business. Had it directly online.
I messed that up, sorry.
That would be a bogey for Luke Donald. And he's 2nd in scrambling, 4th in sand save percentage, and just kind of stubbed this one in the ground a little bit.
Just maybe a 1/4 of an inch behind the ball from where he wanted to actually make contact. That's just how precise you have to be on that shot.
Brent Snedeker was in the front bunker. Lengthy one down the hill for us, just inside 7 feet.
Best routine on tour. Just 5 quick little practice strokes, step up, 1 look, hit it.
He'll walk to the 13th tee, remaining even par for the day. Currently tied for 29th position. And our next group on the tee, Mark Leishman, Carl Pedersen, a champion here, and George McNeil. Carl won here in 2006.
Well, it should be hurting, shouldn't it? I feel it coming a little bit hurt. Just a hair, but a little bit.
Well, 179 down the hill. Maybe just a little bit of hurt.
6th appearance for George McNeil. Best finished 30th. 37-year-old's got 2 PGA Tour victories.
Cover and the back left. You like this? You mean like 6? I like that. I like to see this one go down just a hair though. Yeah, that's the only problem. I mean, I'm hitting it obviously pretty firm. Probably a little lower than normal too. I think it's going to settle a little. I like that club.
A lot of deliberation. Yeah.
I think he's right.
Yep.
I think it is just pretty much a stock 7-iron for George. Flights it maybe just a little bit lower. I think it's plenty of club.
There's actually an old caddy of mine, Scotty Martin. Good to see him on the bag of George.
I think it's plenty of club. Just fit it right in between the flagstick and that back left bunker.
Oh, that's beautifully done. They chose the right club, executed it nicely. George 1 over for the tournament. 4 bogeys on his round, 3 birdies. Carl Peterson will be next to play. Just one top 10 on the year for Carl. 84th in the FedEx Cup standings. Obviously, all these guys can shape it both ways. He likes to kind of maneuver it most of the time, a little right to left. So if it looks like on the right-hand side of the tee, kind of maybe cut it back into that right hole location.
Looks like to me he's taking dead aim. Came across that.
Good shot.
It's going to get a little bit better.
Yep, collect back to the flagstick. Just 8 birdies here so far today at the 12th. Mark Leishman be the 3rd member of this group to play. Mark 2 over par on his round.
Now he's probably going to have to, if he's going to go with 7, he needs to maybe take a little bit off of this.
Still the most difficult hole on the golf course.
He tried to take a little bit off, and you could see the body just kind of stop.
Yeah, hands take over. That's going left and long. 16th ball in that bunker at the back of the 12th. Mark Leishman played so well at the Masters, will have his work cut out for a par. live at coverage continues of the 12th. You can see how difficult it is playing the toughest hole on the course this morning. 8 birdies, 15 bogeys, 4 doubles. We have 2 balls in the water, 1 from the tee. That was Lucas Glover, and 1 Nick Thompson hit it over the green, Billy, and then hit it from the bunker into the water.
McIlroy 4-putted, and then you had Nicholas Thompson who made the 6.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous hole, but it's treachery everywhere.
Well, I think the whole location makes it everything. As we take a look at Leishman with this bunker shot, the only way you leave it short is if you leave it in the fringe, and
less than, hit the flagstick, less than 50%.
But
conversion rate out of the bunkers this year for Mark.
But the whole location is why the hole is playing so difficult right now. Take another look at it. You can see just how stable he is with the lower half. That feet never even moved till after contact, and it's a shot that you just have to accept that you're going to be left with an 8 to 10 footer, more likely a 12 footer. But if you hit a good bunker shot, you'll have that 8 footer. But the whole location has made this hole the most difficult today.
Yeah, right, Mark. We talked about the 4th at the Masters, and the 9th the very next week at Harbour Town, and then I was out with them in that featured group on Sunday playing with Lee Westwood, and he finished 8th at the Players. Got off to an inauspicious start, but really rallied back. See the longest putts made today. Martin Laird for that birdie. James Driscoll a long one for par, and Jason Day as well. Birdie, 8 birdies today. George McNeil will be faced with a putt.
It should be a little bit of a slider. There's a little bit of a slope coming off that back bunker back towards the tee. So filter just a little bit to the right at the beginning, and then the break softens once it gets to within 4 or 5 feet of the hole.
Get to even par on the round if he can make this. Really, all intents and purposes, he was just trying to get it down there and make the 3.
Yeah. Step meter. The greens are 13 on the step meter.
That's how do you put that into perspective, Bill?
For the people at home, if they're, unless you're a member of,
I guess,
at Oakmont or someplace like that, I would say that most greens that amateurs play are somewhere in that 9.5 to 10 range. So 13, you're probably looking at 3 feet more of rollout than what you think.
18.5 feet for Carl. On the year is only making about 16% of these, 10 of 61. Little movement from right to left down the hill. And that just skirts the left edge, and with a little too much pace. Yeah, the 9 feet you talk about, stint meter to 13, that ball's going to, on a flat surface, going to roll 4 feet further than it would, or coming off of the stint meter device.
Right. So if your greens are 10 at home,
ball's going to run another 3 feet further.
Yeah. So if just imagine that you're lagging a putt
in your bathtub, trying to stop it short of the drain
from 20 feet, and you have to allow for 3 feet more of rollout.
Mark Leishman for his par. Pretty much just straight up the hill, little movement from right to left. Like it hopped out of the fringe a little bit. A lot of players have said, Luke Donald and Adam Scott have said this week, that this golf course really will prepare them excellently for the US Open. The rough is very difficult. The greens are very firm and fast. Obviously, this golf course over 7,300 yards, where Marion is under 7,000, but still a great test in preparation for the year's second major. Kyle Patterson to Savers par up the hill. At 3.5 feet. Carl means at 2 under par. He's just outside the top 10.
Carl won the year that the bunkers where they had the wide furrows in the bunker. All that told me, having the wide furrows in the bunker, that just told me that the best bunker players were still the best bunker players.
It certainly wasn't very well received.
It wasn't well received, but
that's still a hazard.
But as you look at the stats for the whole week, the bunker play, the best players, the best bunker players were still the best bunker players.
Next on the tee, Ricky Barnes, David Lingmerth, coming off that second at the Players' Championship. And Cameron Tringali.
I like it, love it right now. Okay.
David Lingmerth is a graduate in last year's graduating class of the Web.com Tour. Ricky Barnes, 4th appearance here at Memorial, 3rd place.
Yeah, received a sponsor's invite from the Captain's Club.
Be the right distance, right? Come back. Come back.
And that wind's starting to pick up just a little bit. That's an excellent shot by Barnes. A lot of upper body in that golf swing.
Yes, indeed. Well, David had the second loss in the playoff at Humana earlier in the year. Then went a stretch of missing 8 cuts in his next 10 events. But to play alongside Tiger Woods, final group, really handled himself beautifully. He won last year up at the TPC Potomac at Avenel Farms, which are actually playing this week on the Web.com Tour. But he's with the big boys now. David 1 under on his round.
Pretty good looking golf swing right there. Nice, compact.
Yeah,
no wasted motion.
From Trans Sweden by the way of University of Arkansas. He moved down to Jack's Beach, good friend of Jonas Blixt. Getting a little more golf in Florida in the wintertime than up in Fayetteville, Arkansas.
Yeah, both of them work with Jorge Parada down there.
Cameron Tringali, the 3rd member of this group.
Go ahead and say it, Berksy. Georgia Tech guy.
I was not going to mention it. Must be on your mind.
Not really.
No? Okay.
I was just preparing for your statement.
Won top 10 this year, 54th in the FedEx Cup. Really coming to his own. Good player.
He's a very confident young man. That one's a little high and left.
A 25-year-old from Mission Viejo in California. And not a good result from the tee.
No.
Cameron will make that beautiful walk down the stairs through all the flowers and be faced with a very difficult shot for his second.
So, what is Jonas a year or two older than you?
He's actually 3 years older than me.
So he's like 28.
He just turned 29, I think.
Did he really?
Yeah. I'm turning 26.
So you guys didn't really. Did you grow up with anyone out here?
Not really. Not really. Jonas and I didn't even play much junior golf
Yeah,
together.
that's too much of a gap.
Only like a couple events or so.
Because he was senior when you were a freshman in
Yeah.
college?
Welcome back to live at coverage. Cameron Tringale has missed the green well left and facing nearly an impossible up and down.
Left. That's a little bit further than left. That's just almost off the property.
It's not like he has to hit it up in this area. Excuse me, that's wrong. But nearly up in the slope, kick down to the right.
I mean, that's and think that was a 7-iron. And you just absolutely.
Yeah, they're super nice.
It looked like he hit a perfect shot there, and he got hosed.
That was
absolutely hosed.
That was probably 3 inches from being landed right in the first cutter off. Take some speed off and let's let it trundle down to the slope.
Watch this. I mean, to elevate it and then.
A little bit.
Yeah. I was a foot from being really good right there.
Just me.
I think so, right?
But he's a confident young player. I had a chance to sit with him at Kiowa Island last year at the PGA Championship. Prior to the start of the tournament, he was fully convinced that he was going to win the championship. Fully convinced. And it kind of took me by surprise, but it was not a boastful I'm going to win. It was, you know what, I'm playing well. I think I can do it. I just need to keep my mind in the game. I just have to have the confidence in myself, like I'm stating it to you. And
third shot for Cameron.
Yeah, call that one down.
Well, his scrambling game has been fantastic this year. Inside the top 15, more than 65% of the time he gets it up and down, but he just missed it nearly in the absolute worst spot you could. The difficult 12th here at Muirfield Village.
Does that book kind of have to go a little left at the end? Yeah. Early on, not much, or?
Strike, a little left.
Okay. Overall, a little bit more than a ball?
So Ricky Barnes will be next to putt, just inside 19 feet. 2 birdies, 2 bogeys on his round.
Just a little bit of a bleeder from right to left. Come on, turn.
It did everything but go, and just to me it had a little too much speed.
Way too much speed. Yeah. That's about 6 feet left.
Got the enlarged grip, the claw. You've got a lot going on with that. Looked like the old 8802, the one that Crenshaw. A little different putter, but
that's kind of like the one Mickelson uses.
Yeah.
That mallet, that smaller mallet version. It's very, very toe heavy. It's kind of for a putter that's going to release the toe consistently, which a claw putter really does not do. A claw putter, you want more of a face balance putter.
We saw the putt he made on the 7th hole, 7 feet. This one is 16 feet 10 inches according to ShotLink. To get him to 2 under par for the tournament. Oh. It was a good putt. Really did everything but go in. 25-year-old. It's good to see. It's good to see the success. Boo's win last week at Colonial. Now 355 wins on the PGA Tour by Web.com Tour alumni. And David Lingworth won last year, as I mentioned earlier. And
First time I saw Langworth was at Evansville at Victoria National. First time I was able to get a glimpse of him, and I thought he was a very solid player.
Very few weaknesses.
I didn't think he'd come out on the PGA Tour and have a couple of runner-up finishes in his first year, but
interesting choice of club here, Billy. We've seen guys blade the wedge. We've seen Luke Donald put it back in the stance. Cameron going with the putter, which I think is tough because the height of that step cut there is like you nearly have to pick the putter straight up and you're hitting down on it.
Well, it's almost like he's resigned himself that he's going to make a 5. You know, chop down on it, pop it.
Why wouldn't you do that with a wedge? I don't know why you would do that with a putter. Wedge at least has a little bit more loft on it.
Well, you come in steeply and you can see just grazing, just clipping, and then you're coming down that steeply. You're actually pushing the ball into the turf to where it kicks up in the air.
Now he's hoping to make a 5. Now Ricky Barnes for his par. Had a little wiggle in the transition of that stroke that was able to find the bottom of the cup.
I'm familiar with that.
Ricky will remain even par. Currently tied for 27, excuse me.
I look like it's July 4th out there. I'm waving a flag all over the place with my putter.
Well, Cameron trying to clean up this mess. This for double bogey, coming off a bogey at the 11th. If he doesn't make this, he would have gone 11, 12, 6, 6. After turning the front 9 and 4 under par. Well, safely in for a messy 5.
Now, just take your time walking up to the 13th tee. Right to left dog leg. Just make sure you put the ball in the fairway. Move on from there. Just a couple of little missteps. Still under par for the tournament.
2.5 feet for his David's par, and he'll remain in red figures. Really do a good job. This every detail is completely taken care of. The little scoreboards and featured groups and so on and so forth. The players love coming to Muirfield Village, especially to see Jack Nicklaus on the 18th green.
just before high noon East Coast time here on PGATour.com. Opening round coverage of the Memorial Tournament presented by Nationwide Insurance. As we cover the action for you here at the 12th, we'll pick up 16, the last of the par 3s on the golf course later in the day. John Swantek joined by Bill Kratzert, 4-time PGA Tour winner, and Craig Perks, the 2002 Players Champion. Daniel Summerhays, Ken Duke, James Hahn. Just finishing up over at 11, the par 5, making their way up the hill to this elevated tee box here at 12. There's Ken Duke.
A little warm out here.
He's an Arkansas boy. He can handle the humidity. What a great start of the West Coast for James Hahn. 4th, Humana 3rd at AT&T. But we'll all remember the Gangman style dance in Phoenix at the 16th hole. He's a character. He's spent the last 4 years on the web.com tour, and he was very accessible but an absolute character and got a heck of a game.
I was kind of thinking more in lines of the 62 he shot at Scottsdale in that final round and at Humana.
He did. He shot 62 twice. That's correct.
Late arriving to the party at the age of 31. I know, Bill, you've looked at his swing many times, and I can't believe it took him so long to get here.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mystery to me. But you go back and you look at Sang Moon Bae, who won at the Nelson. You know, Sang Moon Bae is a guy that has won 11 times internationally. I thought he would have won sooner on the PGA Tour with that golf swing that he possesses. So it's hard to win. And it has to be the right timing. You have to strike the ball fairly efficiently. But what you really have to do, you really have to have your short game intact to win.
Ken Duke at +2 now after a birdie over at 11. Still works with Bob Toski at the age of 83 years old.
He does it a couple of years ago down at the Miccosukee in Miami when Ken was on the web.com tour. Bob was out there, and I got to spend 30 minutes with Mr. Toski, and it was just a pleasure just to sit down and listen to a gentleman like that who has so much knowledge of the game and still passionate, and he's fit. He's 80-something years old and 83 years old, and just fit and loves, and his mind is so clear. It was wonderful.
Yeah, Ken credits Bob Toski for really turning his career around a few years back. He was in desperation mode. Went back to the web.com tour eventually to reclaim his card.
Normally a pretty good driver, but has struggled a little bit this year with the driver, but likes to play a little cut. Trying to get the right aiming point, but the wind slightly in, maybe a little left or right, and you can see Ken aiming well left, and you can see the body stop, the hands take over.
And that was a 6-iron. He hits it quite low, and that's low is not a good recipe here at the 12th for that whole location. And that's,
low's not a good recipe at Muirfield.
No, and that ball is settled down and kind of over where Cameron Tringali was, and just find a way to get it on the green, Ken, and make your 4 and move to the next hole.
Daniel Summerhays at 1 over par.
Yep.
He's a guy who has certainly seen some success here in the Columbus area. Winner on the web.com tour in 2007.
That would be as an amateur.
Mm-hmm.
When he was at BYU, first guy to ever do that. It's happened twice since. Worked a lot with Grant Waite.
Should be a nice 7-iron for him.
Went hard. No, hit it hard. Dang it.
Looking for some help from the wind, but that one was deep. Carried the bunker. Don't know if it kind of trundled back in there or not.
Wind out of the south, so it's left to right, and little help, which should be an ideal wind with that right hole location. He's rather
Befuddled.
perplexed, befuddled in the timeout room over there. Gonna wait to see what he's facing.
Just
I think
pars on the day for Hahn.
I think it'd be very interesting if on that right-hand side that was a lateral water hazard. I think it'd be interesting to see what the guys do. You'd be a little more apt to go at the flag stick.
Yeah.
But with that being a water hazard, you go the drop zone and it's just tough. But Hahn's setting up to hit a nice low cut shot. I just love the way they mow the tees. You can kind of use those as a directional. That was a good looking swing, but needs to get out.
Just right on that back collar. Really nice shot. I like how open he was there. It gave him plenty of room. Hold the face, swing left, and get that thing. The balls don't curve much, but at least get it working towards the flag.
Those short games will be put to the test once again here when we come back. Back with you. Final group of the day that went off the first tee in the morning wave is Daniel Summerhays, Ken Duke, and James Hahn.
You just don't want to get too fancy with this one. Yeah. Oh, get down.
It just came out hard hit, got a lot of the ball, and the ball is. It's actually a great break not to go down in the bunker. Of course, sitting up from a pretty significant uphill lie, that'll be a reasonably straightforward third. He was in no man's land there, though. Bill just over the green. And he knew it from the tee. As soon as he saw that ball carry that bunker, he knew he was.
I think that look says it all.
Yeah.
This is really a hard shot.
Landing on the downslope, no way to keep it on the green.
See, he had at least. Summerhays had the benefit that he's kind of going back in that bunker, and if he catches one a little bit hot, he's okay. It's going to be close to 90 degrees today in the Columbus area, Dublin.
Let me see. I got an expert app here. Mr. Ken Duke sweating a little bit right now. Feels like 84 degrees. Close to 60% humidity. No wind though. I'll take the heat and no wind.
You can have the heat with no wind. I'll take the heat with the wind.
These greens might be a little bit crispy for the afternoon wave. Which, by the way, just began the 12:10 tee time. Brendan DeYoung, Kevin Chappell, Gonzalo Fernandez Castano off the 10th. So we'll have a gap between the middle of the draw here before those boys come through. That's the live James Hahn as he plays his second.
Going to hit the belly, and I like it. It's going to pop out through that 3 or 4 inches of rough in front of him and land on the fringe with a little overspin. Just be careful not get too frisky. You can run this by pretty quickly.
Good looking shot.
No really other way to play that. Because if you take the lofted sand wedge and you've got to be so precise with everything you're doing. Just
see if it hops out of this grass.
It will.
See if it hops. It just kind of drove right through it.
Yeah.
But that's the theory behind it, is to get it tumbling quickly.
Yeah, get a little overspin on it, and you just use a putting stroke. Most players will use their putting grip, generally the overlap or whatever they traditionally do, and stroke it like a putter, and it does just get a lot of top spin on it.
Now Summerhays to play his third from the upslope here.
Well, he's thinking one thing. In my mind, he's taking the flag out. He thinks he can make it. Just in a shot of this difficulty is tough. You'd actually want to maybe use that flag to your advantage, not knowing that it's going to, it's a straightforward shot. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, that was unusual that from that significant uphill lie, it came in very low. I think you'd want to use the slope to help the ball get up in the air and land softly, but it was a great result.
Pretty serious golfing family, the Summerhays. Daniel's brother Boyd played a lot of Web.com Tour events, PGA Tour as well. Ken Duke playing quickly at his third. And Hahn will be next here. A couple of 62s in the final round earlier this year on the West Coast, as Billy and Craig mentioned.
Yeah, don't forget Daniel Summerhays' uncle, Bruce, played on the Champions Tour.
Yeah, he played out there a bunch of years and had a great career.
That'd be a heck of a family grudge match. James to save his par.
Just the 5th par of the day for James Hahn. He's 65th in the FedEx Cup points race, and this is rookie season on the PGA Tour at the age of 31.
Yeah, and rookie time around Muirfield Village. You're going to make some mistakes, but the nice thing is he's had 3 birdies to go along with those 4 bogeys.
And it's a drop shot for Ken Duke as well. .44-year-old from Hope, Arkansas, former Web.com Tour champion, won the Tour Championship, in fact, in 2011 outside of Charleston, South Carolina. We are halfway through this field of 120. But we're with you all day long here on PGATour.com. Good start for Scott Piercy in early pursuit of his third PGA Tour victory. 8 birdies on the scorecard, just a lone drop shot, and it came on our hole here at 12. Piercy by 1 stroke now at 7 under, leads the tournament as we spend a little time off the course with the 34-year-old from Las Vegas, Nevada.
When life throws you a curveball, you've got 2 choices. Make the best of life, or let life get the best of you. So when Scott Piercy became a dad at the young age of 19, he made his choice and never looked back. Settling down in Las Vegas, a mere driver sand wedge from the house he grew up in, has been instrumental to Piercy's long-term success.
Hey guys, how are you? Well, we're at my mom's house, my dad's house. We got my mom Lynn, my dad Ralph. This is where I grew up. You gotta get how Jet eats Oreo cookies. He only eats the cream out of the middle. Can you show him how you eat a cookie? Where'd the cream go? There's the middle. Oh, it's in there? All these roads around where we live used to be dirt roads. This kind of used to be the outskirts of Vegas when we first moved here, and now it's basically sort of the middle of town. Vegas has obviously grown a ton, and it's nice to be at a familiar place where, that I call home. The boys can come down here and play, so there's plenty for them to do. Nice.
We try to kind of stay out of his way. He's gotten to this level on his own hard work. If you ask a question, we'll answer a question, but generally we try to stay out of the way.
We couldn't be prouder.
I think I'm most proud of the person that he is, though. I mean, he's a good dad, he's a good husband, he's got a big heart, he would do anything for you, and the fact that he does pretty well on the golf course is a nice bonus. He works hard for what he gets, and he earns it, so it's all his credit.
Life works in strange ways, and if I probably had a perfect script, I probably wouldn't have thought I had a 14-year-old or a 9-year-old at this point. Kids are the best thing and the hardest thing. It's such a good blessing that keeps you grounded, gives you something to come home to.
The Piercy clan, Scott, wife Sarah, and 3 boys. Got himself a sleeve of boys, Cole, Brennan, and Jet, who only eats the cream in the Oreos. Well.
Well, he's got some cream on his Oreos. 7 birdies today. That's pretty remarkable around this golf course, and he's really coming to his own. He's obviously won multiple times, but he's long. He's got great touch, and commuting from Vegas, that's pretty tasty.
And Schwartzel has just made birdie to join Piercy at the top now. At 7 under par. Josh Teeter in the clubhouse after a 67 earlier today. And look from the tee box here at 12. Tough hole today.
Yeah, the hardest hole on the golf course. 8 birdies, 18 bogeys, 4 doubles, 1 other. Had it all. 2 balls in the water.
Yeah, all due to the hole location.
Yeah. Well, you know, I got to believe the front left is the easiest one because there's more room to it. The flag stick comes a little bit more accessible, but you can't miss it short. You can't miss it long. You can't make it left or right. So you have to just stand up and hit a good golf shot.
That you do.
Part of tournament week here, each and every year at the Memorial, is the naming of the newest Memorial honoree. It's a very deserving gentleman this year, Raymond Floyd, introduced by Jack Nicklaus earlier this week as the 2013 Memorial honoree. It's a very impressive career resume for Raymond, including 4 major championships, 8 Ryder Cup teams. His record on the Ryder Cup was sensational, by the way. Captain of the team in '89, in fact. Great career, second career, if you will, on the Champions Tour after turning 50, and it's all there.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to play against Raymond quite a few times, and 4 major championships. When you start looking at players that are underappreciated for what they accomplished in the game, I think this is one of the guys where the name kind of crawls to the top of the list. You look at Billy Casper, kind of the same type deal. But Raymond with 22 wins on the PGA Tour, 4 majors. When he won at Shinnecock, it was unbelievable. A couple of PGA championships. He won at Tulsa. Obviously the Masters. Had a chance to win another Masters. And, 8 Ryder Cup teams. And he's the most tenacious competitor I think I ever played against, because there was never a moment when he thought he was not going to win or beat you. He always had that mindset, and I think it's great that he is one of the honorees here at the 2013 Memorial.
It's hard to believe he's 70 years old, first and foremost, but he certainly was golf's one of the most fiery competitors. He won PGA twice, the Masters, the US Open, and the only one he was missing was the Open Championship, where he finished second to Jack Nicklaus in 1978. So nearly had the career Grand Slam.
Yeah, and he was just one of those guys, and there are certain guys that kind of had that knack. Once they got in the moment and they got in that situation where they could close the deal and win a golf tournament, he could do it. And you win at Doral. You look at some of the golf courses that he won on. There was a period where he kind of went on a little bit of a dip because he won the PGA Championship, his first PGA Championship, so early in his career that there was a little bit of a dip because he kind of got away from golf. But then once he got back and started playing, he was one tough competitor.
Many of those achievements, of course, coming in the era of Jack Nicklaus, which made them even more impressive. Jack, of course, our host this week and the course designer. 73 official tour victories, tied by Tiger at this event last year.
Right.
For second on the all-time list, and well, the resume speaks for itself. He's the game's greatest champion.
You look at 18 major championships, you can just go ahead and look at the seconds and thirds that he's had in major championships to see where Jack put the most emphasis and, to win. I think if there was a larger number out there than what Bobby Jones had, I think Jack may have taken it to a higher number. I just don't think that the number was high enough, and Tiger's always said that 18 was the number that he's shooting for. But in my opinion, he's the greatest player of all time.
Well, he's certainly a great ambassador. There's no question he's a great champion. But what do all great champions do? We got to see him compete against Lee Trevino in the '71 championship at Marion a couple of nights ago on the Golf Channel. And what did Jack say? What were his vivid memories of the U.S. Open at Marion? He said he lost.
Yeah.
That's it. But he can recall every single shot, every yardage, every club he hit into all those 18 major victories that he had.
Gary Player called him, and this was the ultimate compliment, the game's greatest loser. What we didn't see on that screen was the 19 second-place finishes for Jack Nicklaus. 37 times, first or second, in a major championship. That will never be touched.
It's unbelievable.
A little low on the action here as we enjoy a beautiful day here in Central Ohio. This is the 38th year that Muirfield Village has hosted this prestigious event, and it has been the host venue for a number of significant championships in the world of golf through the years. And this October, it will once again, as Muirfield Village hosts the President's Cup, which has been played since 1994 and has been dominated by the United States. Only once has the international team won the cup outright. That was at Royal Melbourne in '98. And this is the way they stack up right now as Fred Couples takes the helm for a third time here.
Yeah, money's accrued from 2000 after the 2011 Tour Championship to the 2013 Deutsche Bank. Money has doubled this year. 10 spots be earned off that, and then Captain Couples will have 2 captain's picks.
A lot of experience from this group. President's Cuppers, Ryder Cuppers. Phil Mickelson will be back in action next week, by the way, in Memphis, 1 week in advance of the U.S. Open. Steve Stricker, past champion here, not in the field this week, playing that very limited schedule in 2013.
This is my thought. I think it's great they have the Ryder Cup and then President's Cup opposite years, but for it to gain any traction, this is the 10th. This will be the 10th President's Cup contest. The Americans 7-1-1. So the international squad is going to have to do something on American soil this year, and you know, who knows? It's certainly a strong team assembled, you know, through the top 16 we see here.
They shared the cup in South Africa in 2003. It was a great playoff duel between Tiger and Ernie Els. They simply ran out of daylight. Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, and the ultimate measure and active sportsmanship agreeing to share the cup.
Yeah, the only victory has been at Royal Melbourne in 1998. So
Bill Haas and Zach Johnson, 11 and 12, the first 2 guys out of the top 10. This team looks very strong, and they'll be led by Nick Price, a first-time President's Cup captain in October.
Yeah, he played 5-time President's Cup participant, which is good. He's the South African. Look at Louis Oosthuizen, Schwartzel, Earls, Brendan Grace. I know George Cutsy's up there, and that's the overall South Africans. Very strong team. Thong Jai D just lost in the Volvo World Match Play to GMAC a couple of weeks ago over in Europe. This Stoney is another South African.
Day one of the very first President's Cup in 1994 at Lake Manassas. Fred Couples and his newly named assistant captain Davis Love defeating Nick Price and his partner in the 4-ball competition that day.
Just looking at it on paper, I'd have to give the edge to the U.S. team.
That's very, very strong. There's some good young players there. Mark Leishman has vaulted up with that 4th at the Masters. Sang Moon Bay, obviously, great win there at HB Byron Nelson.
I look at putters, and I look at the United States team. They have the better putters.
Back with more day one coverage from Dublin on PGA TOUR.com. Opening round coverage here on PGA TOUR.com continues. Kevin Chappell, Brendan DeYoung, Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño. That's the next group coming through. They just began their round at 12:10. And over there playing the par 5 11th. Let's check the numbers on 12 here. 3rd toughest hole on the golf course.
Been 19 players hit it in these bunkers, short and long. Only 5 have got it up and down. One young man hit it in the water from the bunker, Nick Thompson.
When we looked at the international President's Cup team standings in our last segment, very few players from outside the United States have managed to win here since 1976.
Yeah, only 7 in the 37-year history. And yeah, I'm not really sure why, to be honest with you. I know that you look at a lot of the Europeans will still go over and support their own tour. You know, the flagship event was last week, so a lot of those guys are making the transatlantic journey. Obviously, that wasn't the case back in the 90s and 80s, but it's a tremendously difficult golf course. It's one you need to play a lot around, and it's a parkland golf course, and certainly the Americans have dominated here.
David Graham in 1980, I'm reminded of his U.S. Open victory at Marion around the same time, when he was one of the game's great players in that era. Here's who's representing the field here this week. 80 players from here in the U.S., 9 Aussies, 5 South Africans.
Maybe that has something to do with it. You know, 120 player field, and 80 of them are from America, so the odds are pretty good that an American will raise the trophy at the end of the week.
South African has a share of the lead right now. Charles Schwartzel at 7 under. Along with Scott Piercy. Justin Rose, the last player from outside the U.S. to win here. His first victory on the PGA Tour, in fact, back in 2010.
And only 3 foreigners inside the top 20 through, early going. Here on the leaderboard, Schwartzel, Graham Dillette, and David Hearn, both of those two last from Canada.
You see the one representative from Northern Ireland, that of course world number 2 Rory McIlroy, who missed the cut here last year and is struggling again today. He birdied his first hole of the day, the 10th, and since then he's 6 over par, 40 for his opening 9 holes, and 5 over par for the tournament. So a wildly inconsistent 2013 campaign continues for Rory McIlroy as he struggles on day 1 here at the Memorial. There's a live look at the par 3 12th. I'll show you some highlights here momentarily of some of the action from earlier today. This was very early in our coverage.
Yeah, Justin Hicks just over the green, lays it down just over the fringe. Okay.
Wasn't that the first birdie of the day? Nice way to start it off.
That was the nice way to start it off. But then Adam Scott, just a nice 7-iron, just trying to let it fall a little bit from left to right. Excellent.
And he got that into 8.5 feet.
And Scott made birdie. He's 2 over, by the way, through 16. This was the best shot of the day from Graham Gillette.
Watch how close this comes to just getting over the bunker. Lands right on the fringe.
It actually landed in the upslope before it went down, and 4.5 feet for Graham.
Gillette made birdie, and so did Charlie Wee, and this one was a no-doubter.
Yeah, he was going ahead and finishing the hole while Nicholas Thompson was making his 6.
Nicholas Colsarts was 6 over when he came to the tee here at 12.
That was a nice par.
It was after coming off a triple at the 11th.
Columbus resident Jason Day. This was his bid for birdie. Level par 72 for the Aussie today. Stuart Sink, 1 under when he came to the tee.
No,
beautiful 7-iron in the air there.
No leaky faucet in Stewie Sink.
No, you didn't.
Gotta love the Golf Boys 2.0.
Right over the top of the flagstick. And then, what did Billy Horschel have for us?
Yeah. Also going with a 7-iron, letting it fall just a little left to right. What a year for Billy Horschel up to this point.
And then Martin Laird, about 25 feet, converting the longest birdie of the day at 12.
8 birdies all told. The morning wave. Most difficult hole on the golf course. It's pretty remarkable.
Laird at 1 under, by the way, through 17 holes. And we've got our next group arriving on the tee box here at 12. As the wind starts to pick up just a touch as Kevin Chappell gets set to peg it. Pars at 10 and 11 to begin the day for the former UCLA Bruin.
A couple of top 10s on the year, just 100th in the FedEx Cup point standings. He's had flashes of brilliance. Finished second Valero a couple of years ago, third, I believe, in the US Open at Congressional.
Yeah, he and Garrigus were the 2 highest finishing Americans at that US Open.
And Rory McIlroy won 8 shots over Jason Day.
Actually wasn't a fair fight that week.
A little indecision here now because of the wind is starting to gust. It wasn't a fair fight at Kiowa either. He won by 8 shots there, but missed the cut Rory last year here, shot 71, 79, and then struggling today. So a little bit of hit and miss for world's number 2.
It's a coin of phrase first uttered by Roger Maltby at the 2000 US Open. Tiger won by 15. Maltby, of course, the first ever champion here back in 1976.
Coming down.
Club change here. You feel it helping a little bit.
I think it's an 8-iron for Chappell. You can see aiming 15 feet left of the hole. See him trying to flight it.
Barely covers the front. And that's a very good shot. After all that indecision, to commit to the club and the shot at hand, that was well done.
Brendan de Jong will wait. The Spaniard will be next to play. Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño played a handful of events in the U.S. this year. Best finish at Bay Hill, tied for 3rd at the Arnold Palmer Invitational.
Yes. Probably a 7-iron.
down.
Flew it all. And we've seen that all morning. Very difficult pitching straight downhill. Very difficult even to keep that one on the green. I can't feel the tee, although elevated, is a little sheltered. And some unpredictable winds back here at the 12th. You can see those huge stand of trees that kind of is sheltered. The wind should be this way. And I believe all the trees back here kind of.
Correct.
And this is the one that's throwing them off. This tree is a little blustery.
You know, watch this. He'll take it inside and out. It's kind of a reverse of what you see most players on tour do.
Okay.
Took it right over the flag.
A lot of players you'll see that they'll kind of lay that club down, but not Brendan Young. He actually goes the opposite.
Oh, we've got a new leader here at the Memorial Tournament. It's Charles Schwartzel as Gonzalo Fernandez Castano plays his second at 12.
Pitching it straight down the hill.
Go.
Hit the flag. Good shot. That was the only way it was going to stay on the green. Just this Kentucky bluegrass, ryegrass, fescue kind of mix. It's very sticky, very hard to put any spin on in such a downhill lie. The ball comes out a lot lower with very little spin and just about got a piece of the hole.
Looks like Chappell will be next.
Yeah, what's he got? 28.5 feet. Brendan Young, 29.5 feet. So if they go by shot link, which they won't, but they could. Here's the issue. Here's a little bit of slope here, which kind of pushes the ball this way. So the track of this putt will go here first, and then it'll kind of wander back that way. Tough to read. But you know, when you have a double breaker like that, really the focus for these best players in the world is just to get good speed, and that's precisely what Kevin Chappell has done.
Web.com Tour winner in Northern California, 2010 TPC Stonebray. A tough golf course that week, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a brutally tough golf course, and it's a tough walk. And he's out from that, went to UCLA, so it was very familiar. That's kind of up in the just outside of the San Francisco area. We thought that would be the last year we'd see him on the Web.com Tour, and because he is very talented. Just kind of still just kind of finding his way.
Pac-10 Conference Player of the Year his senior season, won 3 times that year.
Yeah,
6 titles in all during his years at UCLA.
And listen, he's only 26, and listen, 125th on the money list last year. So
that'll work.
that gets you to fully exempt this year.
De Jong to move it into red numbers here. His 3rd hole of the day.
Just kind of tilt left at the end. Great effort. I would say, in my opinion, if there's a player out there who's the best player still yet to win, I think this 32-year-old from Zimbabwe would be very close to the top of that list. His, you know, was 39th on the money list last year, and he's just been right on the cusp, and he's played a lot of golf, been on this tour for a number of years.
Well, and he's inside the top 20, Craig, in President's Cup points too. He would love to make that team for the first time. Played for Nick Price, of course, one of his idols growing up in Zimbabwe.
Yeah, played 165 events. He's made over nearly $7.5 million in earnings.
So De Jong looking to be right back here at the President's Cup in October. Scott Piercy has just bogeyed 18. Schwartzel just doubled 17. He had it to 8 under, so 2 tied at the top. And 6 under. And Castagno for his par. See the pencil grip there?
Gonna take the right hand out of it. Committed with the left, and that wasn't a good putt. Schwartzel was 8 under. You know, is that close to the course record? The course record actually 61 here by John Houston, who had a propensity to go very low.
Yes, he did.
That was in 1996.
Good start for Charlie Hoffman. He's birdied his first 2 holes of the day.
Tournament record here, I remember this. Tom Lehman shot 4 straight 67s, 20 under par. That was pretty remarkable. Nearly 20 years ago.
Yeah, you heard Charlie asking that one to slide, but it just kind of hung out there and finds a fat portion of the green.
Well, safely aboard, which is very few have done. The field's hitting this green less than 45% of the time. Billy Cratchit was right. There's really from the tee, there's only been 1 ball in the water. People are shooting away from this flagstick, so they're actually shooting really away from the water.
Chris Stroud coming off birdie at 11. He's 71st in FedEx Cup points. You're going to wait for this wind, a little gust to move through here.
The hardest thing, John, between the 2 bunkers, the width of that green really is probably about 15, 20 feet deep. It's very, very small target to shoot at. And now with the the wind's swirling, it makes it even tougher to pick the right club. Have to. Took that a little outside, was trying to cut it, but turning it left kind of rode the wind a little bit, and may have gone all the way in the back part of that bunker. That'll be tough from a downhill lie.
7th place finish for Stroud last week at Colonial with some very small targets there. There it is. Came out of its pitch mark. All right, here's Bo Van Pelt. Pars at 10 and 11. And a quiet start to the season for Bo. Tied for 6th at the Wells Fargo in Charlotte, is only top 10 thus far. Winner outside the U.S. the last couple of years, Perth, Australia, and Malaysia.
Just a simple, repetitive golf swing. Has had success here. 2 third-place finishes and a good shot right over the top of the flag, and that will collect back. He was 3rd in 2005 and 3rd in 2010.
So Scott Piercy in with 66. Charles Schwartzel also at 6 under as he plays the 9th, his final of the day. This is Chris Stroud from the bunker behind the green here at 12.
All day long, this shot has just been so hard. No one has gotten it within 6 feet of the hole. And neither will Chris Stroud.
Seen that result a lot today. That one nestling up against the collar, that first cut there. So Charlie Hoffman wandering by. He'll have a birdie putt of about 46 feet coming up. Bo Van Pelt inside 20 feet. Down there for a look. 46 feet 4 inches to be exact, according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder. For Charlie Hoffman, two-time PGA Tour winner, 62 in the final round of the Deutsche Bank to win that FedEx Cup playoff event 3 years ago.
And in a lot of people's opinion, probably should have won Hartford last year. Had the lead, just keep it out of the water at 17, which is easier said than done. But and then you win the tournament. But as it was, Mark Leishman wins. Now, just trying to get the correct pace.
Get up.
And that is a job well done.
So it'll be 2 birdies in the par to begin the week for Charlie Hoffman. Tied for 3rd in San Antonio, 6th in Harbor Town. Those were back-to-back starts. 8th at the Nelson and 18th last week at Colonial. So in some good form coming into the week. BVP stalking this one.
I think the performance that Charlie Hoffman had at Hilton Head might be the putting performance of the year.
It was something.
For 54 holes, it was flawless. Okay, Bo Van Pelt, you can see the left hand low. Not going to turn that much.
Lone victory in the States for Bo, coming back in Milwaukee 2009. First team All-American in Oklahoma State back in 1997. Part of that long, proud tradition of Cowboys out here on the PGA Tour. The program Mike Holder has going there in Stillwater is a machine.
Yeah, Mike has turned the program over, and he is now the athletic director, and it's still cooking. You know, you look at all the young players that they have, and you look at the young Uline kid that won over in Europe this year. Obviously, Ricky Fowler with the orange that he wears, but as you said, Swanee, a program rich in tradition. But now another player bellying a wedge, just trying to catch it in the equator of the golf ball. And
so bogey for Stroud, gives one back after a birdie over at 11. Have another look here from down low.
Now look at this. You can see now he wants to catch it just in the middle. And that ball just kind of nestling down. You can see that big first hop. And anytime a ball takes a big hop like that, it automatically loses speed right from the get-go.
That's who's coming through next. Jeff Overton, Tom Gillis, and South Africa's Brandon Grace. There you see him in the background making the way up the hill there to the tee box here at 12, 179 yards today. So Piercy in with 66. Schwartzel is playing the 9th, his final hole of the day. And he's 12 feet away for a birdie, so a chance to shoot 65 for Schwartzel, which would give him the outright lead here.
Well, the golf course is in such great condition that if a player is on their game, they're going to give themselves plenty of opportunity to make birdies. You can certainly go ahead and attack the par 5s here at Muirfield Village. And I've got to believe that the absence of wind has made it easier to get to some of these hole locations, and consequently, you're gonna see some low scores.
There's got to be some on the left too.
Good day for rookie Russell Henley, the winner in Honolulu back in January. There's Tom Gillis.
Yeah.
4th appearance here.
Also the recipient of a sponsor's exemption from the Captain's Club.
He's a guy who has played just about every tour around the globe you could think of through the years. 44 years of age. He's a Michigan native. But has kept his card out here for the last few years. Really bolstered by that runner-up finish at the Honda last year. And a couple pars to begin the day for Gillis, all the way over right-hand side of the tee box here.
And I like this. There's not a divot over there. You're actually shooting a little more away from the flagstick. A little more of an angle. You kind of take the water. You're not hitting alongside the water down the right-hand side. You're hitting more across. And that's what tour pros like. They like hitting across water. They don't like hitting alongside water.
Well executed play from Gillis. He's aboard. Brandon Grace will be next here. Talented young player from South Africa. 5 victories around the globe last year. Starting to see more of him in the United States. His 2nd appearance here this week.
Good looking golf swing. Maybe a little long. Yeah.
Yeah, he was posing. Yeah, he thought that one was going to be a little tighter. Just hopped off the back edge.
You know, you've seen one shot prior to yours in the air. Yours looks very similar to that shot. And then when you see it land about 4 yards too far, that's the reaction you get.
Well, we're in Big Ten country, just down the road from Ohio State University. Here's the former Big Ten Conference Player of the Year at Indiana, Jeff Overton. And as we've seen through the years, takes that practice swing so close to the ball, just barely resets his feet there.
Kind of a quiet year. Really. Really hadn't made a lot of noise, and even though he has a couple of top 10s, he's played a lot. He's only missed a couple of cuts, but he's got his work cut out there. Trying to get that ball up and down out of the back bunker, almost impossible.
We'll see how he does when we come back. We can tell you that Charles Schwartzel did birdie the 9th to shoot 65, and the South African has the lead here at Jack's Place. Jeff Overton at 12 from the back bunker, and a predictable result from the lie that he had. That one hangs up on the bank.
Yeah, just it's such a hard shot.
Jeff bemoaning the tee shot, more than likely. It was a well-struck tee shot from Brandon Grace. Hopped just off the green.
Now this is a shot he wants to hit maybe 2 feet. No, he hit too hard, way too hard.
Yeah, it's good touch, great.
It's going to be okay, though.
Up to you, Jeff, whatever you want to do. I'll come up, it's fine. I'll just leave it in.
So Grace with a good chance to save his par here. Just moments away from the start of one of our featured groups that we're watching, the 1:16 Eastern Time. Tee time, just about a minute from now. Tiger begins his quest for his 6th title here at Jack Nicklaus's tournament. Keegan Bradley is yet to make the cut here. And the President's Cup captain will likely have both of those boys on his squad right here at Muirfield Village in October. Fred Couples, a past champion here as well. Overton's 3rd. A little sticky down there. And a bit of work remaining for bogey. Overton, a guy who appeared to be on the cusp of breaking through a couple of years ago, had a strong season. A handful of top 5 finishes.
Yeah,
led to a Ryder Cup berth.
Made the Ryder Cup over in Wales.
Not much happening since then, though, for Jeff. '59th in FedEx Cup points this year. Tom Gillis is 150th. He could use a good week. Capitalize on this sponsor's exemption. This one for birdie.
Yeah, right to left, down the hill.
Tied for 12th at the Nelson 2 weeks ago. That came after 5 consecutive missed cuts. So Gillis in the field here this week, part of a limited gathering of players. 120 comprising the field this week. Couple of young players that we'll see as well. Stephen Fox, the reigning U.S. Amateur champion. Guan Tianlong, the 14-year-old. Jack Nicklaus extending invitations to both those young players.
Now Grace to stay at +1. Had a dream season last season.
Did he ever? 4 of those 5 victories were official European Tour titles. So he's risen up the world golf rankings. You slide inside that top 50, you start to gain invitations into the World Golf Championships. He's played a couple of those this year. It's a bogey for Overton.
He needs to get some of the boom baby back.
Yeah. Find a little spark.
The Reggie Miller boom baby.
And paired with Bubba Watson that day, Celtic Manor in 2010. That's who's coming through next. On the start for Tommy Gainey. Birdies at 10 and 11. There's 2 gloves. Likes to play a heavy schedule and has once again this year 18 events already. It's first time he's ever played here. Tied for 54th last week in Fort Worth.
Yeah, you get a good look at that grip.
Tried to drop one in there over the bunker, but came up short.
The left thumb is not on the grip. It's off of the grip. There's been a couple of players that have played like that.
Yeah.
The one I can think of right offhand is Claude Harmon, won the Masters.
There's Billy Haas.
I thought this was an interesting pairing. Billy Haas playing with Kenny Perry last week. Kenny Perry, Jay Haas trying to win the Senior PGA Championship. I thought it was pretty neat that they went ahead and paired them together. Speaking of Kenny Perry, he's had a lot of success here at Muirfield Village. I would think this is probably one of the hardest hole locations for Kenny. Going with 8-iron.
Over the bunker and drifts back in. Kenny Perry, a 3-time champion here, winning all the way back in 1991. And then adding the title in 2003 and again in 08. And as Billy mentioned, had a chance to win the Senior PGA Championship just 4 days ago at Belle Reve outside of St. Louis. 65 for Charles Schwartzel today, and he has the clubhouse lead. Tommy Gainey, front bunker.
Just a hard bunker shot, played almost perfectly.
Wow.
That is the best of the day.
That happened just a moment ago. From last year's champion at the McGladrey Classic. 60 in the final round to get the job done. And a good chance for 59, in fact, too. Birdie chance at the last there.
Yes, he did. The 59 watch was out.
Bill Haas stalking this one. 24 feet away. Kenny Perry rather played his second from the back bunker.
Well, this is a putt that we saw Driscoll make earlier in the day. Just a little bit of a left to right. That's got to get, got to go, got to go.
Wow.
Very solid season in the works for Bill Haas. Just 3 missed cuts, but 2 have come in his last 2 starts in Charlotte and at the Players. Looking to get things turned around here this week.
Became a father.
Yeah.
Last couple of months. So congrats.
3rd for KP.
Good little touch there.
A 3-shot lead at Belle Reve last week, the senior PGA. Brought to mind his other close calls in major championships through the years. You go back to '96, the PGA at Valhalla. Of course, the Masters just a few years back.
Yeah. And this was a nice little chip shot here.
Still playing at a very high level at the age of 52. And a proud 3-time champion of this event.
First time I've actually heard him come out and say that what happened to him at Augusta actually had a huge effect on him. It's the first time that I've really read or have seen where he's admitted that. Now Gainey for par. Ooh.
Just tried to fire that one in there. That would have been some up and down from the bunker. But he's going to drop a shot here. Yeah, that was a devastating setback at Augusta for Kenny Perry in his late 40s at the time. His last realistic chance to win a major championship. Both at 17 and 18.
Yeah, and we talk about the window closing on players, and you kind of wonder if the same thing's going to happen to Lee Westwood. You know, is time going to catch up to where it's too late to win that first major?
Well, Kenny's won this event twice since turning 40. In fact, he's been one of the most productive players in the game since turning 40. The owner of 14 PGA Tour victories. And 10 of them since 2003. So 10 victories in his 40s, including a couple right here at the Memorial. Still driving those muscle cars and restoring them back home in Franklin, Kentucky. Curtis Furyk Ogilvie next up on the tee when we come back. Back live with you at Muirfield Village. Opening round coverage continues from the Memorial Tournament. Ohioan Ben Curtis, part of the next group coming through, along with Jim Furyk, past champion here, and former U.S. Open champion as well, Jeff Ogilvy. So 3 major champions in this group. 2 from the same year, in fact.
I would have thought with Ogilvy's ball flight
24 and 17
that he would contend here and he would have a chance to win.
21 is to the hole.
Yeah, his showings from time to time are curious, aren't they? As supremely talented a player as he is, runs very hot and cold. A couple of World Golf Championships to his credit. The U.S. Open at Wingfoot in '06. Third place finish this year at the Honda. That got him back into the top 50 in the world, and a berth in the Cadillac Championship the next week in Miami,
which he had won before, the WGC event. So it's kind of a hot and cold, hit or miss, sweet with the sour.
Yeah, hasn't cracked the top 30 since his runner-up at the Honda. A couple of missed cuts, including at the Players. That was his last start.
In fact, he missed getting in Augusta after he had gotten into the top 50 because he did not make the cuts, or he played poorly.
Yeah, that ended a string of 37 straight major championships for the Aussie.
That's left. That is way left.
Deep and thick over there.
And that's right, where all the players exit.
So watch the reaction. He knew it right away. Jeff and his wife Julie with 3 young kids these days. Very busy household. He's moved back to Scottsdale from Southern California. There's Ben Curtis, British Open champion 2003, former Kent State Golden Flash right here in the Buckeye State.
Well, this is a very aggressive line right here, Swanee. Calling it down also.
It's okay now.
Looked like he was going to fire right at the flag and got just a little quick with the hands. Kind of hung back on it just a little bit.
6-year drought between victories for Ben before returning to the winner's circle in San Antonio last year. Jim Furyk will be next. '02 winner here.
Seven iron for Furyk. Ooh, wanted it just to slide just a little bit. Had that been at the flagstick, I think it might have been all right, because that green does work its way back just a little bit. But we'll take another look at the swing, and you can see just how close his hands are to his body. I mean, they hang as close to the body as any player I've ever seen, but as he starts the club back, you'll see that you can see the rotation. The club actually comes inside. You can see the rerouting of the club where he lays the shaft down. But look where his eyes are. Look where his left knee is. And he's already off his right side right at the beginning. So now as he starts the downswing, he pushes off the right side. But look how much the hips have cleared this way. And now he has just made contact, and his eyes are way out here. But then as he goes to the finish, you'll see that he has a little more knee drive than a lot of players, but he gets firmly over onto the left side, everything facing the target. And that's why Jim Furyk is one of the most accurate players on the PGA Tour, is because everything has a nice rhythm about it. Nothing is rushed in the whole sequence in the golf swing.
It's a swing that's produced 16 PGA Tour victories, including the United States Open. Those are the numbers on the season for Furyk. Played well in San Antonio, third at the Valero. That was the week before the Masters. Just one miscut for Jim, who's 49th in FedEx Cup points. Of course, the FedEx Cup champion, 2010, making that gutsy 3, the 18th at East Lake, up and down from the bunker in the rain there in Atlanta.
No one had a better week out of the bunkers than Jim Furyk did that week.
A good couple of days at the Masters this year as well. Shot 74-76 on the weekend at Augusta to finish tied for 25th. Missed cut at the Players. It's always been perplexing. He hasn't had a great record there through the years, despite living in the area, practicing there all the time. It's a tough golf course to figure out, even for the local guys there in North Florida.
Yeah, it seems like you either catch on right away and play it well, like Davis Love has done, or it's seemingly as always a mystery. You never know if you're hitting the right shot, or you're always kind of second guessing yourself. But you second guess yourself here, just go ahead and take your medicine. Take something 15 feet from the hole. Just don't try to do anything fancy. Largest number you want is the 4.
That's what Ogilvy may well be looking at here. Furyk's gone to the comfort footwear too, hasn't he?
He has.
More and more guys out here we see wearing those soft-soled shoes. Has a good look.
Yeah, by Adidas. But you can see just a lot of weight on that front leg. You can see him just slide the club right underneath the ball. That's about as good as you're going to see a player do from back behind the green. Unless, of course, it's Justin Hicks and you make it.
Let's have another look here.
But you can see just how quickly the ball is elevated, how quiet the lower half of the body stays. Footwork, just perfect.
He's always been very good at those shots. Received so much attention for his unorthodox swing, but usually pretty crafty around the greens.
Well, he's handsy around the green. You know, I kind of look at a player like a Hubert Green, who was very handsy. A Raymond Floyd was very handsy. Furyk has always been handsy. And I think that's why he has such good touch around the greens.
45 feet away for Ben Curtis here.
You know, this is kind of that area of the green, even though he was a little further back. But Rory McIlroy just hit a miserable putt from over here. You know, this is a much better line by Ben Curtis. Much better.
Outstanding piece of judgment there from Curtis. He will grab his 3rd par of the day. Triumphant moment when he returned here to the airport in Columbus back in 2003 with the claret jug.
Okay. We've actually seen this a lot with the guys that have either hit it in the back bunker or over the green. This attempt for par. And that must have been a little bit of a spongy lie right there.
Furyk's going to be outside of Ogilvy here. 6.5 feet.
He'll kind of go through his routine now. The method that he started to employ last year was where he'll place the right hand on the club first. Now, he's always going to stay with that left hand low, even though he did experiment with the belly putter, but he'll take a couple of practice strokes, and then he'll place the right hand on the putter exactly like he wants it. And the whole process has speeded up a little bit. Although that ball kind of hopped a little bit on him.
Furyk 1 over, early going here.
I asked him what he learned by using the belly putter. He said, I learned that I'm going to have to use the short putter better. Did not adjust or adapt to the belly putter. Now Ogilvy trying to save bogey. I mean, he's got the perfect line from Furyk. He knows it's going to swing just ever so slightly from his right to left. Just inside right.
Two bogeys and a par from these three major champions.
That's always a good thing. When you leave the 12th green and your player takes the club to the tee, because the tee goes back about 70 yards and the caddies can take the shortcut. Brilliant move by Ogilvy.
Thoughtful move. Streelman, Kirk, and Dustin Johnson. I haven't seen DJ in a while. He's been a little injury plagued this year. Withdrew from 3 tournaments, in fact.
Actually, he's put in a little time on the boat.
But Kirk will be first here.
Yeah, but he's worked hard. He's talking to Claude Harmon the third, Butch Harmon and Billy Harmon and Dustin, rounding back into form, starting to play a little bit better, starting to feel better, which allows him to practice.
Very nice season for Chris Kirk. Just one miscut. 5th at the Sony, 2nd at Pebble Beach. '21st in FedEx Cup points. You get the feeling as a player is just kind of coming into his own. Winner in 2011 on the PGA Tour after 2 victories the season before that on the Web.com Tour.
I'm interested to see what he does here because he turns the ball right to left. He does not fade it.
Tough hole location for a guy like Chris Kirk today. Take your medicine. Hope to steal a 3 if possible. Part of that Georgia Bulldog National Championship team back in 2005. There's Dustin Johnson. Natalie attire today, all synced up there, the shoes and the shirt.
That's not Bobby Brown. I think that's his brother.
Yeah, and he and Bobby Brown have been sort of on again, off again the last couple of years.
I think that's his brother. Okay. Just an 8-iron for Dustin. That's right. Hang in there. Hang in there. It did.
Oh, boy.
It did. Barely hung there.
Just stuck right on the bank there. Only one tee shot we've seen that's found the water today, and that was a bad miss from Lucas Glover. Dustin Johnson on dry land. The grip may not have been dry, though, from that reaction. There's Kevin Strewman, winner in Tampa Bay this year for his first tour victory. And he is playing with a high level of confidence since then.
That he is, and really good swing. Very fluid swing. Kind of an upbeat tempo, but it's a very fluid swing. Got to go. Got to go. There you go.
Beautiful shot. Strewman 4th in the FedEx Cup race. And a chance for a birdie here at the 12th when we come back. 65 for Charles Schwartzel. He's in the clubhouse with the lead. Maybe enjoying one of those delicious milkshakes. Chris Kirk, second shot on the green here.
Ooh, settle.
Nearly nudged the ball of Kevin Strewman there on the way by. Yeah, that's what we think of that one.
Knew it. Now, Dustin Johnson. Actually, have seen players, all kinds of shots from this area. We just saw Ogilvy kind of stubbed the chip, took a stab at it. Seen guys like Kenny Perry almost make it. And Dustin almost makes it.
Tee shot was fortunate to stay on dry land, and he nearly escaped with a birdie. Looked like he was doomed for disaster off the tee, so DJ will certainly accept par here. First time he has teed it up since the Players Championship. Shot 74 in the first round, then withdrew. The wrist injury. Back's been ailing him as well. Kirk stubbed his third one.
Yeah, see, that's the same thing, the same area that Ogilvy was. We just saw him hit from. In same result. Sometimes you can get this bluegrass mix of rough to where the bluegrass becomes very sticky, and it's almost like you have to take a club with less balance and just go ahead and just kind of keep it level with the ground instead of going in at a steep angle and trying to pop it out.
There hasn't been much of a letdown since the victory in Tampa Bay for Kevin Streelman. He was third at Harbor Town, sixth at Quail Hollow, a share of second place at the Players Championship. I mean, what a run it's been for Streelman, who finally broke through for that first victory at the age of 34. And it seems to have been an enormous weight lifted from his shoulders.
Good read. Good read. Oh. That would have been a good one.
Looked like a 2 for a long time, but just a par for Streelman here at 12. Kirk for bogey now. 5 feet here.
Just a little right to left in this.
I mentioned he was part of that 05 national championship team at Georgia. 2 years later, he actually won the Ben Hogan Award, top collegiate player in the land. A stellar career in Athens, including All-American honors on multiple occasions. Well, a couple of champions from this season, part of our next group coming through. Sangmoon Bae and D8 points. And they're joined by Nick Watney. Just finishing up over there at 11. That's where we stand on the leaderboard. Schwartzel at the top.
Yeah, Josh Teeter, one of the early tee times today, took advantage of the good conditions, which still remain. I mean, very little wind right now.
Schwartzel had it to 8 under and double bogeyed the 8th before bouncing back with a birdie on his final hole of the day. Up the steps they come off the green from the par 5 11th. There's Sangmoon Bae in the red shirt, the young Korean, the winner in Dallas just a couple of weeks ago. Nick Watney, striped shirt, blue pants there. D8 points also with a victory in Texas this year. He took the Shell Houston Open.
Almost came back and won New Orleans.
It was payback from Horschel, who was nipped by a stroke by DA in Houston. Nick Watney, Barclays champion from a year ago to begin the FedEx Cup playoffs. 5th tour win for Nick. Teeing it up here for the 6th time this week.
See what he and Chad Reynolds come up with right here.
That was on. I mean, no pen. Right. No pen at all. So where are we looking? Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Right there. And if the wind moves, it's fine. If it doesn't, it's fine. You good with this? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Now they're going to bump a little something, so it sounds like 7. Better be a bump.
Well, you can see that he is aiming just to the right of the back bunker. If it moves it, Chad said, it moves it. If it doesn't, it should be okay.
Kind of likes it.
Get out. Get out.
Shot.
Beautiful shot. Took it right at the flagstick. Here's Bay, the 26-year-old Korean. 11 times he had won in his native Asia, but first time a winner in the States. 179, that's the number from the Nikon Callaway rangefinder.
Very efficient golf swing. Works with Rick Smith. Anyways, they've been able to shorten the golf swing just a little bit, keep it a little more under control. You'll see that when the shoulders stop turning, the arms will stop. That's why he's been able to shorten this golf swing. Used to be a little bit longer, a little bit looser.
And that one finds the front bunker.
You think it's 7? Oh, you think I got to hit it?
The voice of DA Points in the background, thinking 7-iron here.
Yeah, so this is good normal.
Just a normal one, says the caddy. 17th event of the season for DA's, 8th in FedEx Cup points.
You know, DA going with the 7-iron. You'd see that rehearsal that he was going through. He has a tendency to let the lower half of the body get too far out in front.
And off the mark with that one.
There's no way I can hit that 195 yards unless there's some kind of helping wind.
DA, do some chatting out there. He's going to do some scrambling as well when we come back. Back with you live here at the 12th. John Swantek rejoined by Craig Perks, 2002 Players Champion. Bill Kratzer will hop back in with us a little bit later. That's D.A. Points in the background there in the yellow shirt. He just airmailed one over the green here.
Yeah, he was pointing to fellow competitor Sang-Moon Bae, see who was away, I believe. D.A. probably doesn't want to hit this shot from certainly quite a distinctive downhill lie, pitching with the green running away from them. To keep this on the green, John, he has to land this ball probably in a 5-foot radius.
Look at that. 42% of this elite field has been able to find the green here today.
And it's so hard pitching downhill because the ball comes out low. It's very difficult to put any sort of loft on it. And you don't want to risk bumping it in the rough because it probably won't jump forward. And so he landed it really in the right spot, but just way too much speed. He couldn't believe that 7-iron flew probably close to 190 yards. He said that the actual yardage 179.
Sang-Moon Bae from down in that front bunker.
Not much easier. 26 guys have hit it in the bunker so far today. Only 5 have got it up and down. Pitching ball lands on a downslope and will just propel it forward. 6-8 feet would be a good shot.
That went off the back edge of the green.
What he's tried to do there, John, is to create a lot of speed, and with speed the ball gets up in the air significantly quicker and comes down with a lot more spin, but maybe a little less sand there than he thought. It kind of flew all the way to the back of the green.
Thought maybe it might have worked its way back a little bit. Came close to winning last year in Tampa. He was part of that 4-man playoff. And then bested Keegan Bradley, who was in control of the tournament in Dallas a couple of weeks ago for much of the week. But Bae seized it on Sunday.
What DA has to be careful with, although I believe Nick Watney, well, he may elect DA to come up, but the ball's sitting up so nicely in this Kentucky bluegrass, ryegrass, fescue kind of blend that if you're trying to get too cute with it, then you can go right underneath it. But it looks as though it may be Sang-Moon Bae to putt for his par.
32 feet here.
And you see the rehearsal there, just seeing if the putter will come through that step cut of rough nicely. Great angle right there. Try and get a little grass as possible on the through swing before you contact the ball. No, he didn't. Oh, what a great effort.
Hey Nick, I'm gonna leave it. So if you wanna, okay. Is that if I come up?
So a bit remaining for bogey. Points will be next. Victory really came out of nowhere in Houston. He had missed 7 cuts in a 9-event stretch leading into that tournament. Found something that week, Craig, and it was on the greens.
Yeah, he went back to an old putter that his mother had given back to him that was in the garage, and you know, it's really in the second in New Orleans as well. Had a great chance to win there as well. Billy Horschel, the victor, and a 12th in the HB Byron Nelson Classic. So it's really rounded into form after that victory out of nowhere.
And Watney's had to wait a while to attempt this 20-footer.
Just move ever so slightly from Nick's right to left. That has started left the entire way. That was a poor putt. 165th in putts and greens in regulation, which has always been a prolific ball striker, always a good ball striker, and potentially that's why the numbers could be a little higher, because he hits so many greens. If he tends to struggle, certainly struggles on the greens.
Bay now for his bogey. So that's a 2 over par start through 3 holes for the young Korean. Points finishing up. This one for bogey. And that is the old ping putter he went back to. He'd won a couple events with it in his amateur career. Took it to the guys in the equipment truck, had a little weight added to it. That's a good look.
Yeah, that's the old answer. There's been a lot of copying done by other manufacturers throughout the years, but that's really the original.
DA able to shake that one in there for bogey. So a couple of 4s, and Watney for his par now.
Well, 3 straight pars to start the opening round for Nick. Pars are never a bad score on any hole at Muirfield Village.
Next group ready to go. Gary Woodland, Brendan Steele, and Aaron Baddeley here.
Aaron coming off a birdie, par 5, 11th. Played well at the Farmers where he finished 6th, but that's been his only top 10 of the year. He's been working really hard on his golf swing the last 2 or 3 years with Dale Lynch, who was his coach when he won those back-to-back Australian Opens, once as an amateur in '99 and then as a professional in 2000.
Setting up for a fade.
He's hanging left. And really, all in all, safely aboard is not a bad thing.
Perfect.
Gary Woodland birdied the 10th. Made par at 11. Still looking for his first top 10 of the season.
And it's been a miserable year. 129th in FedEx Cup points. Through a number of injuries, has changed instructors, worked with Butch Harmon. Just hasn't found the confidence in the performance that he had when he won a couple of years ago, and well wide of the mark there. That will probably, as we see the ripples find the water.
Second tee shot of the day in the water.
Yeah.
Third ball in the water here.
Control in the flight, I think. Yeah, I'm not comfortable. Okay, cool.
Look at that, Perksy. You heard Brendan Steele and his caddy talking about stepping it back a couple of yards to get a more comfortable number here.
Well, 179. Playing slightly west-southwest wind, which is really just pretty much straight left to right. If you're not comfortable, and what you do is you look, where is the best place I can miss this shot? So expect to see this well left of the flagstick. Magnificent shot, to be honest with you. You utilize the slope and it works back towards the flagstick.
Birdie chance for Brendan Steele. Gary Woodland heads for the drop zone. Third shot of Gary Woodland. This happened just a few seconds ago.
95 yards. Fly it beyond the flag and put a little spin on it. Bring it back down the hill. Oh, short. There's no room. That's incredible. That's only about 10 feet of green to work with, and ball stopped very quickly. He'll have an outside chance to save his bogey.
Now we're live as we swing back up to the green. Good shot from Brendan Steele in there. He's inside 20 feet. Aaron Baddeley played for the safe portion of the green. He's at 50 feet.
That's kind of the dilemma you face. You see 12 Memorial Parents Best finish tied for 9th last year, but you hit away from the flagstick, and now you've got a pretty difficult 2-putt. We saw Rory McIlroy 4-putt from over here. Putt that will move left initially, coming off the slope to the bunker to the right of him, and then will kind of wander back to the right at the very end.
78 for McIlroy today, by the way. His struggles continue on the season.
Well, last 2 rounds at this golf course, 79 in the second round last year, and then 78 today. His troubles continue. I've just admired this guy's putting routine. The consistency of it, it stood the test of time and has always been a great putter. 6th on tour in strokes gained. May spend a little time lining everything up and getting the reads and the speed, but once he's over it, one quick look and he's done. I love it.
8th last year in strokes gained putting, 15th the year before that. One of the best out here.
One of the best pieces of advice that I was ever given was that the longer you stand over that ball, John, the louder that voice of negativity gets in your mind. And he doesn't allow any time for that to occur. Right now he's just getting a feel for it. He knows the line. One quick look and go. Now wander back to the right at the end. Great putt. Tremendous putt.
Dead weight. Beautiful piece of work there from Baddeley.
A few more 3 putts than you would ordinarily think Aaron would have. He's had 18 this year. That's tied for 33rd in 3-putt avoidance. But the best one is 1-putt percentage. He's leading the tour. Nearly 1 putts, nearly 50% of the time. It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, it's going to be moving so slow.
Brendan Steele kind of talking himself through the read here. 16 feet.
Well, he's got the anchored putter in the belly. And kind of a modified claw as well. Turn left and just a little too much speed.
Steele just 6 for 70 on the season now from 15 to 20 feet. And a troublesome distance for it.
And there it is. That when you put your right hand on like that, you really the left hand is completely leading. It's more just the right hand's on for a ride.
Now Woodland for bogey.
Just firm. I think you don't give the hole away at all here. Just nice and firm up the hill. It's a good, really good up and down from 95 yards from the drop area.
Didn't miss inside 15 feet the entire final round when he won in Tampa back in 2011.
Yeah, that's pretty remarkable. It was a nice turnaround for Brendan's career back in the last event on the Web.com Tour in 2010, he won that nationwide, or it was then the Nationwide Tour Championship, and then went on to win in Texas at the Valero Texas Open the next year. Hasn't done a lot since, but that was a huge moment, kind of putting his career on the right path.
And his beloved Los Angeles Kings still alive in defense of the Stanley Cup, down to the Final Four. There's a good look at the grip there, Perksy.
Yeah. That was a good part. That was a great view. You saw no movement of the right hand, everything controlled by the anchoring, and the left hand just leading the way.
Back on the tee they wait. Charlie Howe, Casey Wittenberg, Richard H. Lee.
You only got 59. That's right. So you get 65 out of 60 out of one normal. I like that.
Yeah, Charles and his man in complete agreement here on the number. Scorching hot start to the season for Charles Howell. Third at the Sony, runner-up in a playoff at the Humana. 9th at Torrey Pines. 3 straight starts there.
2 wins in his career, 14 runner-ups. He's made over 14 million. So he's certainly had a very lucrative time of it on the PGA Tour. Just extremely talented, works extremely hard. You'd just like to see him win a few more times. Certainly puts himself in that position. If anything, he has a little trouble controlling the distance in his irons, and this will certainly test it right here. Come over that one going well left. Very poor shot from Charles Howell.
Jeff Ogilvy was back over there a few groups ago. Difficult to even hold the green from there. There's Richard H. Lee. Birdie the 10th. Par 11. $138th on the money list last year. So partially exempt status. Players between 126 and 150 on the money list. Those guys will get even fewer starts with this condensed season, as we'll get the 2013-14 campaign cranked up right after the playoffs.
He's played well this year. It made nearly 600 or a little over 650. 650,000, 74th ranking. What helped him get in this week. And catch the slope and wander its way back. Really a good shot from Richard H.
Former University of Washington Husky. And an excellent multi-part series going on PGA Tour's YouTube channel following the Washington Huskies currently. And their Ben Hogan Award winner. Every day with the Washington Huskies. Here's Casey Wittenberg. Led the Web.com Tour money list last year, Perksy. You saw a lot of them doing your work with Golf Channel.
I did, and it was impressive. He won twice, and he just, you know, he turned pro when he was 19, and you know, got out on tour at a very young age, and he struggled, but has went to start working with Adam Schreiber, who used to work with Anthony Kim, to get a little multi-dimensional, be able to work the ball left to right, right to left. And it held him in such great stead last year. And you know, he's good finish at the Players Championship when he was in the penultimate group, tied for 8th there, and he's hanging around. He should be fine. He's got a good enough game to compete out here on a regular basis.
There's an overhead look at Muirfield Village Golf Club here in central Ohio, just outside of Columbus.
Greatest practice range on tour right there. You can hit from all directions, all angles. It's the facilities here are second to none.
This is the area where Jack Nicklaus used to come up and hunt when he was a young boy.
Bet it didn't look like this.
No.
Back then.
Well, he had a vision, very much with a nod to Augusta National, as we've mentioned throughout the day, of a golf course and a tournament that represented the traditions of the game. And he has executed that vision to its fullest here.
Yeah, he and Desmond Muirfield collaborated on the effort here. And he loved Muirfield over in Scotland. I think that's where the name came from, Muirfield Village, which coincidentally is where they'll play the Open Championship later on this summer. I was fortunate enough to play there my first Open in 2002 and had the distinct pleasure of playing with Sir Nick Faldo on Saturday. Well, it was when that squall came in, and I believe Tiger shot 81 or something. I only had about 5 holes in it. He had all 18. The rain was sideways, but it would just, golf over there is spectacular.
Nick Faldo will play in the Open Championship this year.
He will. Yeah, here he's preparing. Here's the slope that he and Charles Howell and his caddy Henry Diane kind of working at. Make it fall left quickly, and then should kind of just straighten out. Did he read it? Oh. What's that, 9 birdies?
That was a 3 for Howell.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Felt like a birdie for sure.
Yeah, my bad. He missed. Charles never misses a green by that far, but he did, and was able to get it up and down.
So Howell remains 1 under. Here's Casey Wittenberg. Still just 28 years of age. Tied for 10th at the U.S. Open last year at the Olympic Club.
He played with Tiger the last day. This putt's 17.5 feet. He's only made 13 of 75 all year. It's about 17%. Just outside right. A little too far out in that direction.
2003 U.S. Amateur runner-up. That was at Oakmont, lost in a playoff to Nick Flanagan. There's a close look at the grip.
Yeah, very conventional grip. And stayed nice and calm through the strike.
Seems to have found some maturity, perhaps some humility his second go-around here at the PGA Tour.
Yeah, he said he's a very mature 27-year-old. 8 or 9 years as a professional.
All right, good look here for Richard H. Lee after a very clever tee shot, which curled in there about 15 feet.
Left all the way. It was a very timid stroke. Never got it started on line. We talked about it earlier. These greens are 13 on the stimp meter, which is very quick. And sometimes you're a little defensive when you're putting down the hill. When you're that defensive, it's hard to get the ball started on your intended line. Little decel, face closes, starts left.
Wittenberg, little cleanup work for his par. Player of the Year season last year, 8th highest money total ever earned in the history of the Web.com Tour. Earned him an exemption into the Players Championship as the leading money winner, and capitalized on it. Played very well at Sawgrass this year.
Got Scotty Geiser on the bag there. He's a longtime caddy of David Toms.
Back to the tee. South Africa's George Coetzee, Shane Lowry of Ireland, and Stephen Fox, reigning U.S. Amateur champion. tee shot of Lowry on the way here.
Yeah, nice aggressive move through the ball, got to the left side. He kind of burst into prominence when he took down Rory McIlroy in the first round out the WGC Accenture match play.
7-3.
Yeah, he was the lowest seeded player in that field of 64 that week. Shane making his first start here.
I think more than 8, Jordan. 7 in the previous shot.
And Big George Coetzee now. Seventh event in the U.S. Missed the cut at the Masters in his most recent appearance.
Aiming well left, trying to hit just the peeling cut. Started off in a good direction. Yeah, very nice shot. George 54th in the official world golf rankings. So since he was inside the top 60 as of last week, that got him in the US Open a couple of weeks in Marion.
And now here's Stephen Fox. Granted an exemption here this week. Reigning U.S. Amateur champion out of University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. Launching that one high and deep.
Well, the adrenaline certainly has to be pumping for the current US Amateur champion, and he touched them all there, coming off a bogey at the 11th as well. Got to calm things down a little bit.
Let's see how he handles that one when we come back. Stephen Fox stalking this one. 40 feet away, according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder. Heady times here for the young amateur. He had to survive a 17-man playoff for 14 spots in the stroke play part of the USAM last year. He was the 63rd player to qualify for the match play. Then was 2 down with 2 to play, and he won it at Cherry Hills on the 37th hole.
I like what he did there, and had the face wide open and kind of backed up a little bit through the impact. Takes a lot of confidence. Landed softly, and it was actually able to keep it on the green. That's one of the best shots we've seen from beyond the 12th green. Big man, big, tall, lanky guy showing a little touch and creativity around the greens.
And no nerves whatsoever with that one.
You don't. There's no nerves at that age. Come on.
Played in the Masters this year by virtue of the U.S. Amateur title, missing the cut at Augusta. And here's Coetzee.
Got off to a good start over in Europe, John. 6th in Abu Dhabi and 5th at the Dubai Desert Classic. Has played really well. 4th in China. That's why he's very high up in the President's Cup standings. See his events here on the PGA Tour. 6 events, 5 cuts. Just getting comfortable playing the best tour in the world.
There's a world of difference between 54th in the rankings and 50th. If he could slide inside that top 50, it brings a lot of exemptions and invitations into big events, including the majors.
22.5 feet down the hill. Should break left at the end. Yes, he did. Now there's the 9th birdie of the day.
We were on the schneid for a while, but George Coetzee has poured one in.
2 under through 3 holes. That's a nice start to an afternoon round here at the Memorial.
Quality tee shot from Shane Lowry.
Well, the best one we've seen all day, Graham Dillette, 4 feet 7 inches. This is just outside 15 feet. Tough to get it much closer. Now you have to get the payoff, though. You've stood up there and hit a quality iron shot. Left hand low, get the shoulders very level. Skirting by that left edge.
Meanwhile, over at 16, we'll bring you some coverage of this final par 3 on the golf course. Here's Jim Furyk, right-hand bunker.
Mr. Green well right, pitching straight down the hill. This was the hardest par 3 on the entire PGA Tour last year, including the majors, if you can imagine that.
Good times.
Yeah.
Fox for his par back at 12 here.
Just straight up the hill, firm, may just tweak right slightly. And just got it started outside the hole. Not the start reigning amateur champion wanted with back-to-back bogeys.
And Lowry finishing up for his par. Let's go back to 16. Jeff Ogilvy for a birdie.
30 feet down the hill. Just wandered to the right at the end. Well, Jeff's 3 bogeys at 10, 12, and 14. Birdies at 11 and 15. There it is.
You weren't lying, Perksy.
No, I try not to. And the amazing thing also is the stretch. 16, 17, 18 was the toughest closing stretch on the PGA Tour last year as well. So you get by 12, you'd think you'd have a little exhale, a little breather, but not at all. Look at that. That's amazing.
Jack Nicklaus once regarded this hole as kind of a stopover between 15 and 17.
It was a completely different hole, and they moved it over, and there was no water on the hole previous to the redesign, and now it's an absolute bear. But we did see the dramatic chip-in from Tiger last year, going on that 67, coming back from 4 shots behind to win. He's won 5 times here now.
Ben Curtis for par.
He's got some roots to the Ohio area. Grew up in the state.
So Ben drops back to even par. And there's a look from the tee here at 16. Completely different hole from what it was a few years ago. That's par for Furyk. 3 over on the day.
Scorecard for 16 is 201, but at the actual yardage today, 174. Going to be similar again to 16 at Augusta National. Water left, a lot of slope in the green. Maybe green not quite as severe here at Muirfield Village as it is at Augusta. But it's all you want.
16 at Augusta, the scene of so many great Jack Nicklaus moments through the years.
Did Tiger chip in there too?
Indeed he did. He's chipped in a few places through the years.
Yes, he has.
Kevin Stroman standing on the tee at 16.
Coming off a nice birdie at the 15th. 1 under par on his round. Be looking for a little bit of wind. South-southwest would be, I don't know, down from the right. Whole location in this area here. I think you take it just on the inside, of this bunker, and then just a baby draw or let the wind move it. But generally, John, right at the very bottom, you don't want to release it too much because There's that watery stuff left of the flag.
Strowman 20th on tour in greens and regulation, 9th in ball striking.
Like what he tried to do. Very good shot. A little unlucky it didn't get that one extra little kick forward. Pretty intimidating tee shot here.
Yeah. Dustin Johnson will be next. He's 1 under. Birdied his first hole of the day, the 10th.
I think 174 yards, probably just a smooth 8-iron. To get it hole high, get it all the way back. There is a good shot. Good to see him back playing. Plenty of withdrawals. He's had quite a few miscuts, but he started the season with a victory. He started in the right way. All things led to a promising season.
And the Monday start, Tuesday finish at the Tournament of Champions. Beginning a bizarre pattern of weather-affected tournaments this year. Chris Kirk, 2 over.
Loves to hook the ball. So started in the middle of those bunkers. And just have his normal shot shape, bring it from right to left. That's the kick that Kevin Streelman was looking for, and that's gone right up against the collar. That'll be somewhat awkward.
Now we'll cover 12 and 16 for you the rest of the way here. The opening round of the Memorial. There's the first page of the leaderboard. Interestingly, no 68s today. Charles Schwartzel leads by 1. Birdie attempt of Chris Kirk on the way here at 16.
Belly wedge. Beautifully done there.
Nice one there. Nice play.
Met with the approval of his fellow competitors here. Dustin Johnson and Kevin Streelman. They like the effort. Streelman's got a long one here. Close to 40 feet. The front portion of the green.
Yeah, this whole green is certainly pitched from right to left. There's a slope that works here. Excuse me. Wrong line. One that's right here. And another one that's right here. So that he's kind of putting right through the swale. But everything, I'll get this one right. Everything is sloping this way. I love this thing.
Toward the H2O.
That's right.
You're a little dangerous with that machine over there.
I want to do the circle spotlight, but go ahead, John.
You should try it.
Well,
don't hold back
all
now.
right, here we go. I'm going to do it. How about we go circle spotlight right on this thing right here. There you go. First, the win. First win.
Outstanding. Kevin Streelman for birdie.
Just all about speed. Cozy it on down there. Traveling with a little too much pace. He'll wander by, but the advantage there, he watched it break as it went by the hole and now putting back up the hill.
Dustin Johnson will take a little stroll to the other side of the hole for a look at this one. A strange start to the season out in Maui with those 50+ mile-per-hour winds blowing balls off the greens. Couldn't even start the tournament until Monday. Then we had fog in San Diego, snow in Tucson.
6 straight years he's won on tour. He's got a total of 7 wins. That's pretty impressive, coming right out of the gate, winning your rookie year in 2008.
Bang! Dustin Johnson for birdie at 16.
I would have to say he's one of the most talented players and one of the best athletes that play this game currently. Besieged with injuries of late, but when he's on, he's dangerous.
Pretty select group that's won a tournament in their first 5 half-dozen years. I know Tiger's in that company, DJ as well. Not many have accomplished that. Out of relatively little known Coastal Carolina compared to some of the big programs that produce these tour players.
Well, don't be fooled anymore. Augusta State won back-to-back NC2A titles. You don't have to be one of the marquee programs like Georgia or Oklahoma State or whatever it may be, Florida.
Louisiana Lafayette.
The Cajuns, we're hanging in there. Sun Belt, we're gonna make some noise soon.
Streelman in for his par, and Kevin remains at 1 under. Dustin Johnson moved to -2 with that bomb he just dropped. And Kirk now for his par.
It's very good up and down after the bellied wedge, long and right of the green.
Sangmoon Bay, DA Points, Nick Watney, the next group scheduled to arrive at the tee at 16 here in the opening round of the Memorial. There's the numbers at the 16th today.
Well, 40 of 90 players have hit the green, John. That's 44%. The hardest green to hit in regulation is the 12. So 12 and 16, the two par threes on the back nine. And you know who hit the closest today here at 16? Graham Dillett, 4 feet and 7 inches. So it's he's hit some shots. He's whipped it in there.
So inside 5 feet for Dillett at 12 and 16 today.
Yes, sir. That would be correct.
There's the number. Nikon Callaway rangefinder says 174.
Move the tees up. The scorecard yardage is 201. So you can move the, especially when the flag stick is all the way in the back. I think that's a nice, generous move from the rules officials. I think you'll also see maybe with the flag location in the front, they'll move the tees back a little bit. But it's a daunting shot. There's really no place to miss it. We saw Jim Furyk in that right greenside bunker. It's tough to keep it on the green.
And while back at 12, Brian Stewart, Matt Every, Jason Kokrak arriving. Stewart striding confidently to the tee box. He's at 2 under. Looks like he'll be first to play here.
Brian coming off the web.com tour from last year, finished 20th on that money list. Really got off to just a flying start at the start of the year on the PGA Tour. 5th in Sony, 10th at Humana. Another top 5 at Puerto Rico.
Played well at Bay Hill also during one of our live at broadcasts this year. Tied for 16th. And then kind of hit the skids, missed the cut 5 straight weeks. Coming off a 22nd place finish last week at Colonial.
Well, he's a Michigan guy. Went to Oakland University in Michigan, and it's just he's kind of found his way. I believe this is his 3rd year on the PGA Tour. Kind of jump back and forth. Excuse me, 2nd year, but more than 750,000 this year.
30 years of age now. Takes a while to get comfortable out here for a lot of players. Not many strike quickly. Squeezed all the way over there to the left-hand side of the tee box.
To me, that shows he's kind of taking more of a dead aim at the flag and maybe just take it at it with a little draw. But he's overhooked it. Come down. Flies all the way in that back bunker. Struggling to make a 4 from there. And that's not good. Came out of its pitch mark, but on the downhill, no green to work with. Straight downhill to the flag. Good luck with that one.
Matt Every, level par on the day through 11 holes.
Coming off a 4th place finish last week at Colonial, taking dead aim right over the flag. A little unfortunate that kind of settled down. That one had to look very good in the air.
Matt was looking for a little bit more out of that one, though.
Driving range one?
Yeah.
Jason Kokrak, big hitter.
Oh, man. One of the longest guys. Won a couple of times in 2011 on the web.com tour and 119th on the money list last year. Yeah, real short, compact swing, generates a lot of speed, but better control the distance here.
Pretty compact move for a big guy, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he's done a very good job. Kind of wander back, center of the green.
4 over on the day, still in search of his first birdie. He will have a chance when we come back to Muirfield Village.
I'd like to welcome you back to live at coverage of the Memorial Tournament. Brian Stewart hit his tee shot long here at the 12th. Nearly impossible. Welcome back, Billy Cratchit.
Yeah, this is a hard shot right here. Looking well left, trying to hit it just on that back fringe area.
Like he landed it precisely where he wanted to. And there's the severity of the hole. Going to head up to the 16th hole in Sun Moon Bay. 2 over on his round.
He's trying to play a hook. He looks like he overhooked it.
And that is a watery grave. Sun Moon, that I believe is the 3rd tee shot in the water at the 16th. Matt Every hit a beautiful shot here at the 12th, right over the flag, but certainly didn't get rewarded for it. Ball looks to be sitting down.
Yeah, he'll take a big swing here to hit it a short distance. That was a little indifferent right there. I thought he would have tried to lift it up in the air just a little bit more.
It looked like the grass, the rough, caught it, pulled the heel and closed the face and came out low and left. Head up to the 16th and DA points. 2 over on his round so far, and I got to believe that one's going left as well.
Ooh, deep.
Long and left.
Well, he was long at the 12.
Yes, he
and
was.
now he's long here. Long is wrong.
Jason Kokrak, after a good shot in the middle of this 12th green, 4 over on his round, 2 bogeys and a double. The double came at the 8th, the par 3.
Get a good look at what the putt will do. See that it gets about midway, and then it kind of catches that little bit of a brow that comes off of that front bunker.
Here's Nick Watney up to the 16th. Nick 3 over on his round, made a triple bogey at the 13th, and invariably when you see both your fellow competitors go left, where are you going to go?
You're looking to the right, especially with that wind cutting across the green right to left.
Brian Stewart now, after being in the bunker with his tee shot, has gone over the green. Going to get a really good look. Bill right up against the column. We've kind of seen this nearly all day. A lot of these players are electing to belly it.
And I think you do that more up in the Midwest, maybe the Northeast. You see that high collar right there.
Well, you know
you get very little grass in between the club face and ball. You're able to put more metal on the ball. You can get it rolling. We're going to take another look. You maintain, and see, it just kind of brushes the grass. It didn't even move it all that much, and you just kind of let it topple over and release down to the hole. And that's probably the score you have to be looking for if you hit it in that back bunker.
Yeah, he would go on and tap that in for his bogey. You know, the Kentucky bluegrass, ryegrass, fescue kind of blend, it sits up a lot more than Bermuda. It's pretty sticky.
It's
That's
sticky.
Right. It's very true. All right, Matt Every for his par. Should be just outside left edge.
Really good.
Matt will remain even par through 12 holes of golf in the first round of the Memorial Tournament.
Well, the guys are really having to work in order to save par here, especially with the guys missing the green. But no one's able to actually get the ball within 10 feet of the hole from the back bunker, the front bunker. But you start stimping greens at 13.
fast.
with nothing in your way, you have to take the putter back on a 10-footer, just a small amount to get it online. And I think the greens are just absolutely perfect right now, and the guys are just making a lot of putts. And again, you see that green running away from Watney towards the water. That's going to end up on the fringe. But I think the greens are so good here. And you saw Schwartzel get it to 8 under with a couple holes to play, made the double bogey at the 8th hole, his 17th hole, and then comes back with the birdie at the 9th. I think you get these guys on a little bit of a run with the putter, and they can really do some damage.
The 8 points here, very difficult downhill lie. That's a tremendous shot. Had to come in very low. The advantage there, had plenty of green to work with. He's executed it very nicely.
I will tell you, that's a 9.5 out of 10.
Absolutely. Sand game hasn't been great this year outside the top 100 sand save percentage. As Pat Perez and his group walk up to the 12th tee, playing alongside Kevin Stadler and Robert Carlson. Pat 1 over par, Kevin Stadler 2 over. Robert Carlson starting to play very well. The 6'4" Swede really struggled with his game at the end of the year. Had to go back through Q school.
Yeah, he got to the point where he couldn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, basically kind of had the yips with the driver. Sangmoon Bay after hitting it in the water. This for bogey.
He played all right last week after the win at the Nelson, but then he shot 79 on Sunday at Colonial, and ooh, I thought he was going to sneak away with a bogey here. So he may, you know, he's a young player, but maybe the win took a little more out of him.
It's so hard though. Get your first win, get all the pressure off your back, to come back the very next week and win again.
Please, thank you.
And you don't want to miss this tournament.
No.
This is one that you kind of circle at the beginning of the year.
10 appearances here for Pat Perez. Best finished 19th. Currently 1 over on his round. 3 birdies, 2 bogeys, and a double. A 37-year-old. Phoenix, Arizona. Just the 1 win. 2009 Humana. 1 win on the PGA Tour. It looked like he grabbed his shoulder there.
Well, he's had some shoulder issues. Actually, when he lifts his arm, I was talking to some of the physical therapists in the trailer, that when he raises his arm, they really can't get a pulse. As Watney makes par at the 16th, very nice par. When he raises his arm, something gets cut off circulation-wise, and there's not a pulse that they can feel, and so there's a lot going on with that left shoulder.
This game's hard enough without playing with any sort of injuries, and you'd question him, maybe take some time off and try and get the problem rectified. Robert Carlson about to go. Best finish was a 4th in Charlotte at the Wells Fargo.
Very good grip. You can see the arms straight down from the shoulders.
He's done a lot of hard work with his coach Mark Blackburn. Mark's in Alabama, and that one's come up a little bit short, but Robert now living in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, take a look at the swing of Pat Perez. Ooh, you could see the left arm almost just kind of separate a little bit there.
Well, you don't want to.
But it's been an issue. He's been at the physical therapist trailer and trying to sort it all out, and they don't have an answer right now.
37 years old. You want to prolong your career. Kevin Stadler, his tee shot. And just missed the bunker, flowing the green. And similar to his dad, we'll know how he feels. Wears his emotions on his sleeve. These guys will have their work cut out as they make the walk to the 12th green. Live at coverage Memorial continue after this. We're back to the most difficult hole on the golf course, the first round of the Memorial Tournament, the 12th, the par 3, 179 yards. And all three of these players have missed the green.
Yeah, and you look behind the green, you can see the wind kind of cutting across, and the water. It just swirls down here where the green is located. And Carlson with a lie that the ball well below his feet. Currently at -3. Just kind of flop it just over the edge of the fringe. Ooh, slow down.
All in all, pretty good, really.
He was able to put some spin on it, yeah.
Hard for a man 6'4" to get the ball that far below the level of his feet. Kevin Stadler now is hacking away.
Yeah, this
get some rehearsal through the deep rough.
This is just going to be an all-out stab. Oh, you got to go for the react. I got to have a react.
Well, the major swing was hoping just to pop it up right in front of him. That carried probably 10 feet.
Look at this. I mean, just a violent swing. And look at that. The club went left. The toe never even thought about closing down.
That's good to have strong arms and wrist to do that. Now Pat Perez, that front bunker.
Nifty. Very nifty.
Made it look easy, but heading to a downslope to that flagstick, and he handled that very nicely. Yeah, I just question if he's having that many problems with his left shoulder. You know, why go out there and risk injuring it further?
You would think, and I don't know if he's had an MRI and nothing showed up. I just know that what he has stated, and just by the grimace after the shot, I just kind of wonder, you know, if it's that severe, why play?
Craig Perks along with Bill Kratzit as we watch Kevin Stadler skirt the left edge, and he'll hawk off his 12th hole with a bogey. And now goes to 3 over par on his round. 3 bogeys and a double will offset the 2 birdies he's had this opening round. And it's steamy out there. It's close to 90 degrees, high humidity, very little wind to speak of.
Yeah, this would be a nice 3 if Carlson can convert this. Maybe just a little bit of right to left in this. Actually, he should have gotten a little bit of a peek as it released by the hole from where he was pitching the ball.
Former member of the European Ryder Cup team, trying to kind of regain that form. Had him on the team in 2010.
Heard Pat Perez say good work. It was.
And he's finished second twice in Memphis, 2011, 2010. Well, I'm sure he's heading there next week. Try and get that first PGA Tour victory for the man from Sweden. All right, Pat Perez hit it in the front bunker.
Look at this.
There we go. That's legal. That will be legal.
Yeah, this is
2016.
Yeah, this is the Kuchar method.
Yeah, and I think you'll see a lot of players go to that. That's a good save there from Pat. It's not anchored in the body. It's just running up against the left arm. The arms are still free to swing. All sorts of different ways to putt, Billy. However you can get it in the hole. That was a good save from Pat Perez as they wandered to the 13th here at Muirfield Village. Welcome back to the Memorial Tournament. Get everything you need to know with the Tour Report. Follow along this week with PGATour.com live at coverage. You have live video from the 11th hole, 16th hole, excuse me, and all, I'm sorry, the Tour Report with all the news and notes up to the minute coverage on and off the course is only available with the Tour Report. Read it now at PGATour.com. Just an absolutely gorgeous look overhead the Memorial Muirfield Village. 38th playing. And we look closely, player profile this week of Fred Couples playing alongside Tiger Woods and Keegan Bradley. Certainly still got the length, Billy, to compete out here.
Yes, he does. You look at the driving accuracy. 83%, averaging almost 285 yards off the tee. Currently, -1 for the tournament.
I talked about playing Keegan Bradley as even par. Tiger is also 1 under par, and to Tiger, 41 of his last 44 rounds here at Memorial are at par or better. And he's dominant, only man to win 5 times here at the Memorial. And, well, he's not in enough fairways, but the driving distance, as always, is rather prodigious. 13 putts through 8 holes.
Yeah, and he's strong enough to play out of the rough. Yeah, you look at the greens in regulation, greens hit 75%. So, you know, a couple of those, I'm sure, are in the first cut. You can actually engineer a few shots into some of these flag sticks and hole locations if you're in the first cut. But he's always been able to adjust. He's a player that he gets in a certain situation, he plays 9 holes, doesn't play them well, but he makes the adjustments necessary.
And we'll see Tiger,
to be there.
Yeah, we'll see. And he's 5 groups away from heading to the 12th. Charles Schwartzel with the best round in the morning, 65. All those scores from the morning. There's the best one, Trevor Immelman, and also Robert Carlson playing well, 3 under par. Bill Haas as well. The winds start to gust a little bit, and it's certainly the heat and humidity will make going a little bit tougher.
Billy Horschel had it at 3 under at one point and dropped a shot. So did Derek Ernst. We saw Driscoll make a nice putt for par, but all in all, is Charles Schwartzel at -7 with the lead by 1.
A live look at the 12th hole at Muirfield Village. Certainly an international flavor to this group. Camilo Villegas, soon you'll know, and Fabian Gomez. Camilo from Colombia, Fabian Argentina, and soon you'll know from South Korea. Good to see Camilo start to kind of fight his way back. He's had 3 victories, but the last one was 2010 at Honda. He's certainly the hard worker. And you know, technically, he gets a little off with his golf swing, a little flat-footed and so on and so forth, but he's certainly going to outwork everyone.
Yeah, and this year at Honda, he got off to such a quick start. He shot, in fact, he was leading after the first day and ended up missing the cut. But again, a player on the far left-hand side of the tee. Now, see, I don't like the left-hand side only because I think it forces the player to pull the ball a little bit, because you're taking more of a right aim and the chances of pulling it are greater, in my opinion.
It was a good shot. I just think we'll take a look at his swing.
But very vertical on the backswing, but you can see, you know, the shift to the left hip into that left side. Pretty forceful drive towards that left side, and then he drives it down the line. Produces a very nice shot here at 12.
And Camilo just won top 10, and that actually came in Harbour Town. Soon you'll know, 4 over par on his round, 2 double bogeys and a bogey. I think if you tee it up on the left-hand side, Billy, you're nearly taking the flag out, because if you tee up on the right, you're trying to cut it back to the flag. Here you kind of tee it in the middle of the green.
I mean, the tendency is to pull it, because you can't let this thing float right.
Well, he's only hit 3 greens today.
Yeah, and that was an 8-iron that he just tried to force. And again, I just don't like on that left-hand side, because everything's in play then.
Gary Woodland, 16th, 174 yards. Trying a little trap draw in there.
Now on 16, it's a totally different situation. I like going to that left-hand side and trying to hit that trap draw that you're talking about.
That's a good shot. 35-year-old from Argentina, Fabian Gomez, 10th at Q School late last year. Get him in. 2nd in Puerto Rico this year. It looked like it started in the middle of the green and hanging there. And a little unfortunate to collect in that back primary cut of rough. Aaron Badley.
You can see aim just inside the bunker. That starts at the bunker, trying to turn it. Looked like he hung it out there a pretty good bit. Yeah, he did.
Aaron even par on his round today. It's just a huge body of water that is very intimidating. You'd think it would just be nice, just to that gentle draw. Everything kind of feeds that way. A beautiful look at the 12th hole as international group makes its way up there, but we'll head to 16th and Brendan Steele.
Yeah, you look at that swing plane on Brendan Steele. For a tall, thin guy, produces a good shot here, but he really has the shaft underneath the right shoulder a lot more than you usually see out of a tall player.
Coming off a disastrous triple bogey 8 at the 15th hole.
Ooh.
So now 4 over par, so you probably why he was taking it right at the flag.
Yeah, the 8th holes, or the 15th hole, to make an 8 on the 15th hole, that's a hole that you have to birdie.
We'll take a quick look at the groups we're watching. Tiger has birdied 2 out of the last 3 holes that he's played to get to 1 under par. Keegan Bradley, even par through 8 holes, and Fred Couples. And it was tweeted out earlier in the week that Freddie and Tiger are going to have huge gallery, and Keegan didn't quite like that. He said, well, what about all my fans? So Keegan is certainly well liked. 9th in the FedEx Cup standing, has really had a fantastic year without a victory. And It's certainly, I think, the marquee group this afternoon as they head to the difficult ninth. And 5 times has Tiger Woods has won here. Kenny Perry has won 3 times. Jack Nicklaus, I believe. Jack Nicklaus, Tom Watson, Greg Norman, Halo, and the other people that have won twice. And you go ahead and look at his stats for the year. It's been very solid.
Yeah, in fact, running into the Players this year in Ponte Vedra, I kind of had my eye on Keegan Bradley to make some noise there, and he missed the cut by shooting 43 on the last 9 holes.
Soon you'll know, hitting a bunker shot here, uphill lie. Sand gave not good. We've heard that this is his 3rd shot. He's 155th on tour. Sand save percentage. Remember, he had such a terrible lie. Ball on the downslope, plugged, and really no chance except for just to advance it forward in the bunker.
Yeah, you're just trying to squeeze it down there to where you've got an uphill lie in the bunker, and then he hit a pretty good bunker shot from there.
Fabian Gomez got a bit of an awkward stance for his second at the 12th. Heels kind of hanging over the edge of the bunker. I think you get in here nice and close, try and get some stability in those feet. It's awfully difficult to hit a shot out of the rough when you have an unstable foundation.
Yeah, agreed. Just stand almost right on top of the ball.
Wow, coming off double bogey at the 11th. Fabian has his work cut out to try and save par here at the 12th. And you talked about it earlier, Billy. It's a 2nd shot golf course. You get out of position at all, very difficult to make a par. We go up to the 16th and Gary Woodland for his birdie.
Good read. Very good read. And a good putt that just didn't go. Now, back at 12. Vajegas. Did he hit it? Did he hit it?
It's for 4 in a row. Coming off birdies at 8, 9, 10, and 11. Left it right in the jaw. Tell you what, that was a classy played hole. Just kind of, you know, took the flag out of play, got it in the middle of the green, and had a great opportunity for his 4th birdie in a row. This wasn't to be.
You know, he's always been in good shape. Always works hard, trying to maintain all the physical attributes necessary to play well. I think he got a little off track, though, when he started riding that bicycle 50 miles a day. You know, I think that took its toll.
I heard it was up to 100 at some point, maybe taking some of the frustration out.
Well, if he made it to 100, then it was doubly
Fabian Gomez
the wrong way
for his par. You saw the trees behind the green flapping in the wind. It gusts up to about 16 mile an hour right now, so I think that's why we've seen the scoring a lot more difficult this afternoon. Soon you'll know has about a 4.5 footer for his bogey. Already 4 over par, so try and avoid making his 3rd double of the round. Well, the 21-year-old who finished 49th on the money list last year, having a miserable season, 156 in the FedEx Cup rankings currently.
Yeah, and you look at the way that he swings the golf club, you would be hard pressed to say that this young man would struggle trying to stay in the exempt status or win a tournament on the PGA Tour. But right now, just a little out of sync. Things not clicking. But Plenty of time in the season to turn it around.
As we head to the 16th hole, and Richard H. Lee, even par on his round. See the MetLife blimp circling above. Just playing his first 9 in the afternoon wave. 4 fairways, 4 out of 5 fairways, 5 out of 6 greens.
70 hole, which I'll end about 65. And the line will just go up the guy. Straight. Is it ended already? 7 money. Yeah. Stock 7 up the guy.
26-year-old, born in Chicago, University of Washington. I think he's got the club of choice ready to go.
Yeah, and you can see aimed at the inside corner of the bunker.
It was a gorgeous looking shot. It started just right of the flag, turning towards it. Oh my goodness. Well, Graham Dillette still has the closest here at 16, 4 feet 7 inches.
Look at this, and I mean, just about 4 feet in front of the hole, just one little hop, then a little bit of a release. Well executed.
Man who led the money list on the web.com tour last year, Casey Wittenberg, next to play. 3 bogeys in his opening 6 holes here to start this tournament.
I don't think he's convinced as to what the wind is doing. I think there's some hesitancy in the direction of the wind. Oh, Scotty Nizer on the back.
Yes, he is indeed. West-southwest would basically have it. It should pretty much just be a little help from the right. David Tom's not in the field this week. That's been Scotty's longtime boss. Good guy, knows the game. Good caddy. All right, so it's 174 yards, Billy, with a little bit of help. What you think?
I kind of like just throwing a 7-iron out there and just letting it fall to the left.
Yeah, here's the flag. You just kind of work it this way. Just kind of shape it back that way. Look like aiming that far right. You try and overhook it. You don't want to be left to the flagstick. I think to me, when you have indecision, you're bound to see this not only right of the flag, it might be right of the green.
The flag hasn't really moved from going straight across. Okay. All right, stand up. Try to finish right on that person there, right up in there. You're fine.
Okay, you can see the person just to the left of the green back there. Now see, if it was me, if I was unsure, I would try to get those 2 yards. I'd just go ahead and take 2 club lengths back from here.
I'm trying to shape it from right to left. Looks like it's going at the flagstick. Wow.
Pretty golf shot. Best of the day? No, I still think Graham Dillette's closer.
Yeah. Graham was,
but heck of a shot.
Yeah, 4 feet 0.07 inches.
Carry that ball pretty much 67 on that guy sitting there. Yeah, 67 on the ball.
All right, I heard you say a couple of weeks back that this is comeback player of the year, Henrik Stenson.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Take a look at who's the best driver, total driving on tour.
Well, second in Houston. He's at a 5th at the Players.
to work back from where he was.
First in greens in regulation, first in total driving, first in ball striking.
Watch out, watch out.
That's some impressive stats, considering where, as you said, where he came from.
Well, he and Pete Cowan, they've done some really nice work getting him back. And Pete will tell you that the man has just such an enormous amount of ability that he went through a little bit of a rough patch, but it was the off the golf course stuff that got him. He kind of got caught in the Sanford thing where some of his money, lost some of his money, and it worried him. And Pete said that now he's back on track. He's playing well, and look for him to win.
17th start memorial for Robert Allenby. Best finish tied for 7th, 2001. Talk about a guy who's really struggling. Played 15 events, just made 2 cuts. Best finish 27th in Charlotte. This guy has played a lot of golf on the PGA Tour. Last victory came in 2001. Played 420 events on the PGA Tour. Amassed almost $27 million.
Feel it into, stop me because
That's always good. If you feel it change while the player is over the ball, the player making the statement. Call me off if you feel the wind.
41-year-old from Melbourne, Australia is ready to go as long as the wind's in the right direction.
That's at the bunker. At the bunker.
Flowing over the green, and we head up to Charles Howell.
Wow, he's set up to play a big hook.
Can utilize the slope just inside the bunker. Very similar to Kevin Streelman, kind of landed very softly, maybe carried a little, maybe 5 yards further. Might have released back to the flag. Now Zach Johnson on the tee at the 12th. Coming off bogeys at 9 and 11 to get back to even par on the day. Coming off that great week last week. Colonial, where he finished 3rd, trying to win back-to-back. Hadn't been done since Ben Hogan did it. 53-54. That kind of nestles down a little bit. Former Masters champion will have his work cut out to make par the very difficult, the most difficult hole on the golf course today at Muirfield Village. steamy afternoon in Dublin, Ohio. Temperatures above 90 degrees, and this is an awfully tough one for Robert Allenby.
Yeah, and this is not the best part of his game.
Pretty good job just to keep it on the green there.
But that was well done. Struggles around the green.
Charles Howell III at the 16th. Oh my goodness. How about that one? How about birdies 14, double 15, birdie 16?
Don't know if that's going to bring a smile to his face or not.
Good bounce back.
But yeah, look at the flagstick. This wind really starting to gust.
Just make it a little easier, hitting it back into the wind.
You know, it might slow the ball down a little bit, but this shorter shot, I don't think so.
Even par on his round. Generally has a very good short game. Unable to get it any closer than that at the 12th. Up to the 16th, Richard H. Lee. That very aggressive iron shot. Not 2 in a row, is it? Oh my goodness.
Well, I guess it's up to Casey Wittenberg to just make it 3 across.
Only been 11 birdies at 16 all day. Back to Henrik Stenson from the bunker short of the 12th green. Can we get 3 in one group?
Sure.
Oh, well done for Casey. 2 over on this round. You won't see a better group come through the 16th with 3 birdies. Only 12 for the entire field. 16th today. And only 9 here at the 12th. A little housekeeping.
I think they all got together and decided let's wear blue today.
Blue and white.
Yeah, we're going to wear blue today. Zach kind of threw it off with a little gray slack.
Well, they've all got the white belt. Are you a fan of the white belt, Billy?
No.
Your stunned silence is very revealing.
Not a fan.
No.
Well, never owned a white belt.
It's made its way back to
it has
the fairways of the PGA Tour. All right, Zach Johnson. Putt of just inside 10 feet. And putting is 9 feet 2 inches. Putting this year from 9 to 10 feet. He's 186th on tour. Just making 15% of them.
Well, I think he improves his average here.
All right. I like it.
This has been an easy putt pretty much all day.
Nice call there, sir. Just plumbed it right in the center. George Coetzee at the 16th, 3 under on his round. Oh boy, that looked like it started left.
Another home run. That's back there where D.A. Points hit it.
He's hit that 200 yards on a shot that only required it to go 174. All right, Robert Allenby, after an above average pitch from a difficult position. This is, I think, where he's really struggled.
Well, the putter, he'll take the grip, then he'll put the claw. You can see that ball just, see, when it comes off the putter blade, it comes off with side spin. There's no way that he can consistently make putts when the ball is spinning sideways.
Shane Lowry, same group as George Coetzee, to play at 16. I think after you see your fellow competitor bomb it over the green, and any ball that landed on the green was probably a pretty decent shot. Now Henrik Stenson back at the 12th, try and get it up and down from the front bunker.
Kind of has a little bit of the Brandt Snedeker routine to where he takes 3 or 4 really quick practice strokes just to kind of loosen up, take the tension out of the arms. Nice up and down out of the front bunker for Stenson.
3 top 10s and 40th in the FedEx Cup points, and it's a good up and down from the Swede. Stephen Fox, reigning US amateur champion, 2 over on his round today, the 16th. And these greens are really, they've been firm, but we're certainly starting to firm up a lot more here this afternoon. And that kind of settles down over the green. It's a group of John Huh, Ricky Fowler, and Bryce Mulder make it to the 12th tee. John even par on his round. Ricky Fowler 1 over. Bryce Mulder besting them all at 2 under.
See, I like this position on the tee right here. All the way over to the right. Now you're kind of hitting more across the water. You're not hitting alongside or at the water.
Ball flies all the way in the back part of that long bunker. From the downhill, that'll be very difficult.
It's amazing how hard this green is to hit. You put elevation in. Now, the green sits diagonally, and you don't have a lot of room depth-wise to hit it. You can see the narrowness of the green depth. You certainly can't go to the right because it's a water hazard. If it was lateral, you might see more guys attack this whole location, but because it is a water hazard, you go in the water, now you're at the drop zone. So you just try to dump it over that front edge somewhere in the middle of the green and move on.
And just 41% of the field is hitting this green in regulation.
But I also think from an elevated tee, it's just so hard. And then you have the wind, you see the trees in the background. Bryce also on that right-hand side. I just like this side of the tee more than I do the left. You can see him trying to hold that off. You can see the club exit to the left pretty quickly. And that was probably about 3 feet from being really, really good.
29th ball to find a bunker off this tee. The 12th. Ricky Fowler will be the 3rd member of this group. 1 over on his round today.
I saw Swantek in that outfit the Monday after the Players.
He was playing alongside Tiger last year in the final group and shot him a little 84.
Yeah, and he opened up with birdie on the first hole. That's an 8-iron by Ricky. Looking at it. Ooh, and that too, right in that front bunker. He thought that was really good.
Ricky Fowler will ponder that ball. A 24-year-old will a difficult bunker shot. The 12th at Memorial.
Okay, here's John Huff with a very, very testy bunker shot here at 12.
Yeah, we've just seen it too many times today where players get in this situation and what looks like a pretty good bunker shot ends up just like this one right here. 15 feet. Most have had it release and gone to the fringe. Then they've had to belly a wedge coming off of that little step cut there because the ball's lying up against that step cut. But get a good look at what Ricky Fowler has right here, and he's going to have to break this up pretty sharply. A little deeper in the bunker than probably what it looked like from the tee.
Couldn't have done much more of it than that.
Yeah, he thinks that's pretty good, and he's actually going to be a little surprised that it's that far away.
Fowler 1 over. Bryce Mulder at -2. His tee shot was right on line. You see it came up just short.
See him just kind of put that left foot forward and back.
Nicely done. Just kind of deadened it.
Not only was it a good shot, I've got to give him style points for that one.
Yeah.
I have to give him about 8 style points for that. That was up in the air, dead stop.
With 1 foot out of the box, too.
That was like you were driving to the hoop, you pulled up, hit it from 3.
Okay, so John Huff, reigning Rookie of the Year, 15 feet here for his par. Winner in Mexico last year. We saw Robert Allenby come through in the last group. Allenby losing an 8-hole playoff to this rookie last year.
Wow, that ball cut right in front of the hole. That thing went all the way across.
Yeah, kind of surprised as well. Born in New York City, lives in Dallas, Texas. Fowler for an up and down from the front bunker.
This would be a nice one to get for Ricky. +1 for the tournament.
I knew it. Quick walk. Tap in bogey. His 5th of the day to go along with 3 birdies, dropping Fowler to 2 over. So I'm gesturing there. It fooled him. Thought there might be a little more influence from that bunker there. But it's a drop shot for Fowler. Trying to avoid dropping 2 here. No problem. Remains even par. Former Cal State Northridge standout, and a very fancy up and in for Bryce Mulder. He stays bogey free on the day, 2 under par. As we bounce back to 16, catch up with Brian Stewart on the tee here.
You can see aiming at the middle of the bunker on the right hand side, just trying to let the wind bring it, try to turn it just a little bit.
Good looking shot. Stewart coming off birdie at 15. He's 1 under. Back to 12 we go, where the reigning U.S. Open champion Webb Simpson will be first to play.
Yeah, but with 8 iron, if it goes in that bunker, it's not going to go far. Right. You know what I mean? If we're hitting the club, obviously, it'd be really hard for it to go long.
Okay, you good with that?
Yeah. Just want you to realize there's a lot of left, right up top. Okay, bud?
Extensive dialogue there with Paul Tesori.
Yeah, getting ready.
Often.
Yeah, trying to get everything in order. Trying to defend his U.S. Open championship in a couple of weeks. But he and Tesori, a lot of the times, very much on the same page. That one's working towards the bunker.
Four birdies, 3 bogeys on the day for Webb. Two over on the par 3s, facing the prospect of another bogey here.
Yeah. I mean, it's still mostly left to right here, despite what that flag's telling you.
Hunter Mahan next.
Voice of John Wood, his caddy.
I mean, it's like good for one of those. Yep.
Hunter plus 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Double bogey at the par 5, 5th.
Just a really steamy day here in Dublin, Ohio. Wind's kicked up. Wind here on the 12th hole is giving players fits. They look up at the trees. They try to figure out what's going on. Just no one, or very few, have solved the wind direction and club selection.
Here it comes. Going to get any better? Not really. But a fine shot from Mahan here. Matt Kuchar, the third member of that group. We'll get back there in a minute. Let's go to 16. Here's Jason Kokrak.
Down. Down. Or go, whatever.
Not sure why he was calling it down.
Exactly. And I think that's why we're not seeing the scores this afternoon that we saw this morning, Swanee. And, you know, Schwartzel went out and got it to 8 under, wound up 7 under. But it's just more difficult this afternoon with the wind kicking up. Players, a lot of uncertainty with their club selection, especially here at 12 and at 16. Cooch with an 8 iron.
Very well played. Kuchar at level par. We'll have a good look at birdie here. Hit that exactly where he wanted to. 16 we go. Matt Every next up.
Very quick rotation of the body through the shot. Saw the quick walk. You could tell that he liked it. When it was in the air, he liked it.
Right over the top of the flagstick and up against the collar at 16 for Every. Schwartzel's 65 sets the pace here in Dublin. Back live at 12. One of the many natural amphitheater settings around this golf course. 18 is a great venue as well. Great look there at the closing hole, and here at the par 3.
This morning when we were watching the players, that water was like a sheet of glass. But now there's some current to it. But now, Webb Simpson, oh, look at this. Just got away from him quickly.
That was a moment ago. Now we're live. Mahan's birdie attempt. .26 feet.
Move a little bit from his left to right. And right at the hole, kind of softens.
Should be a par for Hunter, so we'll go to 16. Brian Stewart for a birdie.
Stay up. Stay up.
What's up?
And that'll keep Stewart at -1.
Yeah, I did.
It's 12, and Kuchar. 13.5 feet. One of the best of the day here. Can he convert for a birdie?
Really looking forward to the rest of the year going forward. It played well last week at Colonial. Just kind of everything's just kind of gearing up for him. He said he's not doing anything great right now, but he's not doing anything poorly either.
Well, that has been the money range for Kuchar this year. 5th best on tour. He converts it close to 40% from 10 to 15 feet. Pours one in here for a birdie. And the look from above here. Yes, sir.
You like the beard?
Scruffy look.
You like the beard?
Is it a full beard he's going for there, or just haven't shaved in a couple days kind of look?
Nah, it's been going on for a little bit. Now, Simpson for par.
Drop shot for Simpson, back to even par. A little miffed about something. And Mahan to stay +2 here. Right in the middle. We'll see those boys a little bit later in our coverage over at 16. By the way, Tiger, Keegan Bradley, and Fred Couples coming next to the tee at 12. But at 16, Pat Perez's tee shot is in the way.
Okay. Looks okay with the shoulder there. And why wouldn't it? Right at the flagstick.
Not many flag sticks you can hide from Pat Perez. He'll go find them. Try to anyway. All right, Tiger's pushed it to -2. Coming off birdie over at the 11th. His 3rd of the day. Just one drop shot back at the 3rd. A distinct President's Cup feel to this grouping, including the captain, Fred Couples. Keegan Bradley is birdie 10 and 11. And an eagle back at the 5th. There's a pan of the big crowd around this area here. 12 and par 5 11th.
I don't think it's big though, right?
Good viewing spot right here.
It's a voice of Stephen Hale, nicknamed Pepsi. You know why he's nicknamed Pepsi, though.
How's that?
Because he'd hide when he was caddying on the web.com tour. They didn't have drinks or anything. So prior to the round, he would go out and hide 4 or 5 Pepsis along the way.
Kept him cold, hopefully. Now Keegan's ready.
8-iron for Keegan. Better call it down. That's in the air too long. Way too long.
A head scratcher. Now it looked like it settled a little bit behind the green there. Let's go to 16. The big Swede, Robert Karlsson. Good day, 3 under par.
Well, right now, best in the afternoon, Swanee. Very good shot.
Yeah.
Let
Chance
it
to go
release.
one lower.
Yeah, almost a flag high.
And back to 12. Woods with a good start in defense of his title this week. 5 times he has shook the hand of Jack Nicklaus off the 18th green on Sunday evening. Not sure about the wind here.
Yeah, and here's the best player in the world. He's going over to the far left-hand side of the tee. It's Freddie Couples tapping the tee marker with the microphone right there.
Thanks for the mic check, Freddie.
Yep.
Monster year for Woods. 4 victories in 7 starts.
In the hole.
That ball's riding the wind.
And a lot of indecision on the tee, and that's the result of it. Kevin Stadler back over at 16. Yeah, I had a feeling from the way he was sort of skulking after it, and it finds the water. Freddie Couples back at 12.
'22nd Memorial appearance.
Champion here back in '98.
Look how far to the left he's aimed. He's just going to hit that push cut.
Ready?
Ooh, be right, they say. That push cut by Freddie Couples.
Vintage Freddie with that one. And a chance for a birdie as he and Tiger and Keegan Bradley make their way to the green. There's the ball. Tiger Woods in the back bunker here at 12.
Well,
Seventh in sand saves this year, Billy. 64% up and down.
Well, I think just the way the body language, what he's indicating is that, boy, I know this is a tough shot. I have to land this perfectly. If I don't, I've got a 10-footer. See how quickly the club is going left? And look how wide open. That's as wide open as you could possibly have it. It's almost like the heel of the club. That's a releaser. That's going to release down to the fringe.
Not bad at all. Go to 16. Pat Perez's tee shot came to rest about 12 feet away. Ooh, just burned the left edge. Back to 12. Keegan Bradley going to be busy behind the green here.
I've seen a lot of players from this situation that the balls come out a lot lower than anticipated, and actually have wound up in the rough on the other side of the green. You try to get too cute with this, you can hit it high on the club and leave it in the rough, and that's what you don't want to do. It's about as good as you can do from there. And again, you find a player that just hits it in the rough on the other side. You were just so unbelievably handcuffed. That might be the hardest shot on the golf course. That little flip from behind the 12th green.
Yeah, Bradley has maybe not lost his turn here.
Interesting.
Solid season punctuated by a strong run through the Florida swing. He was 4th at the Honda, 7th at the Cadillac in Miami, 3rd at Bay Hill. Thought about the putter. Now we're going to take a little stroll to the other side.
Looks good here. From what was it earlier about -4, -5? Yeah, that's what we have, -4, and then the
Okay, tough little read right here, but you just want to kind of take it just over the edge. Boy, he has just crushed the par 5s. That's that sticky bluegrass, rye, fescue rough.
And he's a fiery competitor, and he's running a little hot right now. Here's the contact.
Seen it 2 or 3 times today where a player just kind of got it stuck in that rough.
You got to be creative if you want to keep tabs on this group.
Well, that may be the party house.
Yeah, go to the mezzanine level up there. Freddie, 11 feet for birdie.
Moving left. Did not.
Made a double bogey back at the par 3 8th. And a par here at 12. played just a handful of PGA Tour events this year. His favorite courses: Riviera, Augusta. All right, Tiger now just inside 10 feet. Steady.
Yeah, and I thought this was where he was best at Doral, playing in the World Golf Championship, the Cadillac Championship down there. I thought this club right here was the best in his bag that week. 100 putts for the week at Doral.
It's a bogey. Tee shot was to blame. Doral was the week where he received the pre-tournament putting tip from Steve Stricker.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of an alignment adjustment than the stroke itself. But the results were spectacular that week. Now Bradley, I mentioned he birdied 10 and 11. Doesn't want to give them both back right here.
No, it's not.
Like that?
I see it straighter over here even.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay.
A lot of information going on for a 5-footer. So bogey for Bradley and Woods. And par for Fred Couples.
Thanks for waiting, guys. Go ahead.
Okay, next group waiting on the tee. Trevor Immelman, Ted Potter Jr., Vijay Singh. Immelman's got it going today. -4.
I'd like to see him continue. He's worked hard with, actually he's worked hard with Pat Goss with his short game. He's worked with Claude Harmon III, trying to get his long game back. He certainly has put in the time. Now it's time for it to pay off.
Definitely not. 100% not.
Bogey free on the day. Coming in having missed the cut in both Texas events the last 2 weeks. Top 10 at Harbor Town the week after the Masters. For the former Masters champion.
This is an 8-iron. That should be the right club.
And it was. Nearly identical to the shot that Fred Couples just hit. Well, the similar look coming up. Let's go to 16. And Camilo Villegas at 1 under.
Ooh, he clocked that one. Hit it right on the nose.
The left-hander, Ted Potter Jr., even par on the day. Winner of the Greenbrier Classic in West Virginia last year.
He recently played well, kind of continuing, becoming a little more consistent on tour.
Tied for 18th at Colonial just last week.
Going for the big left to right here. It's going to be interesting, the stance.
Sung Yul No, tee shot at 16.
Boy, that was good action right there. That was really a good-looking golf swing.
And rewarded with a good-looking result. One of the best we've seen at 16 today. Here's VJ, pushed all the way over to the right-hand side of the tee box at 12.
Yeah, okay, just kind of gets back down there. PJ with an opportunity for birdie here at the 12.
He's always had the ability to hit a high, soft fade. That comes in handy at 12 today. Fabian Gomez, 4 over par, tee shot at 16. How about that one? Landed 10 feet short of the flag and ran about 15 feet past. Beautiful late afternoon here in the opening round of the Memorial Tournament. Ted Potter playing here at 12. Awkward stance for the left-hander.
It's the Wizard. And didn't quite come up with enough magic on that one. Really just an interesting story. First 23 events he played on the Web.com tour, did not make a cut. Persevered through some tough times.
Fabian Gomez over at 16. This one for a birdie. Rewarded after an excellent tee shot.
Gets him back to 3 over on his round.
Quiet, please.
Singh over 12.
Guys, quiet.
17 feet away. One of the past champions in the field here this week. Winner back in 1997. Defeating Jim Furyk and Greg Norman by 2 shots that year.
Just outside the right edge for VJ. I know there's a lot going on and off the golf course, but it's his game is suffering. Best finish of the year was the very first event he played in the Sony, where he finished 20th, outside the top 125 in FedEx Cup points.
Turned 50 years of age in February. Has yet to make an appearance on the Champions Tour. Over at 16. No for birdie. Yes.
That's very nice, Swanee. 12th birdie of the day, 16th. And is the 6th most difficult hole.
So 2 birdies there over at 16. Probably won't see a third. Villegas was deep and behind the green.
So good to see Trevor Immelman playing better. One top 10 on the year, but he's making good strides when suffered through a lot of injuries. Great opportunity for birdie.
Would have been his 5th of the day.
Man, that just perfect speed and just burned that right edge.
That would have gotten him within 2 of the lead.
You know, injuries erode confidence, and that's kind of what he went through. And it's nice to start to see some good expressions. You just couldn't have hit a better putt and not go in.
His 5-year exemption for winning the Masters expires at the end of the season.
Yes, indeed it does.
So winner at Cog Hill outside Chicago back in 2006. Potter for par.
Just inside left edge. Good up and down for Ted in the front part of the screen.
Just kind of going about his business.
Yeah, even par is currently tied for 45th. 120 players in the field this week. Memorial. Still 70 in ties, but it's such a strong field. The scoring has fluctuated a lot here in the past. John 9 under, Tiger won last year. Steve Stricker was 16 under 2011. Justin Rose was 18 under in 2010. So just, I guess it all depends on the weather and the conditions. This is certainly a very difficult golf course, but if it gets softer, then it becomes a little bit more playable.
And we're prone to some rain here in central Ohio this time of the year, as we've seen. But a beautiful day today. Forecast looks pretty good for tomorrow as well. A little dicey for Saturday right now. But Cauley takes the tee here, 12. Outstanding rookie season last year, but hasn't generated much of a spark yet in 2013.
Yeah, only made 6 cuts out of 14 events, no top 10s. One of those elite group that made enough money to not have to go through Q School to secure his card. And as we've seen a number of players over this back of the 12th green right now, John, that is the 32nd ball that has found a fairway bunker around the green.
Here's the scores through the years, Perksy. Kenny Perry winning for the 3rd time in 08, winning score of just 8 under. The all-time tournament record belongs to Tom Lehman.
467s, that's 20 under par.
Jimmy Walker at 1 under. 7 iron here. Just a smooth one.
Been working Butch Harmon now for close to a year, and really has played some beautiful golf this year.
You mentioned Brendan Young earlier on the short list of players without a victory. This got to be on the list.
Well, yeah, 4 top 10s, 15th in the FedEx Cup. You're right. He'd have to be right there. This kid is. This is one of the best stories, I think.
Yeah.
Ben Cole. You know, very first he played in the the Porter Cup in New York, as an amateur. Very first event as a pro down in Columbus, the Web.com Tour won, and then he won the very next week in Omaha.
Amazing.
Yes. What a breakout.
And a decent rookie season out here thus far. 115 in the points race.
She was thrust into the spotlight, you know, and it's just, and he dealt with it the remainder of the year on the Web.com Tour, and he's finding his way out here as very, very talented young man, and a good man to boot. It's hard to have all that success at such a young age, 23 years old.
Over at 16, Robert Allenby.
This should set up nicely for Robert's little tight draw. Back to that left hole location. Land it in the center of the green, just kind of let it release back to the flag, and that's precisely what he's done.
Certain players out here, Perksine, you know this. When the club head meets the ball, it makes a thud. A clean sound. Boo Weekley has won. Robert Allenby always has had that ability.
Yes, he has indeed.
12. Straight through the holes. Yeah.
All right, here's Henrik Stenson. Looks like the former Players Champion has gotten his swagger back after a couple of down years. Even on the day.
Little tight draw as well. I want to reiterate this, John. First in greens and regulation, first in ball striking, first in total driving for Henrik Stenson. That is some impressive ball striking when considering he took the driver completely out of play and was playing with a 3-wood for a couple of years.
See how he does with the putter when we come back. Well, the 65 for Charles Schwartzel is holding up. That's the target right now. Scott Piercy one back. A number of players with 67 today, including Russell Henley, the early front-runner for Rookie of the Year.
Scoring average for the entire field, nearly a full shot over par, 72.91.
Bud Cauley from the bunker at 12.
Launched it way up in there. Can he put some spin on it? You cannot. Almost impossible. The only way to get that ball up and down is to make the 10 or 12 footer coming back from the fringe. Just a narrow slither of green, probably 20 feet that separates the bunker in the front, bunker to the back.
Okay, Jimmy Walker now.
Land this one on a bit of a down slope. Once it gets on the green or releases down. Really a beautiful touch. Scrambling numbers are good for the year, inside the top 40 for Jimmy.
Back over at 16. Zach Johnson places second, 2 under par.
Nasty lie, sitting well down, ball back in the stance, just chops it out. So tough to judge the speed. You don't know if it's going to come out hot or come out dead, and you know, get it inside 10 feet. All in all, not a bad effort for Zach.
We hop back to 12. Third shot for Cawley.
Take the pin out. Expecting to make it.
Straight out of the University of Alabama. Earned enough money and limited starts in 2011, about a half dozen starts to get his card. And Coles did it by winning twice in the Web.com Tour last year.
Putt coming up and over a slight ridge, and then will fall back down to his right. Just his rookie year, this is obviously his maiden voyage here at the Memorial, and this golf course is difficult. It has its nuances and takes a little while to get used to. 4 over today shows the inexperience.
Robert Allaby, chance for a birdie at 16.
Actually had a pretty good roll to that ball. Saw him on 12 with a putting little side spin on it, which is never a good thing putting. Just drain it. It's mentally and physically taxing. You continue to hit it well and struggle on the greens, which a 41-year-old has had to deal with for the last couple.
Jimmy Walker for his par. One of the most reliable players out here on the greens. Pops that one in. Coles cleaning up for his par.
He's missed 4 of the last 5 cuts. He 62nd last week at Colonial, so maybe going through a bit of a swoon. Have to play well the remainder of today and then tomorrow to make the cut. 4 over par.
Back over to the 16th and Stenson for a birdie.
Straight down the hill, just wandered to the right at the end and just didn't quite get it high enough.
And Cawley finishing up back at 12.
Back to Henrik Stenson, 207th in the official World Golf Rankings 2011, now 34th. It's
amazing.
Remarkable the climb he has made.
Here's Zach for his par back at 16. No, denied.
Ball, tee shot had to have looked good in the air. Just expected it landed probably a little pass hole high and released to the back, and it sat down and walks off there with a disappointing bogey.
Good showing last week at Crown Plaza. We should not be surprised. He's won that event a couple of times, and he hasn't been out of the top 10. I think that's 5 straight years.
Yeah, won 2010 through 2012. Was trying to win last week to be only the second back-to-back champion there. The other one, Ben Hogan. But that's, to me, what's really surprising is just the one top 10. And the third here, and then the next best is 18th and 19th. So it's been an inconsistent year for a guy that generally is very consistent.
Henrik Stenson finishing up, tied for 5th at the Players' Championship. He, of course, was the winner there back in 2009. 35th last week in Fort Worth. Stenson stands at level par, 2 holes to play, as Charles Schwartzel commands the lead here in Ohio. Ricky Fowler, tee shot at 16, coming off birdie.
174 yards, turn it from right to left. Been an inconsistent day for Ricky Fowler. 5 bogeys, a couple of those 4 birdies you talked about, and have a chance to get back to even par if he can make that one.
Well, Ricky Fowler at the age of 24 would like to join this select crowd. Only Justin Rose, Carl Peterson, and Tiger Woods have won this event while in their 20s. Tiger got 3 of his 5 in his 20s.
Yeah, he won those 99, 2000, 2001 before he won again in 2009. And then last year.
Bryce Mulder's turn now.
Just a typical round for Bryce Mulder. 2 birdies, 1 bogey. Pretty consistent. But that'll settle down, ball below his feet, and that'll test his short game prowess.
Final group of the day, arriving at the 12th. Justin Boley, Peter Williamson, and 14-year-old Guan Tianlong receiving a sponsor's invite.
Yeah, he's had a, well, what did he play? He's played in the Masters, played in New Orleans. Both of those events he made the cut. Missed the cut at Byron Nelson. Kind of a nice little run for him. Playing a nice schedule for a 14-year-old. My son's 14. Just finished 8th grade. I don't know how he's doing it.
It's impressive, isn't it? My son's 14 as well. We're lucky if he can match his socks in the morning.
Hey, for sure.
Here's amateur Peter Williamson. 5 over on the day.
Right in the chip though, went out 6 over and birdied the 11th. Staring this one down. A nice shot right over the top of the flag and collect back slightly.
And there is the kid. A lot of firsts for a 14-year-old.
Well, to win the Asian Pacific Amateur was remarkable at 14, and then to make the cut at the Masters, youngest ever. Prior to that was Matteo Manacero, and he was 16 years plus. Certainly gaining a lot of experience. And get burned out too young an age.
Finished 58th at Augusta, 71st in New Orleans. Tell me what you think of the move here, Craig.
Well, he kind of whips it inside and certainly doesn't generate much power. And I'm not trying to be mean here. The power rating on ShotLink gives him a 1.6. He's averaging about 252 yards, but he'll grow into his body. He's got the makeup and the build there to get a little bit stronger as he matures. I just think what he's accomplished at this age is absolutely, it's hard to believe. It's quite remarkable.
He went through U.S. Open qualifying as well.
Justin Bowley 9th on the web.com money list last year. It's been a bit of a struggle. A couple of top 10s, but only 5 cuts made in 13 events. He won the web.com Tour Championship last year to secure his card. And a good shot from Justin. And he'll get a read from his fellow competitor. Justin with 4 wins on the web.com tour. 2 4th place finishes. 2013, one at Byron Nelson, the other at Puerto Rico.
All right, another look here.
Well, good setup, good posture, good lines. Club worked significantly inside. And pretty flat. Good position here. The left arm is in a nice, the left arm's in a nice position. The face is, shaft and face are all in good positions. And you can see, instead of when you get a powerful move, the lower body initiates the downswing. You could see his arms start to kind of ride forward before the lower body did. That's where he loses his power. And then has all these young, flexible 14-year-olds all the way up to a nice balanced finish. Plenty of spine angle.
Jump over to 16. And here's the 3rd shot for Bryce Mulder.
It's the green well to the right. Had a very difficult shot down the hill. Should escape with a bogey and get out of, get to the 17th with be even par.
Now Fowler over at 16. Mulder was just a few moments ago, obviously.
Yes. Did he do it? Yes, he did. There's 5th birdie today to go along with the 5 bogeys, even par.
birdies are no problem. Ricky can produce those. It's the bogeys that accumulate on the scorecard.
Well, it's the others as well. The bogeys he can deal with. Once you start making doubles and more, those lone birdies don't really match them up.
Back over to the scene here at 12. Just after 5 o'clock local time here in Central Ohio. Still the toughest hole on the golf course. As our final group of the day wraps up our coverage here at 12. We'll stay with you over at 16.
Billy Kratzer talked about it earlier, very early. He said there'd be very few balls in the water, only 2 from the tee all day. Field only hit this green 41% of the time in regulation.
I mentioned earlier that young Guan had been scheduled to compete in U.S. Open qualifying. Withdrew when he got the exemption into this tournament.
That is correct.
Because of his victory at the Asia Pacific, he was exempt through the local qualifying stage.
Golf's longest day begins on Monday. 11 sectional qualifying, 36-hole events for the right to play in the U.S. Open.
Well, this is the impressive part of his game. You mentioned he doesn't hit it far, but he's very nifty around the greens. Putted beautifully at
really
Augusta.
One of the, apart from Justin Hicks chipping in from over the green, that's really the best we've seen. And if he continues to have that touch and creativity around the greens and gain some distance, he probably needs to gain, I don't know, 20+ yards or so, then this is a name that we'll be thinking a lot of.
Could you move it one left? You move it one this way?
Let's not forget, and this was one of the best comments, I think he does anchor the putter. And so I think it was one of the guys on CBS or someone, it might have been Ferry, you know, when did he lose his putting touch, at age 6 or 7? You know, I thought that was kind of comical.
Here's Peter Williamson.
Can he go back-to-back birdies? Coming off the birdie 11. It's left to the hole the entire way. It was a good iron shot from the amateur above the hole.
What a year for the 3-time Ivy League Player of the Year at Dartmouth. Received an exemption into the Arnold Palmer Invitational, and here this week. So Jack Nicklaus and Arnold Palmer have invited him to play in their tournaments. It's pretty cool. Just 23 years of age.
It's 2 pretty tough venues to be given spots to. You better be on your game. Bay Hill is, I think, is one of the toughest courses to play on the East Coast.
Bowley for a birdie, just inside 20 feet.
Should have got the read. He's got it out there high enough. Did he hit it? Just lacked a little enthusiasm.
A little bit of a bobble, about 10 feet away. May have caught a late afternoon spike mark.
Move it back if you want.
And Williamson.
Well, I talked about the power rating for Juan Long, but his short game's 7.5, putting 7.5. This is out of a 10, but you know, currently if he doesn't have enough rounds to qualify for the statistical ranking, but he's hitting nearly 70% of his fairways and
And 14-year-old Guan Tianlong closes the books on the 12th hole for us.
And he's 2 under par on his round.
Very good day for the teenager and for Charles Schwartzel as well. He leads the Memorial Tournament. So long 12. It's been fun. We'll do it again in the morning. Final numbers at the par 3, 179 yards today.
Not much fun for the field.
No.
Toughest hole on the golf course. And with only 3 total balls in the water.
2 of them tee shots. 1 was the second shot of Nicholas Thompson during an adventurous excursion around the par 3 here.
I think he saw the full circumference of the hole. Mr. Thompson.
Let's go to 16 as we welcome Bill Kratzer back in.
Look how far to the right he is aimed. That is unbelievable.
There's the flag. We noticed that at the Players' Championship when I was out there following him in the featured group, aiming well right. And
Go. Go.
did some work in Dallas with his coach, Chris O'Connell. Maybe hopefully they worked on the alignment a little bit.
There's Mahan. Oh,
Whoa.
boy.
Oh.
Foul ball.
Was that a...
He's laying it up.
Was that a mini hosel rocket?
No,
that was a mini hosel
rocket. Wasn't a Shankopotamus.
No, that was a half hosel.
He found the fairway though, and they'll probably, well, they'll still test his newfound confidence in chipping.
Simpson next, 174 the number here.
Speaking of hosel, he has a tendency to hit a few that way, but not here. Beautiful shot right at the flagstick, hole high.
Yeah, Simpson's hit a couple of screechers in the last couple of years, including one at Medina during the Ryder Cup last year. Numbers on the season for the man who will defend his title at the 113th United States Open in 2 weeks at Marion outside of Philadelphia. Kuchar for birdie at 16.
23.5 feet. Breaking left at the end. Playing well today. Four birdies and just one lone bogey at the downhill par 3, 8th.
That's good play this afternoon.
Yes.
And the windy conditions, I think it's been much tougher this afternoon for the players.
Only one player better on the golf course this afternoon, Bill Haas, who's 4 under par.
And they'll get those fresh greens in the morning. Plays well just about every week, it seems. Matt Kuchar, 3rd in the FedEx Cup points race. Winner in Tucson earlier this year. 2nd a week ago in Fort Worth at the Colonial. Has not missed a cut this season. Mahan, you saw come up well short of the green. Played his 2nd here.
Left it in a good spot. Swanee about 10 feet underneath the hole, and drive for show, irons short of the green, and you chip up, putt for dough, and it's a good 3 from Hunter. Scrambling numbers are better than 50% this year. It's a market improvement.
And Simpson now for his par.
I remember it was a good iron shot, hole high, pretty speedy one down the hill, pretty straightforward one to clean up for his par. Remains even par. Currently tied for 42nd.
Tiger Woods, Keegan Bradley, Fred Couples coming to the tee next. There's Bill Haas's 4 under par score that Craig referenced. Best effort of the afternoon wave as he plays the par 4 9th, which Charles Schwartzel birdied to conclude his round of 65 this morning.
Scoring average 72.8 for the entire field. We've got 41 players under par or better currently. I think the biggest surprise to me today is Rory McIlroy, 78. Shot 71, 79 last year to miss the cut here, and followed the 79 up the 78. So certainly I saw a tweet that Miss Jack Nicklaus went up and talked to him after the round, and Rory said, "It's in my head." And he's certainly struggling, got some demons going on.
13 over through his last 36 holes here.
Nick Watney is 9 over par on his round. If scoring is correct, the worst 18 hole today was Nicholas Kosak's shot 80.
Tiger Woods has 23 feet for par over at 15. Then he and Couples and Bradley will be on their way. 65 for Schwartzel today. Sets the pace here at Muirfield Village. Number of good scores. They were all from this morning except for Bill Haas. 68. Just concluded his round a moment ago. 67 for Josh Teeter. That was one of our first groups of the day. Kenny Perry, 3-time winner here. 2 of them in his 40s, 03 and 08.
Yeah, Jack Nicklaus won twice. So did Greg Norman. So did Tom Watson. I think this is one of the golf courses on the schedule on the PGA Tour that experience is huge. Very rarely do you see, and I'm not even sure if anyone has won in their maiden voyage around Muirfield Village.
They haven't.
Question.
They haven't. I mean, other than Maltby.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that was.
Other than Maltby, no.
That was career victory number 72 for Jack Nicklaus, by the way, his final non-major championship title.
And Tiger's last year was 73 to tie Jack Nicklaus. It's now gone on to win 78 times. I have a question for you guys. Does Tiger, or Billy, does Tiger get to 100 wins before he gets to 18 majors?
Assuming either or both is going to happen?
Well, which would happen first?
That's a good question.
Just made bogey back at 15.
Ooh, that's not good.
So 22 more wins or 4 more majors.
A lot of deliberating going on. I think 100 happens before. The record, obviously, all-time record, Snead at 82, so we just blow that one out of the water.
Yeah, I would tend to think that that would happen before. 22 more wins.
You know, if he's clipping off 5 a year.
Yeah, it's just 4. He might win 5 more this year. He's won 9 in a year before.
But Keegan Bradley will be first to play here at 16. He's at 1 under.
Just hurting a little bit. Out there to the right. You got all the room back behind the hole.
Okay, hurting just a little bit from the right. Now the swing change he was making at the Byron Nelson was that he was trying to keep the shoulder turn steep, but yet lower the arms. And when we were looking at it on film, you won't believe where the arms travel in the backswing, and he thinks they're low. He thinks they're deep in the swing.
Decide how much. You're committed.
This pre-shot routine would drive your fellow competitors batty at times, but with all its idiosyncrasies. But the thing about, once he gets over, the ball is gone.
How about that? Those arms pretty much are with the steepness of the shoulders.
It's just an 8-iron from 174 yards for Keegan. Back fringe, good shot. Pepsi was spot on. That flag just quartering in from the right.
Fred Couples, the best round going in the group today, 2 under par. Just the 3rd PGA Tour event of the season for the 53-year-old. Inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame Monday at Players Championship Week. And he broke down at the end of his speech, saying this is the coolest night of his life. He was pretty cool himself up until that moment. Five birdies today for Freddie. Only setbacks were a double at 8 and a bogey at 9 to make the turn in 36. Back bunker.
It's a mistake for a man that, although this hole's what, only 2 years old, 23rd time he's played at the Memorial. That one maybe had to shift slightly.
The bunker shot over this green, pretty simple.
Woods has bogeyed 2 of his last 4 here, Billy. Sorry.
Yeah, I think Freddie gets that within 3.5, 4 feet.
The iron game's been good for Tiger. Just missed 4 greens today. Didn't have any trouble shaping it from right to left at the Players Championship, and looks like he's attempting to do it here. Play that one right over the flagstick.
You can see the pitch mark about 4.5 feet behind the hole.
It was a gorgeous shot.
Birdie chance upcoming for Tiger Woods here at the 16th when we come back with more live coverage. That's the ball of Fred Couples shooting out of the bunker behind the green at 16.
Average for Freddie with that one. I mean, you've plenty of green to work with.
I always found those ones a little bit more difficult because you had a substantial distance from the bunker to the green and then from the green to the hole. So do you kind of, you're in between. Do you carry it a little further up and try and put some spin on it? Do you land a little short and chunk and run? Not trying to stick up for the, I mean, he's hit it inside 10 feet, but for a man that's had a couple of top threes here, I'm going to listen to what you say, Billy.
It's a greenside bunker. And I'm just saying that Freddie Couples is a really good bunker player, and that's average for him.
Keegan Bradley, long attempt at a birdie. 42 feet away.
And there's a little bit of a ridge that runs right here, and then from that point, then it's just pretty much straight downhill. So it's nearly getting it to the crest of that ridge and letting it release down. That's where it gathers speed.
Drifts away about 4.5 feet. 3 under par rounds going for this group here. Tiger will be next. He's just outside 30 feet for birdie. There's a look from above. Completely new hole from what it was 3 years ago. And this was the hole where Woods iced it last year, overcoming a 4-shot 54-hole deficit and winning for the 5th time here.
I think Jack Nicklaus said it was one of the greatest shots that he's ever seen.
He did say that. It's a pretty heavy statement.
Yeah, he's seen a lot of, and he remembers most of them were his own, but putt with some movement from left to right
to get to 2 under.
Good speed.
Very good speed. Four birdies, 3 bogeys for Woods.
You know, when he's first in strokes gained on tour, pretty much everybody hit. It looks like that.
A lot of ones on the board. 69.6 the scoring average. Only 121 under par here through the years.
And I talked about it, 41 of the last 44 rounds have been par or better during that stretch. Stroke average of 69.1.
Couples for his par to remain 2 under. Hasn't missed inside 10 feet yet today.
Yep, pretty much on that top edge, that right edge.
Kind of disconcerting putting through your shadow as well. Average bunker shot. Stays
putt.
3. Yes.
How long was the putt?
Let me check that for you, sir. That was 9 feet 4 inches. We said inside 10 feet.
Bradley briefly over it. Backs off for another look.
4.5 feet here for Keegan.
Missed the sign down at 3rd.
Is that considered a balk?
Just gotta go back and look again. Yeah, there we go.
3's across.
It was a steal sign.
4 birdies, an eagle, 5 bogeys on the round for Keegan Bradley. Very inconsistent scorecard. They'll head over to the, I think it's a very difficult 17th hole. Lengthy, plenty of room in the driving area, but a difficult green that kind of sits diagonally from the fairway.
Kind of pick your poison off the tee too. You can either go with a driver, or you can go with a 3 metal, or you can go with a 5 metal. It just all depends how aggressive you want to be.
478 yards. 17.
Trevor Immelman, Ted Potter Jr., Vijay Singh on the tee. There's the finishing stretch that you guys were talking about. Last season on the PGA Tour, nearly a full stroke over par. Some pretty select company there, including Augusta.
You know, Muirfield Village was the 3rd toughest course on tour, non-majors. So that the entire golf course to me is just, it's a very challenging test. Fair, but very challenging.
Ted Potter Jr. set up for a cut shot here.
really not his go-to shot.
Just hit the bullet right. Needs to get up.
Oh, it did. Went racing by the flagstick.
I had to have the heart racing, the ball landing between the flag and the fringe. Not much margin of error.
Vijay Singh at 2 over par. Missed the cut last week at Crown Plaza. He's missed the cut 3 of his last 4 starts, in fact. The only cut that he did make was in Dallas, and he finished last that week.
Ball striking decent today for Vijay. Just missed 5 greens. Great camera work there. Pretty straight, just right of the flag. Pretty good shot for the Fijian.
Just 1 drop shot today for Trevor Immelman. 4 birdies on the card. He's tied for 8th at 3 under. The 170 shot is what they're looking for here. 174, the number to the flag. Between 7 and 8 here.
I think we just essentially play a bit safe. I'd rather see that just nice and comfortable. If anything, a touch off, and it goes somewhere between the pin and BJ. What are you trying to do?
Scotty Sajinek, Australian, who's been on the bag of Stuart Appleby, was on the bag of Paul Gordis when Paul lost in the playoff to Sergio at the Players. Been around a long time. Good caddy. Given plenty of information to the South African.
Good day with the irons for Immelman. 5th best in the field in hitting greens today.
See if he can just keep it just right of the flagstick, just ever so slightly. This is a very aggressive line right here that he's looking on.
Yeah.
A little unlucky there. Settles down the first cutter up.
More live coverage from 16 coming up. Immelman, Potter, Singh going to work here around the green at 16.
Looks like the Wizard first to play over the green. In the top 65 in scrambling, over 60%.
Yeah, this is a little difficult right here. This is a little sticky, and it's, you know, the practice swing, the rehearsal looks like it's a little like he's going to stab it.
Right up against the primary cut of rough.
Just going to stab it. Watch this. Bam.
Catch the slope and release down to the right. It's a very good shot.
That's outstanding.
Couldn't ask for much more. If anything, that far beyond the hole, putting back up the hill. But all in all, you couldn't have expected much more from that difficult lie.
Immelman's ball came to rest just off the green as well. There's the lie for Trevor. Just see the top of the ball there.
To me, these are difficult, Bill, just because the ball's sitting down so much, and you only have to accelerate a little bit more to get the club through the ball. But to be honest with you, I think you're looking to land this thing about right there, so maybe 6-8 feet in front of you.
See, I think the mistake that players make is they stop the shoulders moving, and then they just hit at it with the hands. If you keep the shoulders kind of moving, it keeps the club going forward. You see him kind of stab it, right? Unless you're intentionally trying to hit that type shot like we saw Potter hit, it's a hard shot to hit if you don't keep the shoulders moving. You got to keep them moving. It's like a pitch shot. Once the body stops moving, then all of a sudden the hands take over and you can get a little flinchy. And that looked a little flinchy to me.
That glaring body of water beyond the flag makes it a little bit more difficult too. But I agree with you. Keep the club moving, club accelerating through the ball.
But I think you do it with your shoulders.
Yep.
You know, you got to keep that moving.
About 27 feet here for Vijay Singh, who stands at 2 over.
Yeah, he's going with a new method. Hands closer together.
Looks good.
Conventional, basically a conventional length putter. Not sure if he's anchoring at all. He's tried them all, tried every method possible, and he's worked on them all as well. It's still shocking to me, guys, at the first. There's his best finish of the year, the very first event he played at Wailea Country Club at Sony Open. Certainly a lot of distractions throughout the year, from his own admission.
Immelman has left himself a bunch here for par. 19 feet.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of a crest that he's kind of sitting right on top of, right there. And now, once it gets past that, then it goes downhill and should fade a little bit to his right.
Just a second bogey of the round for Trevor. And dropping back to 2 under par.
Really wasn't that bad a tee shot.
No, it was
that he hit that you know, wound up maybe 6 or 8 inches just off the fringe, the collar, in that little step cut of rough. But that's that grass in the Midwest. You know, they have it in Chicago, they have it in Indianapolis, Cincinnati, all these areas in the Midwest, that bluegrass mixture with fescue and rye will drive a player crazy around the greens.
Well, it's 3 inches and it's very consistent ball has a tendency, it's such a hardy leaf that the ball never sits down to the bottom of it, you know, kind of sits right in the middle of it, unlike Bermuda, where the root structure is not very strong. The ball sits right down the base of it.
Yeah, that Kentucky bluegrass, the blades of grass there as wide as your finger.
Yep.
Potter for his par. Very nice work. And remains 1 under par. That's tied for 28th. 2 groups to go. Bud Cauley, Jimmy Walker, Ben Coles. Good day for Cauley at 2 under. His sophomore season on tour.
It's been a little bit of a tough year for Bud Cauley. He just has not performed like I anticipated. I really thought after last year he didn't get a win. I thought he was about ready to bust through.
Yeah, but best finish of the year was last week at Colonial, 14th.
8 missed cuts, as you see.
Lives in the Jacksonville beach area, plays a lot of his golf out at the stadium course, and works hard. He's a good kid.
Veteran caddy Tony Navarro on the back for a couple years now, too.
You know, and there's something, and I don't mean this. We'll watch the shot. Oh, that's got to go. It's got to go.
Left to the flag.
It's got to go. Okay, it went, because it was definitely in the wrong direction. And I don't mean this in a derogatory manner, but playing the stadium all the time, it's tough to build up a lot of confidence, because you're not going to go out there and blitz that place every day.
Which certainly has the best facilities in the world. Sometimes it's good to go. I agree with you. Even go play off the ladies' tees and see 8 or 9 birdies around. But you play it off step it off the back, and as we've seen, that's a difficult golf course.
Ben Coles at +4. Birdie at 15.
That's just a bullet too, right at that right bunker.
Not turning over. Going to catch a piece of the green?
No.
It's his 7th missed green of the day. And that'll be a tough one. A lot of pitching over the corner of the bunker. It's a lot of slope down and from right to left.
2 birdies, 2 bogeys for Jimmy Walker. 28th on tour in greens hit. 68%.
Pretty good year for Walker.
It's a great year.
4th at Torrey Pines, 3rd at Pebble Beach. Very productive West Coast
He
swing.
now has the longest consecutive cut streak on tour after Billy Horschel missed the cut in.
He's such a good putter.
I believe it's up to 22 or 23 now.
Look at this. He's playing a little shot in there. He nosed it down a little bit, turned the toe down. Very nice.
And that little lazy Texas draw he threw up there.
Nice.
Chance for a birdie to move it into red numbers.
What'd you say, Billy? Nosed it down, turned it in there a little bit. No, I like that.
Little slider down and in.
You
Birdie
know when you got 2 strikes. You know what you got to do.
Nikon Callaway rangefinder tells us that Bud Cauley has outside 62 feet here.
Kind of out of position.
We'll just go up in the air. Oh, just one more foot. And that might have been pretty good.
Well, bogeys at 12, 13, birdies at 14 and 15. Why wouldn't he keep that up and down stretch going? And have about a 30-footer to save his par.
Coles' tee shot did not hold the green.
Just kind of pitch it a third of the way there and just let it release down the slope. All back in the stance. Very nicely judged.
A+.
The 23-year-old Cavalier from the University of Virginia. He's a psychology major, so you better.
Well, I'm glad you put Virginia on the back of that Cavalier.
Are there others? Are there other Cavaliers around?
Right here in Ohio, as a matter of fact. Jimmy Walker's got 34 feet.
This is a putting stroke that everyone, even good putters, would like to have.
Just shine things up, just a little touch up here for
We
the
want-
final couple of
we want
groups.
to show how good this stroke really is.
Yeah, let's see it.
Well, he's in the top 25 in strokes gained.
Oh, this is a perfect line right here. Perfect line.
Oh, no way you called that, Billy. You know what I really liked about that stroke is that there was the hit and the definite pause before he looked up, and that man, that's why you've been doing this for a long time. You just know your stuff. Mine's always the announcer curse.
You're the cooler, Burks.
Yeah, I am. Ice cold. Nice birdie there for that gets him in the red numbers, Mr. Walker.
Speaking of ice cold.
Yeah.
6 p.m. Eastern time here. Couple of groups to go. Cauley trying to save his par.
Save me a seat, boys. Okay. Grind it out, bud. Tough year. You're under par. Nice start.
Oh, it hopped right in the middle to
Get
take the
going.
speed off it. Yeah, maybe halfway through that putt, it took a little bobble, took the speed off it. Very poor tee shot. Well, left of the flags the entire way led to that bogey.
Roller coaster ride continues for the young Cauley. Just one par since making the turn.
Yeah, he and Tony Navarro, they need to get something clicking halfway through the season.
Very nice. Up and in for the 23-year-old Ben Coles. 4 over par on the day. And that leaves just one group to go in our coverage. Justin Boley, Guan Tianlong, and Peter Williamson. Not much longer to wait for them. We'll be back with more. Before we conclude our opening round coverage, we remind you about our second round coverage here on PGATour.com. We'll get it cranked up Friday morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time.
It's the DirecTV blip. Looking down on this is the 18th. What a great finishing hole. All these bunkers. Jack just keeps adding bunkers because everyone just keep flying it over here from the tee. So he said, I'm just going to keep adding them until no one can fly it. To carry that collection's now 330. Water all the way down the left. Make you pucker up for sure if you've got a one-shot lead.
Speaking of DirecTV, this weekend,
yes,
we'll be bringing you the PGA Tour experience from right here at the Memorial Tournament in high definition, free of charge to all DirecTV customers. Enhanced coverage of the final 36 holes here from Muirfield Village. 4 channels to choose from: the CBS Sports Network feed, the Launch Pad. Craig, you and I will be working on that one.
Well, we will.
Bill Kratzer will be part of the team covering featured group, and then the ShotLink channel as well.
Tough. These 2 par 3s, the 12th that we got to see all day long was the hardest hole on the golf course, and the 16th, the 6th toughest. 16, we've only 2 tee shots in the water, 3 balls in the water, as was the case at the 12th. In the field, 50 players have hit this green regulation. That's 41% of the field. Not very many.
About the same number we had over at 12.
Yeah, let me see that for a second. Yeah, similar numbers.
Up ahead, the group of Tiger Woods, Fred Couples, Keegan Bradley. They're playing the 18th. Tiger birdied 17 to move to -2. Couples at 2 under as well. Keegan Bradley at -1. Just about to wrap up their opening round. As Tiger looks to win here for the 6th time. He's back to winning in all his old familiar haunts. Torrey Pines, Doral, Bay Hill. And he has surpassed this man to move into 2nd on the all-time victory list. Jack now 3rd with 73 official tour titles. The only 3-time Players champion as well.
Yeah, they were at 3 different venues as well. I believe they were at Inverie, and there was at Sawgrass Country Club, and then down in Atlanta at is that Atlanta Country Club for the 3 players.
By the way, more major championships since turning 50 than any other player as well. 9 of his 10 wins on the Champions Tour were senior majors.
Wow. 9 of 10, 90% majors. Very nice.
There's some highlights from earlier in the day at 16. Dustin Johnson outside 30 feet with authority for birdie. Tee shot of Casey Wittenberg. This was pretty tasty.
Yeah, for a long consultation with his caddy. Finally got the right club, landed it just right at a flagstick, and gorgeous.
Wittenberg 3 over par on the day. Charles Howell the 3rd, long one for birdie. We've seen as many long ones converted for 2 as we have short ones today. Chucky 3 sticks currently 1 under. 3 holes to play. Richard H. Lee for birdie. That got him to 1 under par. He stands even on the day currently. Fabian Gomez
Yeah, this was a great tee shot. Another one right over the top of the flagstick, and it's always nice to make the putt after hitting beautiful iron.
76 for Gomez today. Sung Yul No struggled to a 78, but the young Korean made birdie here at 16. So did Ricky Fowler.
Well, it made 5 bogeys coming into this hole, and this was his 5th birdie to get back to even par for the round.
That's where he ended his day with a 72. And just a moment ago from 34 feet away.
We had to show this one because Bill Kratz it the purest putting stroke even before he stood over it, and he found the bottom of the cup. What a call.
And Jimmy Walker, he's made his share of putts. You just look at the stats, pretty much tells the whole story. He's become a very good ball striker. Yet to win, but that's not too far away. And I think once he wins, he'll tack on a few more.
Yep, who knows, maybe what we're seeing with Kevin Streelman, who's played some high-level golf since he finally broke through. All right, here's the final group of the day. They've made it. Bowley, Tien Long, and Williamson.
The wind has been switching a little bit. Should be basically just right to left, maybe turning slightly back into their face. 174 yards.
That is a lofted club that he just hit there.
Get on it, get on there.
Yeah, that was an 8-iron. That he was going to have to.
Well, that's what
tag
Keegan Bradley was knocking in there, and Dustin Johnson. I'm not sure if Peter is as long as those guys with the iron.
Very good day for the 14-year-old. 2 under par, tied for 14th right now.
I would say this is an exercise in patience for Bowley.
Well, he did.
Playing with a couple of amateurs, which is not bad.
Even the right side. There you go.
He was given a 1-shot penalty at Augusta National on the 17th hole. He handled it beautifully. He ended up making a bogey there and then parring the last hole, his 36th hole, to make the cut. John Paramore from the European Tour was the man that gave out the penalty. There's been a lot of warnings in the day that just as a player you have to know how to play the game, and at 14 he probably didn't. You know, if you get put on the clock, you just got to speed up, as most of the field does. When the official leaves, you get back in position. Then half these guys slow back down to their original pace, which is a shame.
And I think it's just hard playing with someone that doesn't play the professional game on a weekly basis. I mean, they know how to get around, and the caddy's very helpful in doing that. But he's set up to play a nice little hook shot here. He's aimed at the bunker on the right. Caught it a little thin. That is right at the bunker.
Oh.
Actually,
That's
a
break.
pretty good break that he got down in the bunker.
Down in the bunker, yeah. It's one you'll just have to explode out maybe a third of the way and let it just kind of trundle down the hill.
Now here's Bowley, prepared to strike our final tee shot of the day here. He's 3 over par.
Probably right where that other guy's sitting. Yeah.
Played at the University of Georgia. Walked on to make the team. In fact, non-scholarship player.
I think he did it two or three different times.
Had a decent career. Four victories in the Web.com tour.
Lean left, slightly right.
Oh,
no kick.
That's a little unlucky. That got one little bounce left. Pretty would have kind of wandered its way down towards the flagstick.
Okay, as they make their way up to the green. We will take our final break of our long day of coverage here. Come back to wrap it with this final group on the other side. Schwartzel, 7 under. He's going to carry the lead into tomorrow's second round. Our coverage on PGATour.com begins at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. All the action from the par 3 12th for the entire field, and then much of the action at 16. Let's go there now. Guan Tianlong climbing down into the bunker to play his second.
He's hit in 2 bunkers already today and got them both up and down. Not too difficult a shot. Landed 25 feet in front of you and just let it release down, and that's carrying way too much speed. Just made 1 bogey today on his round, and that happened to be in the first par 3 on the golf course, number 4.
This was the 3rd shot of Peter Williamson a moment ago. Remember, his tee shot into the water.
Expect this to be a little right of the flag, with not wanting to make the same mistake twice, and pretty good shot. Just maybe a little unfortunate, put that much spin on it, especially coming straight downwind.
Now live, it will be Justin Bowley from close to 40 feet here.
Okay, just kind of take it to the edge of the slope, and once again we see another player. It just gets it's sticky in there. The club gets stuck, and a total misjudgment of what the ball's going to do reacting out of that grass.
Yeah, I think he was a little unfortunate. It went right up against the primary cut, and just it's you're 100% right. You've got to keep accelerating, but it's so hard to do it, to be committed to the shot with that water beyond, because it needs that little bit extra coming through the grass.
Now the third upcoming for Guan.
Well, he's just inside 28 feet. Looks like he's electing to use the putter. He's made 9 straight pars after birdies at 5 and 6. Take all of his skill to keep that streak alive. Great, just a great view from the DirecTV blimp. Down on completely reworked 16th.
I thought he made it. I was saying that's going to be one heck of a par, but okay, bogey. After hitting into the bunker.
Yeah, he got a pretty good break getting down in the bunker, and just really was not a very good bunker shot. Although, listen, let's continue to remember he's 14 and got maybe a whole continent with their eyes firmly fixed upon him.
That's when I started playing golf.
Isn't that just incredible? I couldn't imagine. Guys coming up so prepared at such a young age.
Williamson for a bogey now.
Let's not forget a 20-year-old won the flagship event on the European Tour last week, and that 4 victories for Matteo Manassero. Jordan Spieth is 19. He's made nearly $1 million this year. Keep getting better and better, younger and younger. I just, you know, my opinion is that at 14, he's experienced it. It was a tremendous opportunity to come over and play the world's greatest venues against the world's best players. Take that experience home and just continue to dominate at your level, and then just continue to work up through the ranks. Don't get burnt out by playing some of the hardest golf courses in the world against some of the best.
Yeah, and going up against the competition, because he's won, you know, as an amateur, and you want to keep winning. You want to win at every level.
Yep.
And that's what Tiger did.
Listen, he's at the Masters 73, 75, 77, 75. Those scores, although he made the cut at Augusta, and how about that?
That's par by bowling.
But he made the cut, but you know, he shot 70, 77 to miss the cut at Byron Nelson. So, I mean,
you've got to be successful.
Yeah.
Are cuts enough to be successful? Yeah, but you go forward, you go back to winning golf tournaments, and I think that was the mistake made with Michelle Wie. You know, you throw her in this competition, and you know, all of a sudden winning became hard when winning was easy.
A lot to be said for dominating age-appropriate competition. It was the Tiger Woods method for years during his junior and amateur days. So that puts the books, closes the books on 16, 12 as well. And the end of our opening round coverage here from the Memorial Tournament, where Charles Schwartzel's 65 with a closing birdie on his final hole of the day sets the pace, and the South African will take a one-shot lead into day 2 tomorrow. So, one day of coverage in the books from the 38th playing of the Memorial Tournament. A couple of tough par 3s, but that man handled the golf course pretty well today. A lot of danger out there, but it was a good day for scoring, especially during the morning wave. And we expect more of the same on day 2 tomorrow. Can't wait to be back with you for second round coverage from Jack Nicklaus's Memorial Tournament here on PGATour.com. We'll get it going Friday morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We will see you then. For Craig Perks and Bill Kratzert, I'm John Swantek. Thanks for being with us. We'll do it again tomorrow morning from Muirfield Village. So long. No, it's just me. I know, bro. See you, Billy.